Good morning. Hi, Crime Junkie Jurors. Good morning, sup players. It's Friday. It's Friday. Are we excited? I think we are. It's Friday. It's Friday. Okay, so you know how yesterday when I started the stream, I was a mess because everything was going as wrong as it could possibly go. And I had quite a morning and had about 3 hours of sleep every night this week. Y'all, I went to bed at like 10 o'clock last night and slept until 6. Well, 5:45, same thing. So it was amazing. So I actually slept. Lucy is actually feeling better. And all is well in the world because it's Friday. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I am looking forward to today. I'm curious what's going to happen today because I know we're starting the cross-examination of the sergeant with all of the phone calls. I'm just wondering how drawn out and torturous it's going to be. So we'll see. We'll see how drawn out and torturous it's going to be. Hoping that, they've had, because they're going to need a moment. They always need a moment. They're going to need a moment. But I'm hoping that they are more prepared because they had all evening as their moment. So I'm hoping that they're more prepared. We'll see. We'll see. One thing I've learned about the defense is they're not as prepared as I would personally like for them to be. But, you get what you get. You don't pitch fit. Did y'all find Jimmy an inmate pen pal? Oh, I'm working on it. I'm working on it. It has become my life's mission. We're going to find him some inmate love. We're going to find him some inmate love. That was so much fun. It was a great little into the day to hang out and chit chat with the crew. Max said they're not going to be prepared. Like, nope, don't even get your hopes up. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. It's all right. And Lucy's feeling a lot better. So, yesterday, after we finished, so as soon as we finished the stream yesterday, then I started working on the recap. As literally the second I finished the recap, then I went straight into the other stream on with Jimmy and Kathy. So then as soon as I finished that, then I took Lucy out. And we ran into her friend Jenny, who lives down the hall. Jenny is a little wiener dog who lives down the hall, and her and Lucy are like they're like little besties. It's adorable. So when they see each other, and Jenny's a little bit older, but so Lucy tends to get a little bit more like rowdy than Jenny does, unless Ranger comes around. Because look, Jenny, there's another dog named Ranger who lives on the first floor, and Lucy's like, Lucy will see Ranger and like it's she's kind of like, what's up, Ranger? Good to see you. But y'all, Jenny has a crush on Ranger. There is some, and that's okay. He's younger. Jenny's a cougar. She may be a wiener dog, but she's a cougar. So the only time I ever see Jenny like really like super active is when Ranger's around. And then all of a sudden, like, y'all ever seen a wiener dog do a cartwheel? Like, it's like that. Like it's like that. So normally when Lucy runs into Jenny, Lucy gets super excited.
again, please have them.
And so she did last night. So that was great because it shows that like she's feeling better. It was really cute.
Any of our witnesses or jurors, please as well, while we are exchanging witnesses, if you walk out, please remain outside the door until the witness has finished their testimony or we are changing witnesses. Also as well, while the testimony is occurring, there's not to be any head shaking and gesturing, anything that would indicate that you are either agreeing or disagreeing with what is taking place. Again, there cannot be any improper influence on the jurors as they are watching and listening to the evidence. Any questions? All right, we're going to have a brief break this morning before we get started, or I should say, before we actually get started. There's going to be about 30 minutes. If you need to stretch your legs, use the phone, get you water, things of that nature, please do it now. You can tell the jurors as well it'll be about 30 minutes.
30 minutes. So back to dog drama. When Lucy saw Jenny last night, when I took her out, we're walking out there, she got real excited and she was like jumping around, and Lucy does this thing where like she'll like run over to Jenny and then she'll stop and then she'll do like this and then she'll wait on, like she's trying to like get Jenny up and, you know, excited. She's like, because when Lucy sees Jenny, she's ready to party. She's like, oh, that's my friend, you know? So she's like, she's ready to party. She's ready to throw down, you know, and it takes her a second to get Jenny hyped up too. Jenny's a little older. Like I said, she only gets hyped up when she sees Ranger, but Lucy can get her hyped up, but it just takes her a minute, you know? So, so it was cute because she was all excited and like, you know, jumping around, and like she'd run up to Jenny and then she'd stop and then she'd run back, and so Jenny got excited too. So then seeing them like play, it was really cute. It made me feel good because poor Lucy was sick yesterday morning. So she's feeling better now. She's feeling better. She got to play with her friend. It's funny because I know all of the dogs that live in my building and their names. I only know one of their mamas. I know Jenny's mama. I know her name. And I see the other mamas, the dog mamas, but the only one who I actually know the human's name is Jenny's mom, because I mean, obviously they're best friends. So, but I don't know any of the other moms' names. So when I see them, I'm just like, oh, hey, I'll say hey to the dog. And then I'm like, oh, and hey, you. Good to see you. Don't know their names. That's bad, right? I can't be the only one that has that problem, right? Did you listen to the Karen Reed interview this morning? I have not. I went to bed after I got in last night with Lucy. I took her out and let her play and do her thing, and I showered, ate some food, and went to bed. So, talked to the husband for a minute, talked to the kid for a minute, and then went to bed. So, and then I slept in this morning. So I have not seen it, have not heard it. I plan on trying to listen to it when I finish today. I was gonna listen to it while I'm walking Lucy in between this and court TV tonight. So, is there anything big from it? I haven't got to see it. Very common. I know every dog in the neighborhood. There are people not so much. I'm the same. And it's the same way at the house too. Not even just the condo. When we're at the house too. When Chat Daddy and I are like, you know, walking, or like if we're on the golf cart, you know, riding around or anything, like we'll see the dogs and we'll be like, oh, hey, there's, you know, Scout or whatever. Well, Scout's our cat, but we'll see whoever and we'll know the dog's name, and then we'll be like, oh, and hey, y'all. Chat Daddy's a lot better at knowing people's names than I am. Chat Daddy becomes friends with everybody. Everybody loves Chat Daddy. He's like, in every house we drive by, he's like, oh, this is where so-and-so lives, and he does this, and she does this, and they're, you know, like he can tell me their whole life story. Everybody loves Chat Daddy. He becomes friends with everybody. Lucy is cute, isn't she? She's half Yorkie and half miniature poodle. And she's a diva. She's a diva. I have to be reminded to introduce myself to them. I will be literally, I will see like, if there's like a dog and a human walking towards me, I will end up like laying on the sidewalk, like telling, you know, like what a pretty girl you are. But, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I probably need to like say hi to them. Because they're probably like, who is this psychopath? I'm just here for the dogs. Just here for the dogs. Good morning. Good morning. She says, nothing big mentioned. It was just good to see her smiling and free. That's great. That is great. I'll never forget you crying when the rose red. Yeah, that was an emotional. I worked really hard to stay emotionally disconnected from that case, but you can't spend 2.5 years of your life every day on something and not become a little emotionally attached, I guess. Good morning. Good morning. I heard there's going to be a TV show, but not too sure. Yes, there is. And what's her name is going to play Karen? Oh God, what's her name? Somebody help me. I can't remember her name. Elizabeth Holmes, Erica Banks, Jennifer Aniston, Liz Banks. Everybody's got different one. Elizabeth Banks. She's yes, thank you. I couldn't remember the name. The name escapes me. But yeah, she is going to play her, and they said, didn't they say it's going to be? They say, I remember reading. I read the article, and then I was like, Prime and somebody are putting it together. So I don't know if it's going to be on Prime or what. I don't think I got too much. Y'all, there's going to be a lot of shows. There's going to be a lot of documentaries. There's going to be a lot of books. There's going to be a lot of everything. This is one of those cases that is going to be, I mean, it's everywhere. It's going to be everywhere. She didn't get Karen's approval for her. Oh, really? Karen and AJ are not happy about the TV show. Unauthorized. Well, you see, that's what, because didn't they say they're basing it on one of the Karen Reed podcasts? Is it raining? Amazon series. That's what I thought. This Adelson case will have the same. I'm surprised that the Adelson case hasn't yet. As long as this has been going on, I'm surprised that it hasn't yet. I mean, there are some books, but I don't know. I'm surprised. I'm surprised there's not a lot more. Because this one's crazy. And I'm surprised how many people haven't heard about it. Can we skip to the episode where the FBI arrests everyone? No, not my podcast. I was approached by a few. I've been approached by a few the main one that had approached me and like, that was like that was really serious about it. It just wasn't right. It wasn't, they were wanting to make it a lot more sensationalized than I was willing to put my name on. Wait, so they don't have Karen Reed's Blessing. Bummer. I recently did a deep dive on Amanda Knox. Yeah, the Amanda Knox stuff is wild, right? Wild. We will all watch it even if it's unauthorized. Yeah, I know. I have not listened to any of the other um podcasts on it because there were multiple podcasts that came out after I started mine. But then I'm like, I don't want to listen to others because I don't want anybody else's reporting on it to skew my view. I wanted everything that I thought and felt and whatever. I wanted to stay very authentic to the way I saw everything, and all of my information coming from, court documents and hearings and stuff like that. And then I did become close to some people in that area. So I like talking to them and stuff. I just wanted all of my stuff to stay very authentic to who I am. I didn't want to listen to anybody else's. So I have not listened to any of the other podcasts on it. Taste the Biscuits, the opening theme song for the movie. I would totally be dancing to it. I would totally be listening to it. Good morning. Good morning. She is doing good. Yeah, if y'all are just joining, Lucy's feeling a lot better today. She had some playtime with her bestie, Jenny, last night. So she's doing good. She's doing good. Thank you. Thank you. It's funny because I had a lot of people that that said that that came into the case late, that said that people had referred them to my podcast and stuff. And so they I had a lot of people that were like, yeah, I binge listened to, whenever they came in, whether it was 30 episodes at a time or, 20 or 40 or whatever, whenever they came into it, they're like, yeah, I got, I binged it. And then there's one girl who's, in my chat and stuff all the time. And she said that her mom doesn't do YouTube or anything, but she listens to podcasts. And she's like, I gave my mom your podcast. And I guess her mom binge listened to it. And she's like, I can have whole conversations with her about everything. She's like, she doesn't watch the trial. She doesn't watch the hearing. She doesn't watch YouTube, nothing else other than your podcast. And she's like, and I can have actual conversations with her about, anything with Karen Reed. Cause she's like, cause she knows the details now. I was like, that's awesome. That's awesome. Is Lucy jealous of Ranger? No, Lucy's not super into Ranger. Ranger's just not her type. Lucy's a little too bougie for Ranger. And Ranger's just a little too, how do you say it? I think Ranger likes to be the center of attention, and so does Lucy. So she ain't having that. So she's just like, whatever. Hey, Ranger. What's up? Oops. Thank you. Thank you. Brady's have her own version of Life After Lockup podcast where she's an inmate matchmaker. For those of you who missed it. On my channel last night, I did a live with Auntie Deb, aka Jimmy, and Kathy from Gossip Rumor and Innuendo. And we started talking, we were just talking about whatever. And then we were talking about Donna a little bit and the case and stuff because Jimmy flew down here to be in the courtroom a couple days. And somehow we ended up talking about Love After Lockup. I was like, Love After Lockup. And I was like, this has now become my life mission. So I was like, let's find Jimmy an inmate pen pal. This will be great. So we got on and I know some of those pen pal websites because Chat Daddy and I watched Love After Lockup. We haven't watched it all, but because there's 1 million episodes. You don't realize that there's 1 million episodes of Love After Lockup. Anyway, so I've heard of these websites before because if you're not familiar with the show, because I'd never heard of it, and they have like people that were like, they'll write to each other, they'll be like pen pals in prison and stuff. And then they like, they'll have like a camera crew, like they'll be like waiting for them at the gates when they get out and stuff. And then like it follows them as they start their like in-person love after being like pen pals and stuff. And I was like, what are we waiting on? I was like, this is what we need. Like, we need to find Jimmy an inmate pen pal. Charlie Adelson wasn't available. So we were like, we need to find him like an inmate, and make him like fall in love, and we'll follow it. And so I told Kathy and Jimmy, I was like, well, this is great. We'll do this like once a week. So Kathy and I are going to find him an inmate. And then once a week, we'll all convene and like, read the pen pal letters and, updates. We'll help him write a new one. It's going to be great. It's my new life's mission. And today's his birthday. So he's getting an inmate for his birthday. What more could you ask for? What more could you ask for? I have a few eligible bachelors. There was one I really liked, but he's serving a life sentence. And Jimmy's okay with that. But my thing is like, I want the whole moment where they meet in person, where he's like waiting at the gates with flowers and a cell phone. I need that moment. I'm just trying to bring families together. That's all. That's all. Thank you. Your ability to pull so many details together with complete cohesiveness is a skill. You get the law, the facts, and the twist in between. Thank you. If y'all had any idea how much it takes, like time-wise, to go through all of the details and then try to figure out how to tell it as a story. That was one of the things that really interested me about starting the podcast, because I loved watching the trials, but most people don't. That's like a niche thing, like not everybody likes to watch trials, and not everybody has time to watch trials. I did at the time because I was on medical leave and couldn't go to work and was, like needed something to direct energy towards. But not everybody has that time. And there are some parts of trials that can be boring. So, which is why like yesterday with the calls, a lot of times like I won't pause the trial because I will just talk at breaks or whatever. But then it gets to the point where like you can't listen to Charlie Adelson yap on anymore. So then I pause it. So then we can like laugh and have a moment and then we'll go back to it. But if you're just like watching a trial, there are parts that are boring and not everybody wants to watch that. But when you put all of this stuff together, it tells such a good story, which is the whole reason I wanted to start the podcast. Because I'm like, I could like, you can kind of weed out, like you get all of the details, but then you put it together as a story instead, like weed out all the boring stuff. But it is so time consuming, but it is so worth it. I love doing it. Like I love it. Kind of like putting everything together and then like weeding out, okay, well, that's not as important to the story. That's not as important. It's something I really enjoy doing. The inmate thing, I got so excited. Overly excited. Somebody clipped that. Like when I was like, oh, we could do this. Yeah, somebody clipped that. I was like, oh. I'm a little intense sometimes. They came and said that there was going to be a 30-minute break before they get started. So now we're just waiting. Hello, friend. It looks like there are technical issues that are being addressed in this break. That's why. So she's in the courtroom right now. So she's our eyes and ears on the ground. And she said that George is wearing a beautiful new suit, or beautiful suit today, as always. Isn't Georgia always well dressed? Have you ever seen that show, Suits, with the lawyers? She reminds me of that. You know how the women in that show always have like the most beautiful suits and they always look so classy and amazing? That's what she reminds me of. Hey, Kathy. Hello. It is good to see you. You talk about the defense not being prepared. I don't think I'm prepared for their cross this morning. I get that. We might not have time to watch every second, but have to listen when we can and then tune in for the recap. Yeah, and that's what most people do. Most people can't watch and listen all day. you know, the majority of people will, pop in and out when you can, and then, try to listen to the entire like testimony, like the ones that are, the ones you're most excited to hear and stuff like that. That's what, what most people are able to do. But that's why we do the recap too, to put together all the big stuff. Hello, hello. Thank you, thank you. So Fox said, yesterday's live was fun, but I was so exhausted from listening to Charlie, and you guys started at 1:30 a.m., so I had to go to bed. Yeah. Why is Brandi not on the beach right now? My Wi-Fi doesn't pick up out there. Look, if it did, I'd have my laptop out there every single day streaming, but my Wi-Fi doesn't pick up out there. Are Donna's headphones inverted again? Child. What a mess. What a mess. Crazy. This cross is going to be so bad. Yeah. Enjoy the recaps. Can't always watch all day either, but your recaps bring it all together. Thank you. Thank you. We try to get all the big stuff. When I tried cases, my dry cleaning bill was horrendous. I bet. They're going to say she didn't know what she was saying. She was busy being a right. Well, we've heard in some of like the pre-trial stuff that she was I guess they're saying she was scared because she was scared of the Latin Kings, and so that's why she acted so weird. But the Latin Kings don't tap your phone. Okay? What if what if she wore her headphones inverted yesterday because she's like, maybe I need to make it appear like I am technologically challenged so that I can stick to the story of being scared of the Latin Kings and thinking that they could be listening on the phone. What if it's way more calculated than just her not wanting to listen to Charlie yap on? I had to have another cup of coffee listening to Charlie. It's bad, right? Are they expecting more witnesses today? Yes, I guess I'm not sure how long this cross is going to take. You can't go over all of these calls again, right? Like, right? A lot of this stuff, like between, because like the defense is not arguing that Charlie wasn't involved, right? So all of that stuff, I'm hoping that they kind of leave out. I don't know what defense is going to do. They're so scattered, it's hard to predict them. The prosecution, no, I'm pretty sure. Isn't that what they said yesterday? I'm pretty sure they said they were done with. Charlie is so exhausting. So exhausting. Defense's strategy is saying how nice Donna is. Isn't she nice? Didn't you say that one time that she was nice? No further questions. Yeah. Why does she always have the kids anyway? Can't Wendy parent? Well, apparently she had the kids a lot when they were younger. She said on one of the jail calls that she was angry because she had the kids so much when they were younger, And she's like, and now Wendy doesn't even talk to us or whatever. So it's like she's like, felt like Wendy had just used them for the kids. And like, now that she's older, she doesn't need them. Or now that the kids are older, she doesn't, Wendy doesn't need them. And so doesn't talk to them and stuff. And I was like, dang. She wore her headphones wrong. Yes. She had them inverted. Like literally the part with like like the big headphones and it has like the part with the padding. She had it facing that way. Mine don't even turn that way. I don't know how that's even. Charlie has the right to remain silent yet lacks the ability. Have you ever seen somebody who over and over and over, they're like, yeah, we're not going to, we don't, we'll talk about this. I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to talk about this on the phone. And then continues to nonstop talk about it on the phone. If you go to the recap that I did yesterday, it's at the very end of the recap too. So that might be easier to find than trying to find it in the stream, but am I the only one on the planet that feels just a tiny bit sorry for Donna? I think it's just because she is an old woman. You're probably not the only one on the planet. I don't feel sorry for her at all. Maybe other people do. But she's an old woman who had a long life and a long good life. And now the end of it's going to be not as good because of her own actions. She's much more calculated than she pretends to be in court. Read some of her emails and then it'll that pity will probably disappear. The defense is not defending much. That's true. Facts. I wish I could sleep like Lucy. Same. She's just a regular banana bread baking grandma. Got that revenge bread in the oven. Jordan says, I think the headphones were intentional so she could come across as this innocent old lady. How could she plan this whole thing if she doesn't even know how to wear headphones properly? That's the thing. I feel like it was, seeing how calculated she is and reading her action plan of how to make Dan miserable and how to get him to, how to control and manipulate people. Her Google history of, how to fake emotions. That heifer's calculated. There is not a thing that she does that I don't think there's a reason for it. Did Charlie talk this much in his interviews with police? They didn't do any. They lawyered up and didn't talk to anybody. Judge is like, fix your face and put your headphones on. I need Charlie to testify for the plot, please. I know. I don't think that the prosecution will call him. I think that the defense might. But the thing is, I don't know. Maybe the prosecution will. I don't know. I just feel like he doesn't do anything for their story, but for the, and I say story as in the story that they are telling the jury with that's what it is. That's what court is, right? Two sides telling a different story to the jury based on the evidence that they see. So their version of events there's not a whole lot that he can contribute to that by calling him as a witness for them. And it makes me wonder what the defense could do too. Because the thing is like Charlie's going through the appeals process right now, right? So he has to stick as closely to his story that he told in court as he can with this whole layaway murder, extortion thing. So he's not going to be able to really come in and change a lot of that up. I don't know. We'll see. I can't wait for Donna to take the stand. She's a Lifetime movie mom. Facts. I feel sorry for Dan Markel. Donna deserves conviction and incarceration. Do you think Wendy will be next? Do y'all think Wendy will be next? And after yesterday, I'm really curious about this too. After yesterday, when do you think, let's do a poll on this. I want to know, when do you think Harvey knew about the plan? Before his murder? Directly after? When the bump happened? Or not until arrests were made? All right, let's do a poll. I want to know what y'all think about what Harvey knew and when. From what I've seen, I don't think that I don't know that they're going to be able to get, just based on what we've seen so far, I don't know that they're going to be able to get enough evidence to prove the murder and conspiracy for Harvey or Wendy. But I think that they will have enough from what we've seen for, I mean, I have 0 days of law school, so I don't know. I would have to look up what the requirements are for those charges. But I would think, with Harvey, at least accessory after the fact, maybe like for helping cover it up with the whole bump thing, or I don't know. I don't know. I did like a TikTok or reel or whatever. I think they're called different things on different things. Anyway, I did it yesterday on just like a quick rundown of the timeline and why Wendy looks suspicious. And seeing like, because when you put the dates, like remember when Jeff got up and was given all the tea about Wendy acting like a nervous, emotional wreck, and how it's making her like so sick and all that stuff. When you put those dates that he was giving into the main timeline, it's interesting, some of those dates, because if you compare it to when other things were going on, it's like, man, so she was acting crazy on this day. Well, that's when the first time the hitmen came. And then she did this on this day. Well, that's, when they were planning the next ones. So like, it's interesting to see the dates that he was giving about when she was acting different ways and comparing that to what else was going on. And stuff like that makes me think like, okay, like that looks bad, right? That looks bad. He delivered murder moolah with Donna, though. That's true. The thing is, will they be able to show that? Because think about, they stopped by Charlie's, right? There's so many phone conversations with Donna and Charlie that, to me, there's no doubt that, I mean, we heard yesterday, right? But Charlie has some plausible deniability, I think, with some of this, because it can be like, you know, well, yeah, he was in the car, but he doesn't know that Donna was dropping off, you know, wet murder money. Like, so there are a lot of things that look bad for Wendy, for sure. There are some things that would work really well for her defense, though. Like, you know, even in the calls yesterday, there's a few times when they're like, you know, like, we don't, you know, don't tell Wendy. We don't want Wendy to know. And, you know, stuff like that. So I think you, on one hand, you can argue, you know, they don't want her to know because, and I think there was even one thing they said yesterday where they were like, you know, Wendy would, if those people went to Wendy, she would, you know, go to the feds or whatever. And so there are some things like that where you can argue, you know, like that shows that she didn't know. But then there are other things where it's like, on the other hand, you could argue that, because I try to look at every argument, like, if I were the prosecutor, how would I argue this? If I were the defense attorney, how would I argue this? And with some of that stuff, you could say, you know, she didn't, like, look at what they said, you know, like the show she didn't know. On the other hand, you could say, like, you know, they were trying to keep her in the dark because, of course, who's the first person that's always the one they look at is, you know, the spouse or the ex, especially when there's a contentious divorce going on. I think they try to talk like Harvey didn't know, but I think they really are just trying to keep the blood pressure down because, you know, Donna worries about Harv because he needs to go to work so they can live life of rich. Well, yeah, that's a good point too. Did I see yesterday that Dan's parents aren't allowed to see the kids? Yeah, um they haven't seen them since, I mean, it's been years. They saw them once during a lot of the, like, as legal proceedings were going on, and then not since then. Thank you, Cynthia. I watched many versions and personalities of the journalists during this trial. You're thorough and your coverage is excellent. Factor that in with your sense of humor and I'm hooked. Thank you. Wendy isn't on any of the recorded calls. Her drive is suspicious. Her drive is very suspicious. Because here's the thing. When you look at all of this, there are some things that can be explained away, right? But you can only explain things away so often before you're like, all right, at some point, it's not something you can explain away anymore. Sup, players? He could have been told any story. Why did Donna wash the money? I don't. That is a good question. I honestly don't know what the logic is behind that. I really don't. Donna was hiding in Panera's restroom to talk to Charlie. If Harvey knew then, why the need to hide in the restroom? That was when they were on the way from Tallahassee back to Miami. And I have some questions about this too, because here's the thing. I think that this all started with Charlie and Donna. I think that Wendy would have... Oh, we have audio. I think maybe Wendy was brought into it after that. Like, I think that they arranged it, and then they went to... The others were like, all right, look, we have a plan. But if Wendy was with them when they were on that trip...
Everyone can be seated. Good morning, members of the jury. Good morning. Although we are getting started a little bit behind today, we are going to continue with the examination of Special Agent Sanford at this time. Ms. Dugan, Ms. Kappelman, is he on his way to the stand?
Yeah, misdemeanor is in court, giving us all the tea.
Special Agent, do you remain under your oath to tell the truth? I'm not going to swear you in again, but please answer all matters truthfully during the remainder of your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. Ms. Kappelman, you may continue with the state's...
Oh, they're not done.
Thank you, Judge. All right, so we concluded the wire calls yesterday. When, in relation to that wire, or just when were the arrests made in this case? Let's start with Sigfredo Garcia. When was he arrested?
It was May 24th or 26th, somewhere around there, of 2016.
Okay, and Luis Rivera?
A few days after that, I served him in the prison.
Okay, he was already in prison for an unrelated offense?
That's correct. He was already in prison.
So also May of 16?
That's correct.
Okay, and what about Catherine Magbanua? When was she arrested?
I don't remember the exact date. Could I refresh my memory with notes?
Yes. Do you have the notes with you?
I did.
Okay.
It was on 10/1 of 16.
Okay. And then do you have the exact dates on the other two in there as well?
I do. Mr. Adelson was arrested on 4/21 of 22. And
Garcia and Rivera was.
oh, Garcia and Rivera, yes. Mr. Garcia was 5/25 of 16.
Okay.
And Rivera, I don't have Mr. Rivera's exact date of when, actually, it was the 6/3 of 16, I believe, is when we went back to interview him with the warrant.
Okay, so Garcia, 5/25 of 16, Rivera, 6/3 of 16, Magbanua, 10/1 of 16. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And Catherine Magbanua ultimately went to trial and was convicted, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and post-conviction, did she offer a proffer?
She did.
What is a proffer?
A proffer is an agreement with the defense and the prosecution to where she can come in and talk to us and tell us what happened without it being used against her.
All right, so that occurred on, I have October 11th of 22. Does that sound
That's
right?
correct. That's the first proffer, yes, ma'am.
And were you present for her proffer on that date?
Yes, ma'am.
And also a follow-up interview with her on November 28th of that year, 22?
That's correct.
Okay, and at that point, the investigation had been ongoing for over 8 years at that point, right?
It had.
Okay, was there anything that Ms. Magbanua revealed in her proffers that was new to us or that confirmed something that we had not known of before?
Yes, she told us about the first time that Mr. Charlie Adelson approached her and and asked her if she knew someone that could take care of someone. She told us about that and when it was.
And she was able to give us the actual date that occurred based on some surrounding circumstances, right?
That's correct.
Halloween.
What was the date?
She said it was October 31st of 2013, like the year prior to the murder, on Halloween.
All right. And did she say where she was when that when the topic was first broached with her?
She did. She said she was on Lincoln Road at a party with Mr. Adelson.
All right. And were you able to discover any evidence to confirm that Mr. Adelson was in fact on Lincoln Road that night, as she claimed?
Yes, I was familiar with Lincoln Road because it's a popular road in South Beach. So we looked back and found a text message where Mr. Adelson said that he was on Lincoln Road on Halloween.
I'm going to show you where I marked this 86B. Do you recognize 86B?
I do.
Is that the text message in question?
It is.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of that text message?
It is.
All right. Judge, I'd move into evidence 86B, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
86B is admitted at this time.
Who is the text to and who's it from?
It's from Charlie Adelson. And it just has a number,
Unknown number.
an unknown number.
And what's the content of the text message?
The text message says, "On Lincoln with my friends, come meet us."
And on what date and time was that message sent?
It says 11/1/13 at 1:04 a.m. UTC.
So just after midnight on Halloween night.
That's correct.
And was there something else that you learned from this night band that you hadn't known before?
Yes.
What was that?
She told us about the time that the night of the homicide, that she was going to Mr. Adelson's residence, and she believed that the Adelsons had been there.
So she admitted that she went to Charlie's house to pick up the money,
That's correct.
but then didn't end up leaving with it until the next morning. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. But the bit about Donna Adelson or Donna and Harvey Adelson having brought the money, that was new to us.
That was new. Correct.
And then we've seen Sgt Corbitt's presentation, and I'll publish a slide from State's Exhibit 73 at this time.
Yeah, I guess they weren't done with Cross. But that's good. Maybe we'll get to the airport video because he's the one who arrested Donna. One of the ones.
That's the slide where we were able to find the text indicating that Donna Adelson said she was outside Charlie's house that night.
That's correct.
Yeah, when she tries to snatch her phone, when they're trying to take it from her as they're arresting her, and she tries to snatch her phone.
All right. When was the defendant arrested?
The defendant was arrested on November the 13th of 2023.
Play the video.
Okay, and I think you told us when Charlie Adelson was arrested. Will you repeat that, please?
I believe it was 10/1 of 22. Oh, sorry. That was 4/1 of 20, 4/21 of 22.
4/21/22 for Charlie Adelson's arrest.
That was Charlie Adelson's arrest. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And shortly after Charlie Adelson's trial and conviction, was there a recorded call that was intercepted between Charlie Adelson and his mother, Donna Adelson?
Yes, there was.
And in that call, did something happen that caused the defendant to be recorded longer than the conversation between her and Charlie.
Here we go.
Just sort of explain. She thought she hung up, but she didn't hang up, right?
Correct. There was a jail call with Mr. Adelson, and at some point, he dropped off the call. She thought the call had hung up, so she just apparently set her phone down and didn't hit end on her end of the line.
And have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 118, the recording of that call?
I have.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence State's Exhibit 118.
Any objection to 118? States 118 is admitted at this time.
Permission to publish.
You may.
I'm so excited.
Jury and parties need headphones for this.
Get your headphones, get your popcorn, get your face right. I can't wait for them to hear this. Charlie dropped off and she kept yapping. And it recorded everything.
Look, I didn't say this to you before I picked up the phone, but there's a lot of things that we have to do, and we've got a very tight time frame. So one of them involves taking care of some things through Roman, taking care of some things through Steinberg. It was just been on the phone all day, and Susan was nice enough when I called her. She said, I'm going to gather everything up and I'm going to drive down. So she and Rick got here about, I don't know, 10 minutes before you called, so that she could work with us, because we got a couple of hours of things to take care of for Roman. So we're working on that, and
Pause it. Sorry to do that to y'all with the headphones, but a couple questions just to follow up on what she said so far. She says she's taking care of a couple things for Roman. Who's Roman?
Roman is the child of Charlie Adelson, young child.
And she mentioned Susan and Rick on there. Do you know who those people are?
They're close friends of theirs.
Okay, sorry. Continue publishing.
just a lot, but you're going to be okay. You're going to get out of that stupid room. Once you do, you'll start to feel a little bit better. I know that. And when I have something that I do need to tell you, I'll speak to Dan. Okay?
Sorry, one more time. She mentions Dan here. Obviously not Dan Markel. Do you know who she's referencing?
Yes, ma'am.
What Dan is she referencing?
Dan Rashbaum, who was Charlie's attorney.
All right, thank you. Continue, please.
So, and then I'll let you know what time to call him. Can you hear me, Joy? Shit. You can't hear me again, right?
That's a whole mess too. I'll tell you all about it in a minute.
Sean, can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm sorry, the fourth time that they cut the line each time. You have to pay for every minute, but they keep charging every time you reconnect. They say that doesn't happen. Listen, it's that he's in this room that. So the psychologist want to make sure he can kill himself. So the psychologist finally came. And he said to her, if you leave me here I'll kill myself. There's no light, no nothing. I'm in a cement block. Let me go back. See where I am. Please don't leave me here. And spoke to him for a little bit. She said, no, you're going to be fine. I know that. I just have to go back and, I've got to do these reports I have to write. Once I get those written and then submit them and then get them approved, you'll be able to go back. So he was just going back like in an hour. But she's going to get that thing done because I'll lose my mind with you. It's all spirit on the inside. The all you see is yourself. The lights never shut off, day or night. The these fluorescent lights, he said, well, all night. He said, I just want to go back while I go. But this, I know people, I could see people, he said, here, I'm in a box. And he's just, well, I'm sure to pull down, but just to get this there. But part of that very those I think it's like range. If you look at the bar, I'm so freaked out. I'm so afraid because if you didn't do, I can't push it. I'm not that strong. And I also know how he is a year ahead. His body and everything just slowly started to deteriorate. Almost after life, we had a great marriage. Happy, we traveled, we lived good. I was really not unhappy. And I wanted to just say goodbye. And that's why I never thought it doesn't painful. I still went to place where bought our sanitary property a couple months ago. We're good. I'm good. But what I did this weekend, because I had said something that made me feel like I had enough and I'm not going to watch. It's not going to go well. I know what I need to do. Now, you know something was wrong because the wound turned out here. She's never once just come over. I hate so much. I'm sure. Probably. Make sure this all on day one. She sat down on the couch right there. I was sitting here, and she didn't say, this is a horrible night for all of us. Charlie not talking through his life. It was all aggravated. But it isn't what you're thinking of. Just sat there, and I just went, I'm going to take direction. I'm not doing that. I'm fine. The voice tomorrow night? Yes, it's something I should do. Now, I have to go back. Do I want to go to sleep and not see my son? I do. Perfectly honest, I do. And what we do, we'll do it together. Leave a note, I'll know when to come together. And we'll do it together. The boy. Look, then make a decision at some point. So after speaking to Dan this morning and knowing what they're thinking up there, I don't know if we'll make it out in time, I really don't. But Dan said, you might, or you might just all of it, get to the airport, and that could happen. It could happen, I don't know, but it's worth a try.
Wow.
I don't know what we're doing. But I don't know what we're doing. And we have to know that stuff. We're going into the what we were at. What was it? How was it normally done? What stipulations which are who's in charge of the doctor, Butler, Adelson Dan, and everything for going in, arguing, and the president and the trustee. It's on the trustee and the lawyer. Lawyer is the other. Then the trustee. On 30, somebody would be watching. And I was not going to take care of that. So, I would make some effort to respond and so it was cold. Which was now I could sit here with you and say, would you do that? I can't because there we go. So you tell the guy, George? No, I don't know how to get in touch with him. So I said, let me ask George. So I think they're good. I can't get cut with them. Boston told me my lawyer is the her lawyer is the judge. And it was not about the case. I have said, he said, when I said, I just got off with Charlie, he's worried about you. He wants to know what, oh, yes. We know you never asked anything about your brother, and she doesn't, and she told me she's a lawyer that she shouldn't have. And so we found out it's not true, but we just got off the phone with him.
And he had her attorney said,
I never told her that.
I never confronted that.
Right, no. So, I wrote this last night. We know you never asked anything about your brother. This is 8 o'clock last night. But we just got off the phone with him, and the first thing he asked was, how's Wendy holding up? I didn't have the heart to tell him that you never called up or asked about him. I just said, we weren't up to phone calls right now. Everyone wants to protect you. I bet you've got lots to think about. But then, she didn't answer. But then I got another call from Charlie. And I said, just got off the phone with Charlie. He is worried about you. He wants to know why we didn't speak. I told him a lie. I said, we're only speaking with you and Dan right now. I couldn't bear to tell them the truth. Your sister never even called us, is the truth. So she said, this morning, I thought she'd be racing over here last night. Dear Mom, I know you are upset by the verdict, but the anger directed at me is not justified. I don't know how much anger there is. Really don't. I'm not responsible in any way for Charlie's situation. I am not guilty because I did not do anything wrong, and I was not involved in any way with Danny's death. So she was. When I was interviewed by the police and testified in court, I told the truth, as I was required to do. I cannot control how the prosecutor used my statement to Charlie's trial. Again, I didn't say that. Also, as you know, my lawyer has advised me not to talk to my family or anyone else about this case. Now, about the case, which is true, he's never done it. I followed his advice despite your disagreements with this guidance. Please do not text me about this case anymore. Not about the case, is it? Not what I said. About her brother. And then he wants, how are you, Wendy? How's my sister holding up? Yes. If you have anything further to say about the case, please go through our lawyers. Right now, I have to be singularly focused on taking care of the boys during this difficult time. So I wrote back, okay, we have no desire to speak with you about the case. I guess Dad and I are just shocked that you didn't think of coming to see us or even calling us. We are your parents. We are and have always been there for you and the boys. None of what we wrote matters about the case. That's over. I just want you to know how many times Charlie's asking about you. Not only do you not ask about us, but not one question about Charlie, right? We will need to give you some information shortly, and we need some business assistance. Please let us know if you can be of any help. I have a space here. I want to propose. We're going to be gone. I want her to have all this information. I have the cemetery property. I want her to see all that. I want her to have all these papers and the wills. I want her to see all this. So please let us know if you can be of any help. The other thing is the visa, which she would know about. But no, I said we need some business assistance. Please let us know. If not, we'll try to find someone who can help us. This needs an immediate reply so I can start asking other people to help. And then she always gets nervous if we want to talk to her. So I wrote, don't get nervous. Again, nothing, in capital letters, nothing about the case. Just would like to show you some business stuff and personal things. If you can't do it, we must find someone who can. I hope you understand that it has nothing to do with the case. There is no more case. And then I wrote, by the way, you said you have to focus on the boys, like you told them. So when I got yours before, I said to him, because I was over there last night, I said, well, that's Wendy, but it hasn't got any words from her, so if you tell the boys. And he said, he did. Now I know Ben was very close. His writing to Charles over. So I said, how are they? He's been very quiet. He didn't really talk much. It was weeping time, space, is good, so he's at home. He's never coming back. And so, he did it for 10 minutes, and he was in the bathroom. It was fine. He's a child. That's okay. I don't want to see him invisible enough. That's not my goal. I just want to know how work is. So, that's what I did earlier, to do it, to get the technical stuff that I couldn't do on the computer, and it just was, we were out of it. So, I gave the computer person, so I said, can you help me with some computer stuff that I can't get done? And he was on some business calls, and so that he texted me just before I could read it, maybe 5:30, would that be good? I said, yes, but if I can get stuff done, let us know.
I totally agree.
We have the photos. We have to get them downloaded, and the other thing I don't understand, I'm not sure to help me with it, we've been looking it up over and over, if things change, if there is extradition from Vietnam. Because we've looked at all the places, I mean, I could go to Korea and China, but there's no extradition. But we're looking for places where there's no extradition. So, really? Maybe she knows that. Maybe she can look up the extradition issue before we go take their time. She was telling me that my parents were from a lawyer. But if you mention it to Wendy, Wendy gonna tell somebody. You tell her beforehand. I need to tell you something as an attorney who doesn't talk. It has nothing to do with the case. It just has to do with Mom and I. And some decisions that we have to make. Yeah, I know you want to bring it up and show her where everything is. Because if it's a plane crash, no one's going to know where anything is or who belongs to what. So I would like her to come up here so she can see it. I don't think that's asking too much. She can live 3 hours away. Every time she says, can you do this, can you come here, can you do this? Everything, how many times do we have plans that I know we can't cancel Wendy needs us for this, Wendy needs us to babysit? So we've been really good nannies, and I guess our job is done. Because now the boys are older, they can go out with friends, they can do things on their own. So she doesn't need grandma's grandpa. Okay, pretty hurtful. I have one son that I don't speak with. I have one son that's supposed to be in jail. And my daughter, whom I love, is doing this. I don't get it. I don't get it. I said to her, and please God, our family was cursed. So we cursed. And I don't know how to take care of it anymore. So. So I have to at night shut off the sound because it doesn't stop. I'm sure you what we did. I would tell you that you need an address to put on the visa. What was that? Nobody knows where we are, but everybody took some extra cold first, you know? Look up. She must be in a child. So, I have to go home. Yeah, I should have. Oh, you have to go on. Yes. This one's just called it the dance. With this one.
Attorney's concludes approach.
Harvey is expressionless during the recording. That is really bad for her. That's really bad for her. The other two people that were there that she was talking to, it's two of their close friends. So that call has a lot. That call has her talking about, oh, there she is. There's misdemeanor. Right here. In the say hi. Everybody wave to her. I bet Harvey is thinking, boy, do we look stupid. Yeah. That call has, talking about Wendy, talking about them leaving to non-extradition countries, talking about getting all their stuff together so they can get out of there.
Cattleman, you may continue with your examination.
All right, so are you aware of the date that Charlie Adelson was convicted?
Yes.
What was that date?
It was November the 6th of 2023.
And was this recording that we just heard that same day after the conviction?
It was the day after the conviction on 11/7, November 7th.
All right, and we hear on this call that there appear to be some plans to potentially go to Vietnam. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
And based on this recording, did you do some investigative work to try to look into whether that was in fact really going to happen?
I did.
Okay, and what did you learn?
We didn't hear the call for a couple of days, so it was a few days later. But I did check with another government agency to try to find out if there was an international travel planned. And ultimately, on the 13th, I believe it was, I was told that, yes, there was travel plans made.
Okay, and were the travel plans to Vietnam?
They were to go through Dubai, then to Vietnam.
And is Vietnam in fact a non-extradition country?
It is.
And is Dubai also non-extradition?
That's correct, it is.
Okay, and when was that travel plan supposed to occur?
On the evening of November the 13th, 23.
And were you able to intercept the defendant prior to taking off on that airplane?
I was.
And where did you do that?
At the Miami International Airport, right through the gate check as they were boarding the plane on the jet bridge is what they call it.
And that was on November 13th, 23?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, as part of your apprehension of the defendant, did you seize her cell phone that she was in possession of at the time of her arrest?
I did.
All right, and did she willingly allow you to do that?
No, she did not.
How did that go?
Yeah, Donna was like, I'll catch y'all later. I'll WhatsApp you. I don't know that they're going to play the video. I doubt it'll be allowed. I hope it is, but I doubt it'll be allowed. But we'll see. I would love for them to. If they don't, then we'll watch it at break, but I would love for them to show it. Especially when she tries to snatch her phone. You almost had it. What's so ironic about that too is that phone call, she literally said something about, you know, how Dan said, you may go through all this and get to the airport and they get you at the airport, but it's worth a try or whatever. When she was talking about it's worth a try. What's so ironic is that she said that and it's caught on that call, and then that's exactly what happened. Wild. Sanford has been on this for a while. He arrested Charlie.
The objection being withdrawn. Agent Sanford, you can answer the question if you recall what it was.
When you seized the defendant's cell phone, did she physically resist you?
Yes, she did.
Could you tell us about the physical resistance that she offered?
Yes, I reached out to the phone, and when I grabbed a hold of it, she pulled it away and said no, and then kept holding it away from me, trying to turn away from me. Another officer who was there arresting her actually grabbed her arm and held it, and then we were able to finally take the phone out of her hand, but she was still trying to keep it from us.
Right, and pursuant to her arrest, was there a search warrant executed at her residence at the Icon?
There was.
Okay, and did you handle that, or did another agent handle that?
Another police department handled it
Right.
locally.
And are you familiar with the items that were seized during that search warrant?
I am.
Okay, and was there a planner, 2023 day planner seized pursuant to that search warrant?
There was.
And have you had an opportunity to review that planner?
I have.
Okay. Was there a planner available for 2014 that was seized at the search warrant?
Not seized at the search warrant, no ma'am.
That planner was provided to the state attorney's office by the defendant's prior counsel, though. Do you recall that?
That's my understanding, yes.
Right. And did you review the copy of the 2014 planner, at least whatever was provided to our office by Ms. Adelson's attorney?
That's correct.
All right. I'm going to show you what I've marked
Not a planner. Tell me more.
as state's exhibit
She's a planner.
142.
The planner discussion has them all writing
Some
again.
redactions have been made based on the parties' agreement, but other than that, I would ask if those excerpts are fair and accurate.
Yes, they are.
Moving to evidence 142.
Any objection?
Objection.
States 142 is admitted.
In the 2014 planner, did Mrs. Adelson keep a lot of personal information and identifying information for members of her family and even, I think, some friends in there too?
She did.
Okay. And as part of that information in the 2014 planner, did you locate any information specific to Dan Markel's vehicle?
We did.
What information was that?
Is the 08 Accord on the left middle of the page, right there. It's the 08 Accord, and the tag number is 584YBM.
That's Dan Markel's tag number at the time of his murder?
It is.
Same vehicle that the killers pursued?
That's correct.
Oh. Oh.
The flight that the defendant was attempting to board at the time of her arrest, is that a one-way flight or a round-trip flight?
It was a one-way flight.
No further questions.
Wow.
Cross-examination.
Of course they need a moment. Of course they need a moment. Hold on. I want to go back since they need a moment and they take too long. I want to screenshot that. Y'all, that's not good. Hold on. I want to screenshot that. That's not. Oh, Donna. Oh, Donna, you're planning.
Tag number at the
Donna. Donna. Donna Sue, that ain't good for you. That ain't good. No airport video. We'll watch it on break. I figured they wouldn't show it. It's too prejudicial, so they're not going to show it, but at least they got to talk about it. Like, how many? Come on, dude. How are you not prepared?
The jury, before we move into the cross-examination, does anyone need to use the restroom? No hands have been raised.
We would request a brief recess, please.
Oh, of course you would. Of course you would.
Bailiff will take you to the jury room. Even though not requested, please use the restroom at this time.
How are they never prepared? You had all night. You had all night. How are you not prepared? How?
Everyone can be seated. We'll take a break for a few minutes until 10:20. If anyone does need to use the restroom or stretch your legs, this is your opportunity at this point. Bailiffs, if Mrs. Adelson does need to use the restroom as well, please take her at this time.
How are they not prepared? How? How? They had all night. They had all night. So annoying. Okay, let's pull up the arrest video. We'll watch that. Let me get it pulled up. So annoying. All right, let's see. have it saved in my stuff somewhere. I have way too much stuff saved. I need to, I'm scrolling through. Let me see. Where is it? Where is it? Ugh. Here, let me just see if I can find the closest one. All right, let me, oops, I hit the wrong button. Stop hitting buttons, Brandi.
Hi, how are you? You have an ID?
Cell phone? No, I don't want to give it to you. Why do I have to?
Because my attorney said not to.
Why do I have to give it to you? This is evidence. She's under arrest. I have to go with you. I have to go. I have to go.
Let me help you out, sir.
No, I have to stay. Please don't do this. Don't stay. You need to grab the bags. Take the bags. Yeah. And you need to wait outside. Okay.
My husband's almost 80 years old. He can't
Yeah, I
come with
can't.
me.
Please, can I go?
No, you can't join me there.
Oh, don't do this, please.
Please.
Oh,
Someone's
God.
got to help him get home. This is terrible. You can't do this. This is insane.
Is that okay with you?
Please, you don't have that with handcuffs on. She's not going anywhere. Please. Please.
Do you have anything in your pocket?
No, no.
Do you have anything of value in you?
No, I
Does she have a necklace on? You
Wanna
can
go?
take the
My-
necklace
I'll
off.
take
Yeah, take it off. Yeah.
And the earrings.
And the earrings, the rings, take everything. You give it to your husband. Because once you arrive at county jail, they're gonna make you remove all that.
Can I call my attorney?
You can.
You got the password already?
Where am I going?
Just open your finger.
Where am I going?
You're going to the Dade County jail.
Dade County jail.
Broward County, right?
No, this is right here, the one on top.
I'm sorry, remove your earrings? No.
1 minute.
Yeah, go back. Yeah, let's go back out and just.
You're making a mistake.
Okay.
It's another mistake. It's two
Do me a favor
mistakes.
and try to take the ring off. See if we can get this off for you.
Can you take it off, please, Donna? I don't
I don't want to hurt her. That's why I
Please.
take it off.
Just a minute. Just a minute.
Please.
It's getting there. Hold on. Listen to me.
Yeah. I'll call.
Get an Uber, go home.
I will.
Take
I will.
it easy.
I will.
All right?
Yes.
Yeah.
If there's anything else in her person that you want.
Look, she even there, she's telling him what to do. She's telling him what to do. She's like, get an Uber, go home, do this, do this. Honey, you're in handcuffs. He's taking your good jewelry and you got him replaced for some new fancy silver bracelets. You don't get to tell people what to do anymore.
Oh, it's coming, sweetheart. It's coming. Just a second.
Do you have her driver's license by any chance?
I'm sorry?
Her driver's
It's in my
Yeah.
purse.
Yeah.
How it is.
Yeah, then you could give it.
Sure. Do
It's
you need her
almost there.
passport? Or can I give it to the husband? The passport can I give it to the husband?
What's up?
Where is it?
It's in the blue and white, it's in the blue and white,
Yeah, but I'm gonna get a driver's license for it. Yeah.
And the license, the address on your license is correct?
yes.
She needs all her, she needs all her. When she goes,
They're in
when she goes to the jail, they work together.
They're all in here though.
Yes, they work, if I take them here, what will happen is when you go there, they possibly toss them out. So when you go to there, you will meet the nurse and the doctor, and then they'll work in conjunction with the hospital to get you whatever you need.
Yeah, but I don't have a list with me, I know what
Driver's license? Yes.
I have a,
Is it multiple or is just one or two?
it's, no, there's a bag of medication in here. Is that what you're asking me?
She can take medication. No, I know. I was just trying to find out if it was like one or two. Yeah, if it was one or two, then she maybe could take the name down.
Do you need anything else from her?
Can I ask
So
you
we're good to
something?
go?
Can someone just get my husband outside and
So I'll get out. Guys, gentlemen.
She is. She is mid-arrest and telling the officers what to do. I just want everybody to take a moment and let that sink in. This old heifer is mid-arrest and telling the officers what to do.
Here will assist them in any way. They're in my pocket. I'll be okay.
I have the ring, hold on.
Let me have the ring, please. No, I'll
That's crazy.
Okay.
All right, so I don't have the meds, honey, they're all in here.
Give me 1 moment, please. Hold the body. 1 moment.
Thank you.
That's the thing. My husband is a doctor. He's a very successful doctor, but he's not capable of getting out of the airport. Can somebody help him? If you can't get out of an airport with all those signs in all those different languages, you don't need to be touching my teeth. Stay away from my mouth, sir.
Airport 30 here too.
The jazz music playing in the background. The jazz music playing in the background. I don't know about y'all. I love a good jazz tune with an arrest. It's like, you know, this is a good soundtrack for this. The music is everything. Mood music is a thing.
All units, please adjourn.
Go out or?
This makes Harvey's jazz hands even more exciting. It really does. It's like jazz music to the perp walk, jazz hands on the first day of court. This is all, it's all coming together. Miami. Look, that guy was on his phone and literally almost ran into all of them, including the perp. Hold on. Did you see that? He was on his phone and then he looked up and was like, oh. The cop was like, sir, please. And he's like, oh, my bad. I was just texting and jamming out to this jazz music.
You get ready. You have your case number, Kiki? No. Okay. All right.
Not even if you play a chat, like, is that like a flute?
Yeah. I'm going to 06 from now, from here, and then I'll get the case number for the video.
Okay, this lady looks so cute. Hold on. Look at... Shout out to her in her adorable outfit with her heels. I have never worn heels in an airport, but she looks adorable with her gray pants and her heels. Like that, look at that. Shout out to you, young lady. You look adorable. All right, let me get back to court because I think, well, let me make sure that we're not missing anything. It's still alive. Let me move this over here so I can watch it, so we can swap it back over. Ah, wrong button. They're coming back.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, before the cross-examination begins, the state is going to ask one additional matter or a few additional matters to Agent Sanford. You may inquire.
Agent Sanford, apparently I managed to confuse and or misspeak regarding the planners. So the planners are a physical book that contain handwritten notes, correct?
Correct. It's like a yearly calendar that has days, individual days on it that you can write notes under each day.
And the planner that was seized, or at least one of the planners that was seized at the search warrant in 2023 was the 2023 planner, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's an item that was seized by another agent, not you.
That's correct.
Okay. But you also came into possession of the 2014 planner, which is the planner from the year of the murder, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And some or all of that planner was provided by Mrs. Adelson's prior attorney,
Correct.
not pursuant to the search warrant.
That's correct.
Okay.
They said
And
that.
it is in that planner from 2014 where Dan Markel's tag number was recorded.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And on that exhibit, states exhibit 142. Very small, but I am able to see the year here on the front page, 2014, right?
Yes, ma'am.
July 14, that's showing you like the next upcoming months.
Correct.
This is for June.
That's
Yes.
correct.
Okay, but in the very back of that planner, there's a place for names and addresses and notes. Is that where you located the information regarding Dan Markel's tag number?
That's correct. It's after all the calendar months. It's the notes section in the back.
All right. Thank you, Judge, that's all.
Cross-examination.
If he says I need a moment, I'm gonna. Unreal. They just take their time. What are we? What?
Trip over that. I try to approach you, so I'm trying to get in front of it.
Bruh.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Been testifying for quite some time.
Yes, ma'am.
Listened to a lot of phone calls.
We have.
Now it's cross-examination, so on behalf of Mrs. Adelson, I need to talk to you about those things.
Yes, ma'am.
We may replay all of them.
I'm
kidding, I'm not gonna do that.
Thank you.
Thank God.
I wouldn't do that to anybody in this room. But I do have some questions. I can't remember if you testified to it on direct or not, but you're the lead investigator in this case, correct?
For the Federal Bureau of Investigation, I am.
Thank you. And I don't think you said exactly, I remember you said you got involved early on. What does early on mean with respect to the date that Dan Markel was killed?
I believe the homicide occurred on a Friday. I was called on Monday, that following Monday, so the 18th, 19th, 20th,
Okay.
around the 21st.
Thank you. And when you became involved, who kind of updated you with, here's what we got, and to discuss with you your input of where it should go?
I got the initial call from investigator Scott Cherry. He initially called me and asked me to assist with some leads, basically outside the state of Florida, basically, and outside of Tallahassee.
Okay. All right. You're obviously here testifying for the state,
Yes, ma'am.
so I'm not sure we're going to agree on everything. Is that fair? But I think you could agree with me that my client, Donna Adelson, when she has something on her mind, I mean, you've reviewed the materials, right? The emails, and you listen to the phone calls and text messages, etc.
Yes, ma'am.
If she's got something to say, something on her mind, she writes about it, and she writes a lot about it. Is that fair to say?
Sometimes, yes. Yes. On
Okay.
certain matters, yes.
Okay. And kind of the opposite of that, her son, Charlie Adelson, when he's got something on his mind, he can't shut up, can he?
That's correct.
I mean, he sometimes goes on forever, and in these phone calls, you can actually hear his mother, Donna, just going, yeah, and then finally, when she can, she changes the subject, right?
That's correct.
And from all of the phone records that you have reviewed, not just for this time period, they talk on the phone a lot, don't they?
They do.
Okay. And when they talk, sometimes they talk for a long time, right?
That's correct.
Would you agree with me that sometimes if you don't hear an entire conversation and you just hear a little part of it, you might not be able to put that into context with what the discussion is? Is that fair?
That's sometimes fair, yes.
Okay. You said that there were leads that you were gonna follow up, with respect to folks who were outside of the state of Florida, right?
Yes, ma'am, among other leads.
Okay, and I don't wanna put words in your mouth, but, were those witnesses or those suspects?
Some of both.
Okay.
We were also trying to track down the green Prius, so there were quite literally thousands of green Priuses throughout the state and the country that were potential suspect vehicles.
Okay, so you followed up on leads of where green Priuses were outside the state of Florida, is that fair to say?
Outside and inside.
Okay.
Outside of Tallahassee is fair to say.
Okay, all right. Let's see here. Just some notes about some of the calls. Would you agree that there were several times in those calls where people were talking about traffic, how heavy the traffic was in one location or another? I think Katie does it some and Charlie does it some. Do you recall that?
Talking about traffic in South Florida?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
This is where we're going.
Now, during the calls that we listened to, these are wiretap calls that have been recorded. That was your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And during those calls, at the point that Charlie Adelson starts to be pretty concerned about what the heck is going on, why is my family continuing to be contacted about that, you can see a change in his demeanor, right?
Certain calls you could, yes.
I mean, there are a couple calls between him and Katie where he's pretty angry, and he's letting her know that something needs to be done. Somebody needs to call this number and figure out what's going on, right?
His characterization of being angry, I don't know about, but yes, he was trying to encourage her to find out who was doing this, correct?
And I mean, yeah, I don't want you to gauge somebody's character, but I mean, he was getting aggressive with her. Is that fair to say?
I don't think he was, in my opinion, if that's what you're asking me, my opinion is, I don't think he was angry at her. I think he was upset with the situation.
Right, he was showing that.
Yes, he was being, yeah, he was showing that he was not happy.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, so maybe his anger isn't at her, but he's wanting her to do something that's not been done, so he keeps on about it, right?
Yes, he's very anxious. Yes, I would agree with that.
And in some of the calls with her, he shows concern about whether this is somebody related to the people who have committed the killing. Maybe it's the police, but he's letting her know that he's concerned that this might be somebody who's involved some way, right?
I agree.
When they're talking about the brother in Broward County, Katie, you can tell in those calls, she knows Luis Rivera has been incarcerated in Broward County, and now she's getting concerned, right?
Right, she's concerned. I wasn't so sure he was catching on to that part of it.
Yeah, not that it was Luis Rivera, but
Right.
but he was concerned about it, and then she became concerned about it.
That's correct.
And his discussions about being worried about it, those were with Katie, correct?
That's correct.
When he talks to his mother, he's always reassuring her everything's fine. Sometimes it's 99% sure, 100% sure, 1,000% sure. He's got all these percentages, but he's telling his mother there's nothing to worry about. Nobody's coming after you. You're okay.
That's correct.
All right, so this investigation was pretty lengthy, fair to say.
That's fair to say.
All right, and you were involved in the investigation, I guess it would be the Monday after the homicide through Mrs. Adelson's arrest, correct?
Going through today, yes, ma'am.
Okay, we want to talk about the period from when Danny Markel was killed. I should say we want to talk about, my questions are going to relate to from the date that Danny Markel was killed through the date of her arrest.
Okay.
And I know you got records, some people's records, phone records, et cetera, that were from prior to Danny being killed, correct?
Correct.
Emails, et cetera.
Correct.
And my questioning will address those as well, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Ay, ay, ay.
I want to ask you a question. You have testified about getting a wiretap, right?
I didn't personally get the wiretap, but I've testified about the wiretap. Correct.
One was obtained in this case.
That's correct.
And when I say in this case, I'm not referring to Donna Adelson. I'm referring to, there's a lot of co-conspirators that are alleged, right?
Correct.
And wiretaps were approved by the court for 2 people in the case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So the only wiretaps you got from the date of Danny Markel's homicide through Mrs. Adelson being arrested were on Charlie Adelson, correct?
Correct.
And Catherine Magbanawa, right?
The only ones we got on this case were. That's correct.
All right. And in this case, I mean, who I just included. I mean, you testified Luis Rivera was arrested, correct?
Correct.
And he entered a plea deal,
Correct.
okay? And Sigfredo Garcia, the one who did the killing, he was arrested.
That's correct.
And convicted. And we'll go back to that in a minute. Then you got who? Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanawa, right?
That's correct.
And then you have Mrs. Adelson who's been charged, correct?
Correct.
So of those 5 people, the only wiretaps you ever got were on Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanawa, correct?
That's correct. There was a previous wiretap on Luis Rivera.
Okay, all right. When you say previous, what is that time period?
That was in 2014 and I think went into 2015.
Okay. So it was one wiretap that you got that was extended.
It was not our wiretap. It was a different agency's wiretap that
Okay.
were investigating him for the crime that he was incarcerated for.
Okay, not for this case.
Not for this case.
Okay.
Correct. But there were available recordings that we reviewed
Okay,
of his wiretap
okay, all right.
that assisted us with this investigation.
Okay, thank you. And to get a wiretap, there's a process you have to go through, right?
Correct.
An affidavit or basically showing probable cause has to be submitted to the court, correct?
That's correct.
A petition for a wiretap has to be submitted to the court,
Yes.
and the court reviews it, and if the court approves it based on the probable cause and the petition, here in this case, it was granted twice, right?
That's correct.
And in what has to be shown in this affidavit is probable cause, right?
Correct.
And what is your working knowledge of what probable cause means?
My working knowledge?
Yes, sir.
It's evidence that is built upon, that is, shows a pattern of what can be beyond a reasonable doubt, not beyond a reasonable doubt, but brings upon reasonable suspicion upon something.
Okay, great. So I'm glad you clarified that. A probable cause affidavit is basically you have evidence that a crime has been committed, correct?
Correct.
And the particular person who's the suspect in that affidavit is probably the person who committed the crime. Is that kind of a fair way to say it?
That's one way to say it, yes.
Okay, all right. Not beyond a reasonable doubt.
No, not beyond reasonable doubt.
Okay, and when you get an arrest warrant, it's the same thing. It's just probable cause, correct?
Correct.
Not beyond a reasonable doubt.
That's correct.
Okay.
Hi.
Now, I don't think you were asked about it specifically, but as the lead investigator on the case, you're familiar with the circumstances of Mr. Markel being killed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, he was followed by Sigfredo and Garcia and Luis Rivera the day of his murder.
Yes, ma'am.
They followed him from his house to the preschool that the children went to, right?
Correct.
They watched him walk the children into the school, correct?
That's correct.
And then when he left the school and went to the gym, they followed him there, right?
Correct.
And after he was done with the gym, they followed him to his home.
That's correct.
Okay. And during the course of this morning, besides those actions, what's happening is there's communication between Dan Markel and Wendy Adelson, right?
That's correct.
And they're exes at this time. The divorce is final, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I think the communication that was spoken of here was Danny Markel, he leaves a voicemail for Wendy that morning, right?
I believe so. That's correct.
I can't recall if you were the witness where that was played or not, were you?
No, ma'am.
Have you listened to it?
It's been a long time ago.
Would you agree with me that it was a pretty pleasant message?
I can't disagree with that.
Okay, I mean, Mr. Markel was being friendly about, he and Wendy potentially getting together to discuss one of the children's school that they might be going to, right?
Yes.
He even
yes.
suggests, I think, that they could meet at the school and take a walk and talk about it, right?
I don't recall that part, but it was pleasant.
Okay. You are familiar with the text messages that took place between them after that phone call, right?
It's been years since I've looked at them.
Okay. You're not going to be able to answer any of my questions about those then?
I might not be able to. You can try.
We got other witnesses. We'll go on. Okay.
Okay.
Based on all of the evidence in the case, Mr. Markel didn't know what was happening, did he?
He didn't know what was going to happen to him?
Right.
No, ma'am, I don't believe he did.
He didn't know he was being followed. You don't have any evidence that he was aware of that.
No, ma'am, we do not believe that.
Okay, and you have surveillance footage at the daycare, right?
Not at the daycare, at the gym and some cross traffic cameras. I don't remember the daycare.
Okay, I might have misspoken on that. I apologize.
Okay.
But Mr. Markel, being unaware of what was going to happen to him that morning, he was just kind of going about life as usual. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
When he took his children to the preschool and hugged and kissed them and sent them on in the room, he didn't know that was the last time he was going to see them.
He did not.
And those children certainly didn't know that was the last time they were ever in their lives going to see their father.
No, they didn't.
And we've gone through, they go to the gym, they follow Sigfredo Garcia, and sometimes I mess up their names, Luis Rivera,
Yes, ma'am.
follow
Yeah.
him
You got in trouble
their
for that, ma'am.
car back to his home, right?
Correct.
And the evidence is that Sigfredo Garcia, they pull up behind Mr. Markel in his driveway, right?
Correct.
And the car's still running, Mr. Markel is still inside of it, and from the evidence you're aware of, he was talking on the phone to someone.
That's correct.
And he at least is alerted from the evidence that you obtained that somebody is in his driveway and he doesn't know who it is, right?
That's correct.
And from the evidence that you have reviewed, what happens is Sigfredo Garcia exits the car and he goes up and through the glass shoots Danny Markel twice, right?
Correct.
Once in the cheek area and one time almost right between the eyes.
That's correct.
Like, is she asking because
So
she
the
doesn't remember? Like, what are we
investigation
doing?
really begins in the case when the neighbor, I think his name was Mr. Geiger, he calls 911, correct?
Correct.
And he's already testified to what transpired that made him make that call to 911. But as soon as 911 is called, the investigation starts. Is that fair to say?
I'd agree with that.
Okay, law enforcement was on the scene. There were a bunch of cars, right?
Correct.
And crime scene tape was put up so that the crime scene would be secure and evidence wouldn't be tampered with or trampled over, whatever. Is that right?
That's correct.
Cars were not allowed to go up towards the house, right?
That's my understanding.
Okay. But people who drove up to the crime scene tape and could turn around in your investigation, they would be able to see these cars sitting out there in front of Mr. Markel's house, right?
It depends on which side of the street you're on, I believe, but I was not at the scene, so I can't really
Have you
testify
reviewed-
to that.
Okay, have you reviewed the pictures?
I have seen pictures.
Okay. Now, I don't recall what time it is, but sometime in the afternoon, I think it was TPD, located Wendy Adelson having lunch with some friends, right?
That was TPD, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and they took her back to TPD and they spoke to her, right?
They did.
Okay, you're aware of that interview?
I am.
Have you observed it?
I have.
Okay. And during the course of that interview, which is several hours long, right?
I believe so. It's been a
Okay.
while.
Okay. There are times when she's sitting in the room with a victim advocate alone, correct?
Correct.
Sometimes, I don't remember, was he Detective Investigator Isom?
Investigator Isom.
Investigator
yes, ma'am.
Isom comes in and speaks to her some, right?
Correct.
Sherry Bennett comes in and talks to her about some things from TPD, correct?
I don't believe so.
That's okay. We'll have another witness.
Okay.
But you agree people are coming and going out of the room.
Yes, ma'am.
And Wendy Adelson, there are many Adelsons, so I'll stop saying Mrs., I'll give their first names, okay? Wendy Adelson is recorded from the time she gets into that room until they are done speaking to her and she's going to be permitted to leave, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and during the course of her being interviewed, she says many things, but she certainly says that Mr. Markel's parents are going to think that she did it, right?
I believe that's correct.
And then she starts answering questions about who it is that possibly could have done this to Mr. Markel, and she gives lots of choices. Maybe it's an angry student, right?
Right.
Maybe it's someone that got upset with him, right?
Right.
And when she talks about her family, she said that her brother had previously joked that he was going to get a hitman, but instead it was cheaper to get her a TV, correct?
Correct.
And when asked about who was angry, she said that her parents disliked him more than anyone. Those were her statements, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and from that date that she's interviewed there and she gives statements, fair to say that her family become suspects.
It depends on whose definition of suspects you have, but they are persons of interest.
Persons of interest, okay, from that time period.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How many suspects did you have from the time Mr. Markel was killed through Donna Adelson being arrested?
Suspects?
Yes, sir.
I would call them persons of interest. We had-
I'm sorry, we'll use your word.
Yeah, we had a lot of persons of interest throughout the case.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you a number, but there was numerous.
You followed up on numerous persons of interest.
Yes, ma'am.
How long were there numerous persons of interest before you were focused in on the Adelson family?
About a year.
A year?
Yes, ma'am.
So you didn't consider in the first year the Adelson family as persons of interest?
I considered them. You asked me if I was focused, and I was focused about a year in.
Okay. On them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There was an investigation going on regarding the Adelsons from the time that Wendy started saying these comments, right?
They were part of the investigation.
Okay. I mean, bank records were obtained very early on the Adelson family, correct?
That's correct.
And those were updated throughout the entire investigation, right?
There was different times during the investigation they were updated. After they became main suspects and we identified Louis Rivera, we definitely did then.
And starting on July the 21st of 2014, up through the day that Donna Adelson was arrested, you stayed actively involved in the investigation, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, you were even there when she was arrested, correct?
I was there on every single arrest. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
You're invested in the case because you were the lead investigator.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have you ever made a mistake in your work?
Sure.
Have you ever initially assumed that one person might be a suspect or a person of interest, and later it turned out that they were not the one that committed the crime?
Not a suspect, no, ma'am.
No? Not a person of interest?
Maybe a person of interest, yes. Not a suspect.
You've been right from the time you thought that they were a person of interest through them being arrested? Not made a mistake?
As a suspect I deem as somebody we have probable cause on.
Okay.
What is she making? Like what is she making notes? You can hear her writing. What are you making notes? Did you not know that? Is this your first time hearing that? Are we not?
All right. So
what's happening?
Not just TPD, and not just you with the FBI. There were several agencies who were involved in this investigation. Is that fair to say?
Not for the investigation. I would disagree with that.
You
There
would.
was-
So the state attorney's office investigator was not involved in the investigation of this case?
Later on he was, but there's not several agencies. There was just a few that assisted. Yes.
Well, the Miami-Dade Police Department got involved, did they not?
They assisted, correct.
And they assisted with the search warrant in Mrs. Adelson, Donna Adelson's home, right?
That's correct.
They were there when she was arrested. Is that right?
I believe that was the Miami-Dade, There's different agencies down there, so
Yeah.
different agencies would assist when We needed help, yes.
So some agency down there was there for her arrest.
Right. What I'm saying is there's not a bunch of agencies who were invested in the case throughout the entire investigation.
Oh, sure.
There
I
were
mean,
several that assisted.
There
yes.
are main investigative agencies, yourself and TPD.
Yes, correct.
But there were others who were involved as well.
That were involved that assisted us, yes.
Right. Even the Florida Department of Law Enforcement was involved in assisting, right?
That's correct.
And so, fair to say you had resources that were beyond just TPD, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the evidence that's been collected in this case has been for years, right?
Correct.
I mean, we're like, at this point, unfortunately, Mr. Markel has been gone for, is my math right, 11 years?
Yes, ma'am.
And the different kinds of evidence that was obtained in this case include a lot of emails.
I'd agree with that.
One witness testified that there were hundreds.
You know how I said they wouldn't possibly go through all the calls again? Well, she's not. But she's going through literally every single other thing, including but not limited to surveillance information that she got wrong. Did they block off the crime scene? Did they do this? You've been an officer. What is a suspect? Oh, let me write that down. You can hear her pen writing when he explains what a suspect is. Ma'am, you were a judge. I have 0 days of law school. You have a whole bunch of them. Why do we need to take notes on that? Why do we need to walk through all of this? What are we doing here? You know, this would be the kind of situation where I would worry about somebody not being able to get out of an airport by themselves, not the dentist. This is different. What are we doing here?
Hundreds of thousands of emails that were obtained in this case.
I don't know what another witness testified to this.
No, I'm asking your knowledge. You're aware that there were hundreds of thousands.
I do know that, yes.
Okay.
I can put her on 1.25
And in addition
speed
to
now.
having these emails, you
Love this for us.
also recovered a lot of text messages, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, hundreds of thousands of emails, I can tell you from my experience in this case, that's not easy to go through, is it?
No, ma'am.
So were a lot of people involved in reviewing the emails for the investigation?
TPD had people that reviewed the emails.
Okay. And I'm sure you're not familiar with all hundreds of thousands of them. Is that fair to say?
That's very fair to say.
The ones that have been presented here with the state and you going over with them, preparing for court, some of them have been introduced into evidence, right?
That's
There's
correct.
that.
And also, in addition to that, there are, even though you don't have recorded calls until the bump, I guess?
That's fair to say. I could be mistaken, but I think that's probably the first recorded
And
calls.
when I say recorded calls, I mean the wire calls. That's what you have, that you've testified to here in court.
We had some wire calls prior to the bump, like about a week before the bump.
Mr. Rivera, are you referring to?
No, ma'am. We started the wire before the bump.
Okay, give me those dates.
I can refresh my note, look
Please
at my
do.
notes, refresh my memory.
Yeah, please do.
It looks like 4/8 of 16 is when we started the wire on Mr. Adelson, Mr. Charlie Adelson, and Catherine McMahon.
And that went all the way through, is it June the 7th?
I should refer to my notes again.
Please do.
I don't have that on my timeline, but that sounds about right. June 7th is when, well, actually, I do have. So we did actually get another couple of wires after Sigfredo was arrested. I'm sorry, after I interviewed Mr. Garcia. He went and bought 2 burner phones, and we went up on those phones also.
Okay.
As he was arrested, I interviewed him, released him, he went and bought 2 burner phones, we went up on those phones also, and then we ended up arresting him, and then shortly after that, we went down on all the wires, on the 2 wires and his 2 burner phones.
Okay. With respect to Charlie Adelson and Catherine McBanois, those ended around June the 7th, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I believe that's correct.
Okay. In addition to those recorded calls that you have, you also, in this investigation, have what's called call detail records from even before Mr. Markel was killed, right?
Yeah, it's called detail records showing the calls back and forth 8 times. Just, yes, ma'am.
Not just back and forth between people here, but other people too.
Right, all their phone, it's their phone records, it's no content, is what it is. It's
Correct.
called detail records. Yes, ma'am.
So you got those for an extended period of time, right?
We did.
Many years.
Yes, ma'am.
And you talked about TPD reviewing the emails, the hundreds of thousands of emails. How about the recorded calls? Was someone listening in on those
Which recorded calls?
for the bump?
So you're talking about the wire calls?
Yes. Mhm.
Yes, we had people that had to live monitor those calls. We can't just record them without somebody sitting there and listening to them. They have to minimize them as they go.
Let's talk about minimizing. Minimizing is when there's a point in a call where something's being discussed that's not.
No. No. Minimizing is what you do every time you talk about your client's role in Dan's murder. Minimizing is what you do when you try to pretend that sweet little old granny with her headphones on wrong isn't capable of being a criminal mastermind. Minimizing is what you do every single time you talk about anything to do with your client, ma'am. That's what minimizing is. But continue.
Relevant to your investigation, is that fair to say?
That's fair.
And so the minimization takes place in that click. We're not recording that part. We're not listening to the part. How does that work?
Yeah, they hit a button and it stops recording and stops listening.
Okay.
And then they give a certain amount of time, they go back in and start listening again to see if there's anything relevant
Okay.
to the conversation.
All right. And in some of these calls that have been admitted, they could be extended calls, many minutes, but there's only a very short period.
That is the perfect example of minimizing. Minimizing is when you have a derogatory name that you use to refer to Dan Markel, and you say, it's just a silly nickname. It's just silly.
Time that's relevant to this case. Is that fair to say?
That's that officer who's actually monitoring at that time. That's their determination. So they've been instructed on how to do the minimization, and they listen to the best of their knowledge, and they make those determinations of whether they think it's relevant or not.
Okay. But you would agree that some of these calls, well, let's just give an example. There's a call on April the 15th of 2016, if you look at your summary, 8:32 p.m. And it says it's 50 minutes and 9 seconds. Do you see that?
You said April 15th, you get the call number?
2016, oh, I'm sorry, it's 989.
Oh, perfect. Yes, ma'am, I see it. 50 minutes long, yes, ma'am.
For 50 minutes, they're talking, but they're not talking about this case for 50 minutes, fair to say?
Fair to say they're not talking about this case in regards to the actual, I would say it's relevant to the case.
It's relevant to the case.
Yes, ma'am.
So if they're talking about Charlie wanting to buy a go-kart and become a professional go-kart driver, that's relevant to the case?
I believe some of that was minimized.
Right. So my point is, if it's a 50-minute call, that doesn't mean the 50 minutes are about this case, right?
No, all 50 minutes of it? No, ma'am.
Okay. So we may have heard 2 minutes in some of these calls that say they're lengthy.
Correct.
I mean, some of the calls we listen to completely, 10-minute calls, 15-minute calls, we listen to entirely, right?
Some of them we did, yes.
Okay, but most of them we're looking at segments, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So where it says the duration of the call, you're not saying that the duration is they've spoken on the phone about this case for that period of time?
No, ma'am, not at all.
Okay.
We heard the calls. We heard the calls. We heard the calls.
I know I'm going to get this wrong because
Probably.
just because I get things wrong.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to pronounce this right. I can't remember. Is it Jeffrey Lacoste, was something?
I say Lacoste, but
Okay,
I don't know
Lacoste.
either.
All right. Was he a person of interest?
I didn't deal with Mr. Lacoste. I never interviewed him. I had no real dealings with him, so
As far as your knowledge in the investigation, was he a person of interest?
He
at
was
some point
quickly
I'm sure
cleared.
he was.
Okay.
He was quickly cleared.
Wendy Adelson, in her interview, didn't actually offer up Jeff Lacoste as a suspect, did she?
I don't know what you mean, offer him up as a suspect.
Well, when law enforcement's asking her who could have done this, she doesn't say, oh, I've got this boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, Jeff Lacoste, and he probably did it. She doesn't say that, does she?
I don't believe so.
In fact, she has a friend come into the interview room with her. You recall that?
Not really.
You don't?
No.
Okay, that's okay. We'll get him to play it. You recall that it's that friend who says Jeff Lacoste.
I don't.
That's okay. We'll
Sorry.
play it. How many witnesses do you think you interviewed?
Witnesses?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure. I couldn't even.
Hundreds?
No, not hundreds. No,
Less than 50?
less than 50.
25?
He just said he doesn't
Witnesses?
know.
Yeah, definitely less than 25.
Okay. And what about persons of interest? How many did you interview?
Me personally,
Yes, sir.
just a handful.
Handful. There was a call, RR, and that's, there's so many calls, that's not gonna ring a bell to you, I'm sure. I'm not even sure if looking at your summary, it's gonna ring a bell. But you were here when the calls were played, obviously.
Yes, ma'am.
And call RR is on April the 29th of 2016, between Catherine McVanois and Charlie Adelson. It says the duration is 10 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall that there was a call played, a recording played yesterday, where they're talking and there are some pretty inappropriate comments about her breasts? That's not how he or she referred to them, but you remember that call?
I do.
And at that time, Catherine McVanois is going into Charlie Adelson's garage. You recall that?
I do.
Do you remember him telling her to take off her shirt so that she would know how to get into the garage?
Yes, ma'am.
And you know from your investigation, the reference for that is she has a tattoo on her ribs that is 1214, and that happens to be his garage code, correct?
That's what I've been told. I haven't seen it.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the information that was obtained in these recorded calls was used in your investigation to determine if you're moving forward on a person or not? Is that fair to say?
That was a piece of it.
Okay.
Yes.
It was. Charlie Adelson, in the Dolce Vita recording, that was played with you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's where Katie and Charlie are meeting at a restaurant, right?
Correct.
April 20th of 2016.
Yes, ma'am. Sounds right.
And in addition to a recording inside the restaurant where they're talking, I guess there's some pictures also, right?
Inside the restaurant?
Outside the restaurant, they take pictures.
Outside the restaurant when they were on the sidewalk. Yes, ma'am.
That's before or after they go inside?
After.
Okay, so they go inside and they're there for an extended period of time, is that fair to say?
Correct.
And there's one or more agent or officer of some sort in there with concealed recording devices trying to capture their conversation, right?
Correct.
And you recall that in Dolce Vita, Charlie tells Katie, trust me, I'll keep you full time, so you're gonna get your checks. He says that, doesn't he?
I believe he did. Yes.
And you considered that as part of your investigation?
Consider that statement?
Yes.
Sure. Sure.
Okay.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
Okay, so we've had the agencies that have helped in some way, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And TPD was responsible for reviewing the emails. Who was responsible for listening to the calls?
It was TPD was monitoring the calls. They had officers assigned to shifts
Okay.
monitoring the calls
And they did-
live.
Live, they did it around the clock, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And
Well,
it-
I don't remember. I don't recall doing a night shift, a late night shift, but we could have. I don't remember.
Okay, many hours a day.
9 years
They're
ago.
listening in on all the phone calls of McVanois and Charlie Adelson. Is that
Yes,
fair to
ma'am.
say? Okay.
Correct.
And these people who are listening in, how are they getting the information to the investigators on the case when they hear something they think is relevant? How does that process work?
There's different ways. Sometimes they would call us directly. Sometimes myself or Investigator Ison would be in there, or other people on the squad would be in there, or they would relay the information through different means.
Okay, and you say in there, you mean actually in there where they're listening to the call?
In the wire room, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and were you actually listening in on the calls as well?
No, ma'am. I was mostly in South Florida
Okay.
during a lot of the wire. I
Okay.
would go in there and review calls because we can go in there and they would mark them pertinent, what was pertinent, non-pertinent. So we would have to go in and listen to calls that had already been made and recorded, and that's where we would have to go to listen to them.
Okay, when you say mark permanent, what did you say?
Pertinent.
Pertinent, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Pertinent or not pertinent? You said they're marked that way. Did you get some kind of printout or something that showed you that?
There's a database, computer database, that we could go in and log in and see these calls listed. Yes, ma'am.
And so yourself and ISOM and maybe others had access to go in and listen, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If there was something really urgent, is somebody letting you know that right away?
Yes.
Now we're in
usually
real
we
time
had-
again.
They left them instructions
Okay.
to do that.
And
yes.
something urgent would be, oh my goodness, somebody's meeting up, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so the resources that you had in South Florida at the time, including yourself, is some of these people are going to be meeting up. We need to go see what we can capture. Is that right?
There was a short period after the bump that we did that, not throughout a long period of time, of course.
Sure, right. Okay. During the bump that's going on, that I'm referring to the bump as not just the day they meet on the street, but that period of time where you have the wire live down there, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and during that period of time, yourself, you were there. Were there other people on standby to assist you?
I had some other FBI agents that are assigned to Miami Division that were assisting me.
Including the individuals who went in and did the recordings. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. And you said you were there for some of them. Which ones were you there for?
For some of what?
The meetings that were recorded.
I was there for the bump. I was there for the next day meeting with Mrs. Adelson and Mr. Charlie Adelson when they met on the boardwalk. I was there, I was in South Florida the whole time. Whether I was physically at the meeting, it's hard to say. I was outside of Dolce Vita. I did not go in because I had already been close to Mr. Adelson and Mrs. Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson the day that they met on the boardwalk. I was pretty close to them, so I wasn't sure if they noticed me or not. So I didn't go back in and get close to them again after that. So I did not go into Dolce Vita. I did not go into Matsuri. I was outside, but not inside the restaurants.
Okay. And when you said you'd already been close to them, you mean in proximity, not that they were aware of you and what your job was?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And also in this case, there was use of, I guess, firearms experts? Was that at FDLE?
That would have been FDLE.
And the purpose of that in the investigation was to determine if both of the
None of this is
projectiles
relevant.
came from the same weapon,
None
right?
of this
I
matters.
don't believe we had that examination done.
That's okay. If you don't recall it, we'll
'Cause we
talk about that
didn't-
from somebody else. Yes,
We
sir.
didn't recover the weapon, so we did not have a.
None of this matters.
We didn't have the weapon,
Compare.
right,
Right,
right.
to
But
compare.
you can compare two projectiles from the markings on them to see if they came from the
You
same
could.
weapon. Okay,
Correct.
all right. And you said you had surveillance videos from the gym,
From Premier Gym, yes, ma'am.
okay? Where else did you have surveillance video footage?
At which point?
Any point in this
The
investigation?
whole investigation?
Yes, sir.
Oh, wow. I know we had some traffic cameras.
I know this heifer did not just ask him to list out all video surveillance that they have throughout the course of this years-long investigation. She's bringing up ballistics experts. She's bringing up ballistics experts. That has nothing to do with your client's role in this. Nobody is arguing who shot Dan Markel. Nobody. Not one person. Not one person. In fact, one of the hitmen took the stand and told us. Why do we need to question him about ballistics experts? Why? If you're wanting to walk through and try to suggest that this wasn't a thorough enough investigation, you're going about it the wrong way. Respectfully, with my 0 days of law school. Because I can tell you, as a juror, I would be like reciting, you know, the alphabet, or thinking about what I have to do tonight, or like, you know, making up in my head what other people in the gallery are thinking, because I do that a lot. It's a weird thing. But I would be doing everything but listening. I would be tuned out completely by this point. Just focus on the evidence.
From the time of his drive,
You're talking about when
Mr. Markel was driving the kids to the daycare,
right?
and when he was driving to the gym.
Okay.
We had bus surveillance video.
Okay.
You referred to surveillance video. We had some surveillance video of inside Dolce Vita, along with the recording. We had some recordings of when they came out of Dolce Vita. That's all I can recall right now. I'm sure there's probably more.
Probably more.
Possibly.
Okay.
Oh, surveillance video from the bank when I located Mr. Rivera and Mr. Garcia going to the bank immediately following the homicide on the way back from Tallahassee. They stopped at a bank in an ATM.
Right.
Got surveillance video from that ATM.
Right. Let me ask you this. The co-conspirators is how I refer to them, the co-conspirators that have been tried and convicted. The first question is, were they followed prior to their arrests?
The ones, which ones specifically?
Any of the ones that have been tried and convicted?
Followed prior to their arrest?
Yes.
Like the day of their arrest, or
No,
anytime?
Anytime before that.
Yes. Sigfredo Garcia and Catherine McManua, I had electronic video surveillance on their residence.
That means somebody's there watching their residence?
No, ma'am.
How do you get that then?
We use cameras.
Cameras.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I don't want you to.
And we also did some surveillance on Catherine McManua when she went to go meet Charlie Adelson to pick up checks before the bump. We did surveillance on her then.
How did you know she was going to pick up checks?
We were already up on the wire that
Okay.
week prior, and that's the photo that was shown to me earlier in the trial of her getting out of the black car and getting into Charlie's car.
That was for picking up checks.
Yes, ma'am.
The check she picked up came from Charlie Adelson.
He gave her the check that day.
Okay.
Correct.
Pretty incredible that you were able to determine the vehicle and find it throughout Tallahassee on bus cameras? Is that what you said you used?
That wasn't me particularly. That was TPD.
Who was
TPD did a
using
great
that?
job. They
Yep.
did a great job of going back with the timeline of the neighbor and everything. And once they saw the video at premiere and were able to see the vehicle there, they knew the time frames, and they went back and
Okay, so what I just said about how if she's trying to show that they didn't do a thorough job investigating, she just blew that because she's like, that's pretty impressive. You were even able to find this car on a bus camera. What are we doing? What are we doing? Get your ducks in a row, ma'am. You're chasing squirrels. We need the ducks in a row. Come on, get it together.
got all the video. They did an outstanding job on that.
Yeah. The people that were conducting surveillance, if you will, on the co-conspirators who've been charged, were they with the FBI, your folks, or were they with a different agency?
The one that I just spoke about with Charlie and Katie, they were FBI personnel doing that surveillance. The video surveillance I did through the FBI.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe all the ones in South Florida were probably all FBI.
In addition to the people.
What is Harvey taking notes for with all this? Why would Harvey be taking notes? And shout out to Misdemeanor for giving us all our inside scoop from inside the courtroom. But what's Harvey taking notes for?
People who've been convicted of this offense, was my client, Donna Adelson, did someone watch her comings and goings at any point?
Yes.
And when was that?
Leading up to the bump, I had FBI personnel doing surveillance to get a pattern of life so we could find out where she was going, so we could come up with an idea of where to conduct the bump at.
Okay, and that was where she would be outside walking? Is that fair?
Correct. When she went to go pick up Mr. Markel's children from preschool, we were able to determine what time she left out of there, and it was a consistent time every day that she went to go pick the children up from school. So we determined that was a good time to set up the operation because we had a known time when that was going to occur.
Right, and was she followed in her vehicle, places that she traveled to?
I don't recall exactly if she was followed in her vehicle. It's possible, though, during that time period, trying to get a pattern of life.
In determining this pattern of life, where she walks her grandchildren to the school before school starts and then walks back to pick them up, were you present for observing that?
Not on those days. On the day of the bump, I was.
Okay. But you got that information from whoever in the FBI was doing the surveillance, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in addition to the live surveillance, the recordings that you've had, folks have been retained to do an enhancement of some of those things, correct?
That's correct.
So if the recording doesn't sound real clear from what you obtained in your equipment when you went in, an enhancement means that you basically block out some of the outside noise, if you will, and then you can hear the voice of the person speaking that you want to hear. You can hear them more clearly. Is that correct?
It's a clarification, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Maybe he's taking notes for their argument for ineffective counsel.
And in addition to all of the things we've talked about, cell phones were recovered in this case by law enforcement, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And some computers as well, correct?
Correct.
And those were searched, right?
As far as I know, yes.
You didn't participate in that part.
No, ma'am.
But you're aware in the investigation that material that has been used in prosecuting these individuals came from those phones and computers, right?
I am.
Okay. Now, you never got a wiretap on Donna Adelson's phone, correct?
No, ma'am.
And 1 year into it, you decided that did she move from a person of interest to a suspect? I don't remember how you worded it.
Yes, ma'am. Once I identified Sigfredo Garcia as being in Tallahassee the day of the murder at the gym and identified Luis Rivera, we were able to go back and get phone records, and that's when I was able to link back to the Adelson family.
Okay. And you've testified on direct when each person was arrested. I guess it would have been Garcia first, and then Rivera was already incarcerated, right?
That's correct. We still visited him, and he was can't remember if it was a complaint or an indictment, but he was still indicted under this case.
He was indicted, okay. But at the time he was indicted, he was serving a prison sentence in federal prison, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. He was in Coleman FCI at the time.
And his sentence for his federal case was what?
I believe it was 12 years, if I'm not mistaken, but it's been a while.
Okay. And in this case, he assisted law enforcement. We've heard testimony of that. You're aware of that?
Eventually he did, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and his assistance was taking you places, explaining things, is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am. We drove him around Tallahassee and let him explain things, and then we drove him down to South Florida looking for the weapon.
Down to South Florida looking for the weapon. That's where you thought the weapon was?
Yes, ma'am. That's where he told us that they ditched the weapon, was on the way to South Florida. It was along the road on the way to South Florida when they threw the weapon in the river.
And whereabouts, do you recall, whereabouts was that between Tallahassee and where they went to when the homicide was over in South Florida?
Where he said he dumped the weapon?
Yes, where did
Yes,
you...
ma'am. It was in Tampa, outside of Tampa.
Okay.
We finally identified a bridge that he thought looked like the bridge that him and Sigfredo actually threw the gun away, but he was driving.
But you didn't locate it?
No, ma'am. We did extensive searches for the weapon.
He told you what kind of gun was used, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that gun? What type?
It was a .38. I don't remember if it was Smith & Wesson, but it's been a while.
It was a revolver, right?
It was a revolver, yes,
Okay.
Hmm.
You recall that in around June of 2016, so after this bump period and the ending of the wiretap, that the probable cause in this case, it was leaked out, wasn't it?
That's what I was told.
And TPD actually held a press conference, right?
They did hold a press conference at some point, yes.
And the Adelson family, according to what TPD said and those probable cause affidavit, the Adelson family were announced as being considered as suspects, right?
I don't believe they talked about that at the press conference at all. I think they just, at the press conference, what I remember is him just announcing Sigfredo Garcia's arrest. But that's what I recall, but it's been 9 years ago.
Sure, and it's mentioned in the probable cause too, right?
It was mentioned in the probable cause, yes, ma'am. And that's not the press conference, though.
Yeah, I made a mistake. I asked a compound question. I included them both, and
Okay.
obviously the first thing I said was the press conference, and that's what you picked on upon, so that's my fault.
Okay, no problem.
Oh, Lord.
Now, from the time that Mr. Markel was murdered to the time that Donna Adelson was arrested, fair to say she lived a pretty routine life, right?
I don't know what her routine life is, but I couldn't disagree with that.
Well, during your investigation, you learned that she worked at the Adelson Institute, right?
Correct.
You learned that Harvey Adelson, her husband of now 54 years, did general dentistry there, right?
That's correct.
You learned that Charlie Adelson was a periodontist and worked some out of the Adelson Institute, but he also did, I guess it's dental surgery. I'm not real familiar with it, but basically he did dental surgery for many different doctors, right?
I believe it was periodontal work, but yes.
Yeah.
He traveled around and did, yeah.
I'm
as a
sorry if I
periodontist.
misspoke. I thought surgery was the periodontist. but
I don't know either.
Whatever, he was a specialist, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he did that work for several different dentists, correct?
He did. He traveled around in different offices and worked out of other people's offices.
Okay.
That's what he did.
And a lot of the calls that he made to his mother that you've listened to, he's talking to her between these appointments, right?
He is.
Okay.
During appointments sometimes too, it sounds like.
Okay. Yeah, it did, didn't it? Okay. During this time period from your investigation, you're aware that after Mr. Markel was murdered, until the time that Mrs. Adelson was arrested, she and her husband left the United States several times to travel, right?
They did.
And they returned each time, right?
They did.
Okay. Back in 2019 is when the iMessage outside your house was obtained during the course of this investigation, right?
I don't know the date.
Somebody else does. But, well, I'll have to ask somebody else that. Now, on these calls that you're listening to, you're hearing what the parties are saying to each other, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're not hearing any of the conversations, unless you've recorded them, of what they speak about before that, right?
I'm sorry, can you re-ask
Yeah,
that
sure. I
question?
mean, it's clear in these recorded phone calls that these folks are talking in person sometimes.
Correct.
They're talking about lots of issues that are recorded, but they speak outside of these recorded calls that you have.
That's correct.
So you're not privy to that if you haven't recorded it.
That's fair.
So when they're having these conversations, there are things in their mind that you're not aware of.
That's possible, yes.
Yeah. Now, all of these calls that have been played here today, they were considered as one of the pieces of your investigation, right?
One of the pieces.
Sure.
Correct.
So on call S, when Charlie says to his mother, you didn't do anything to anybody, you don't know anything, you considered that,
Yes, ma'am, we considered it.
okay? And on these calls where Charlie Adelson is talking to his mother, you would agree that at least the majority of the conversation comes from Charlie, right?
I would agree with that, yes.
Sometimes the overwhelming majority of the conversation. Is that fair to say?
Sometimes, yes.
And there are times that Mrs. Adelson is talking to Charlie on the phone, and she says, we'll meet up and talk about it. I'm not going to talk about it on the phone with you, right?
Yes, she does.
And you don't know where she got the idea from of why it is she's not going to talk about it on the phone, do you?
Do I know?
From your investigation, have you gotten evidence to show why it is she's saying those things?
Through my investigation,
Do you have evidence?
okay. Do I have evidence? No.
Okay.
Like, I know everybody has tuned her out. I'm trying. Let's just chat for a second. That way we can put on 1.25 speed and let it get over quicker. Somebody said chat's blowing up because everybody has tuned her out. I am trying so hard to pay attention, because if there's anything that comes up that is a good point or that actually matters, I can write it down. We haven't got there yet. We haven't found any of that yet. So we'll just hang out. Let's just hang out. What's for supper? What you doing? What's everyone gonna do at lunch? Wash and staple your money? No? You know, if I was gonna, like, need to write a garage code on something, I'd probably put it, like, in the notes on my phone instead of tatting it on my nether regions. But, I mean, we're all different. Where would y'all put yours? It's cloudy today. It's cloudy today. Mark said, I'd rather listen to the recordings again. Bring the recordings. We were like, oh my gosh, at least we don't have to listen to the recordings again. And now we're all like, give us the recordings again. What's the weather like? It's cloudy with a chance of conviction. I know. Poor misdemeanor can't 1.5 speed it. I know. She's taking one for the team and putting it in here for us. The jury is not taking any notes, even the note taker. They look bored and puzzled. Same with us. We are bored and puzzled. We've moved on. Pocket mode activated. Is there a crowd at PCB for Labor Day weekend? There will be a lot of people coming in this evening. I won't see any of them because I'm on court TV tonight, so I'm not actually going to have time to even leave my condo at all until tomorrow. But Chat Daddy will be here, and I'm excited to have a weekend off. How old is Lucy? On June 3rd, she turned 6 years old. My little baby. She's doing a horrible job at placing doubt on Donna. Like, I get it that she doesn't have a whole lot to work with. There's a lot of bad evidence that's come through this. But pick on what you can pick on. Don't start going over all of the other things. Look at our court reporter. No one is taking notes. Miss whole garage code thing. So she has it. You remember that conversation that they had yesterday where he's like, that she needs to take her shirt off to get in his garage. She was going to his garage to get some stuff that he had left for her. And he was like, made a joke about how she needs to take her shirt off to do that or whatever. She has a tattoo of 1412 or 1214 or something under her, like on her rib cage. So he was making the joke because that's his garage code. Where's everyone from? What's everyone doing? Dakota says, I'm skipping the coffee and going straight for the bullet bourbon. Dakota, are you going to go the long way to go get it? Asking for a friend. What shirt do you have? It's actually a dress. It's actually a dress. It's like a, here, can you see? I have to back up. Fashion show. Look at us. This is great. We're taking up time so that we can 1.5 speed it. I wear a lot of dresses, especially in the summer, because it is so much easier to grab one thing from the closet than to have to find two things that match. Claudia said, I would rather step on Legos. Cue Georgia, right? I love that facial expression. Love it. Love it. she hears me when I say it, and she does. She pops up and she's like, what? Are we ready to party? What are we doing? Side bark? Lucy is, so her little area is right under my desk. Like this whole little situation is right under my desk. So like this is like, see, like foot finder. So when she's looking up, she's looking right at me because she's under my desk. So I can't actually put my legs under my desk, but I sit crisscross applesauce anyway. So how do I count boredom? I don't know. Which came first, the garage code or the tattoo? That's a good question. Let's do a poll. Which came first? Garage code or tattoo? Fashion show, fashion show. Just don't turn around with your Christmas tree hair. I look, it probably is. I never looked at the back of it. Like I said, so I said in chat, like the back of my hair is none of my business. It's none of my business what's happening back there. How bad is it? Let's see. How bad is it? Is it bad? I never looked at it. None of my business what happens back there. I bet that number meant something to her and he just made it his code for funsies. Probably. We're on a mental health break. So that when we come back, we can put it at 1.25 speed so we can get through her ridiculous questioning a little bit faster. This is a mental health break.
Now, Catherine McBanawa, Sigfredo went to trial and he was convicted, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And Luis Rivera, after he was indicted, or before he was indicted, he cooperated with law enforcement, correct?
That's incorrect.
After he was indicted?
It was well after he's indicted.
Okay, sorry, I got the timeline wrong. So well after he's indicted on the charges, he decides he's going to cooperate, right?
Yes, it was a few months later.
Okay, and he had a 12-year sentence with the federal prison, right?
He already had that, yes, ma'am.
Right, based on federal charges, right?
Correct.
And he got a sentence for his role in this case for a period of 19 years, correct?
Correct.
But that was to be served concurrently, meaning at the same time with the sentence that he had on his federal case, right?
I believe so.
So the additional time that he got for this homicide is 7 years, correct?
That sounds correct.
Okay. And Mr. Garcia is the first one to be tried and convicted, right?
He's the first one that was convicted.
Okay.
He was tried together.
Right. That first trial of him, he's convicted, right?
Correct.
And he's sentenced to life in prison.
Correct.
And then Catherine McBanawa has a trial, and she's convicted, correct?
Correct.
And she's sentenced to life in prison, right?
Correct.
And Charlie Adelson is, so we've got the first three, life in prison except for Luis Rivera, who gets basically an additional 7 years, right?
Correct.
Then you get to Charlie Adelson, and he's arrested, right?
Correct.
And he has a trial, correct?
Correct.
And his defense, if you will, I mean, you were there for that trial, right?
I was there for my part of the trial. I was not allowed to be in the courtroom during the rest of the testimony.
Was there at any point during the course of Mr. Charlie Adelson going to trial, getting convicted, and thereafter that you learned that his defense was that he was being extorted?
Yes, I did.
You heard that?
Yes, ma'am.
But he got convicted, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
And he was sentenced to life in prison.
That's correct.
Okay. So then comes Catherine McBanawa after she's been convicted, and she's in prison for life, right?
Correct.
The testimony is that she gave a proffer to law enforcement, right?
Correct.
She actually gave 2 proffers first, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when she gave those proffers, she gave information about what she says happened, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And she's hoping, she's giving this cooperation because she's not promised anything, but hoping, as she's testified, that someday she'll see her kids, so she won't actually have to serve a life sentence. That's fair to say, right?
I don't know that for a fact, but I would assume that's correct.
Okay.
It's
and
so much
when
better
she gives
faster.
These 2 proffers, it's before she testifies against Charlie Adelson, right?
Correct.
And the first proffer that she gives is a little bit different than the story she told in 2 different trials so far. Sigfredo Garcia's and then herself, right?
I would agree with that.
She changes some information.
I don't know if she changes information. She has more information as time goes on because I believe she was minimizing the first 2 proffers, which is very, very common for defendants to do. They minimize their role in actual crimes.
Right. So when she testifies in Sigfredo Garcia's trial and then in her trial, basically,
Oh, I'm sorry.
that's okay.
I misunderstood what you said
didn't
about
miss-
which trial.
No, I'm sorry. I can't speak over you, and I talk way too fast because the court reporter can only get one of us, so I apologize for that. It's not intentional.
I thought you said the proffer.
I did.
Okay.
I did.
Okay.
So I'm changing now.
Okay.
So
okay.
she, basically, when she testifies in those first two trials, she didn't just minimize, she didn't have involvement.
Right.
That's
She
what
lied in the first two trials.
She lied, straight up.
Correct.
Okay. And then she gives this first proffer, and she's not being completely honest there either, is she?
She's not being fully forthcoming, is
Okay.
the way I describe it.
All right, and you're in that interview.
Yes, ma'am.
And who else is in there with her?
Jason Newland, Investigator State Attorney's Office, and Sherry Bennett with Tallahassee Police Department.
Okay, all right. And when you all are in there interviewing her the first time, she's not being forthcoming, and you're asking her questions, aren't you?
Correct.
And you know she's not being forthcoming because of other things you obtained in the investigation and the convictions that you've had, right?
I feel like she's holding back her involvement.
And at some point in that first proffer, you got so frustrated you just got up and walked out, didn't you?
I left the room. I didn't walk out. We left the room to let her think about it. It's a strategic process to have them think about it and reconsider them not being totally honest with us. So it wasn't that I was walking out and done with her.
Well, you weren't done because she came back and then she gave another proffer.
Correct.
Right? And from the first proffer that she gave to the second proffer that she gave, she tells more, right?
She does.
Okay? And then she gets to Charlie Adelson's trial, and by the time she gets there, she's got more information even she testifies to, right?
I would agree with that.
Okay. So she wasn't honest in her first testimony at her trial, right?
In her trial, correct.
Well, she testified twice. There were two trials she testified in first.
Correct. Her trials, she lied in her first two trials. Absolutely.
Okay? And she wasn't completely forthcoming in her first proffer,
Correct.
and she wasn't completely forthcoming in her second proffer.
Correct.
And she comes into the third trial the third trial is Charlie Adelson, and she provides additional information, which means she wasn't forthcoming before, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Trying to discredit
And
Katie's
then-
testimony.
She's been here in trial. Are you aware that she's testified here?
I'm aware she was here, but I know nothing about it.
Right, because you're under a rule that you can't talk about the case, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Are you real familiar with all of the testimony and proffers that she's given in this case?
No.
You're not?
Not real familiar?
Yeah.
I can't say I'm real familiar. Depends on what it is, I guess.
Are you real familiar with what she testified to in Charlie's trial?
I don't know if I can say I'm real familiar with it.
That's okay. We'll get that information and get it to the jury.
Okay. Oh, Lord.
Just
Oh,
a moment, I left something on my table.
we'll get that information and give it to the jury. Oh my gosh.
There was arrangements to take a trip to Vietnam. You testified about that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're familiar at least with what happened during that course of the investigation, correct?
Correct.
Okay, you were intimately involved in her time period where she speaks to Charlie on the phone, and we call it the dropped call that's been played here today, where she can tell Charlie's not on the line anymore, but for some reason it continues to record, right?
Right. I was only familiar with that Friday. It was like 5 days after the call was made is when I was made aware of that call.
Okay, and you were made aware of it on that Friday.
Correct.
You had an opportunity to listen to the call.
Yes, ma'am.
And you discussed it with the investigator at the state attorney's office.
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody else in the investigation that you spoke with that about that you can recall?
Not that I recall.
That's on Friday, right?
I believe so.
Okay, so you have the information from that call on Friday, and at what point do you learn that she is getting a ticket?
Monday morning.
Monday morning, the date of the flight.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that right? Where were you at?
When I found out that she was flying,
Yes, sir.
I was at home.
At home, here in Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. I'm not gonna ask you where that is.
Thank you.
So you're at home in Tallahassee, and how did you find out about she got a flight?
I got a call from a contact that I had reached out to. And he checked again Monday. He's the same one that checked to see if there was anything on record of flights being purchased. And he called me Monday morning, said he checked again and saw there was a flight going to Vietnam.
Okay, so this was a contact that you had that was looking to see if she was booking flights. Is that right?
No, ma'am. It's not that. It's a government agency that shows people traveling overseas. They were able to check a database to see if there had been anything that was traveling overseas.
Okay, so they were checking to see if she had arranged a flight to go overseas.
Correct.
Okay, and you learned about the call on Friday. When did this start that they were checking to see if she had booked flights to go overseas?
Friday.
And you were concerned about her getting a flight to go overseas based on what was learned in the conversation that was recorded that she was not aware about, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you start looking and you find out, or you don't look, I'm sorry, your contact notifies you Monday morning that she's booked a flight. She's going out of town.
Correct.
At that point, you knew it was Vietnam.
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew that there's not a treaty, I guess. There's not a, extradition happens in different ways, correct?
That's correct.
So some countries like Vietnam say that they don't automatically extradite, correct?
Correct. It's much
But-
more difficult.
Right, but they do extradite, correct?
In certain cases, they do.
Right.
Yes.
It's kind of a case-by-case thing.
It is.
And one of the things that they happen to extradite for is murder, right?
I don't know that.
You don't know that? You
I'm
didn't
not sure.
investigate that?
I didn't investigate that. No.
Okay. So she's booked this flight and she's going to Vietnam. When did you find out that it was a one-way ticket?
I don't recall.
Don't
It
recall.
was. It could have been that morning. It could have been later in the day. I'm not sure.
Okay. Before the date that you listened to this call, there was never a warrant obtained to arrest Donna Adelson, was there?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And all you know about leaving town comes from the phone call and your source who tells you that they booked a flight, right?
That's correct.
You don't have any idea, besides that phone call, what the conversations are that are going on about this trip to Vietnam, do you?
Outside of that, at that point, no, ma'am.
Okay. Any plans that they have actually made for a return without a return ticket at that point, you don't know about.
No, I could not find anything, no, ma'am.
You don't know what they were planning to do.
No.
But you did learn at some point in this investigation, before we sit here today, that they actually had the plan to return because one of their grandsons, one of Mr. Markel's children, had a scheduled bar mitzvah, and they were coming back for that, right?
I had heard that, I don't know.
You heard it.
One-way ticket, ma'am.
And you have suspicion, I guess, that they weren't going to return because this one-way ticket was purchased, right?
Are you asking my opinion?
I'm asking if you believe at the time that you decided to assist in getting a warrant for her to be arrested, did you, as a professional in this investigation, come to a conclusion that we needed to get a warrant because she has a one-way ticket?
It's not my decision to get a warrant. I
Did
was
you
not
get
involved
involved?
in the process of getting a warrant.
You were not involved in that?
No, ma'am.
So you weren't involved in coming to the decision that a warrant needed to be obtained because she was going to leave the country?
No, ma'am, that's not my decision to make. That's the prosecution's decision.
I didn't ask you if it was your decision. I said you didn't participate in it.
It depends on what you mean by participate.
You
I
told me.
drove to Miami to participate. Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any communication with any investigation agency in this case about the fact there was a one-way ticket to a country that doesn't extradite and something probably needs to be done?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I mean, because you got on the road then and went to Miami, right?
Yeah, just in case. Yes, ma'am.
Just in case you traveled.
No, just in case they got a warrant.
Just in case they got a warrant. But up to that point, there was no warrant.
That is correct.
From the date that Mr. Markel was murdered, all of the investigation that took place, right?
Yes.
Hundreds of thousands of emails, right?
Correct.
Some of them she says bad things about Danny Markel and sometimes other people, right?
Sure.
And you've got all of that. You've got all of the call detail records, right?
Correct.
No warrant.
No, ma'am.
And she's been watched. She's been monitored. No warrant.
Yes, ma'am. No warrant.
You got her on recorded calls in 2016 saying what she said. No warrant.
That's correct.
You got a text message where she says outside your house. No warrant.
Correct.
You got Catherine Magbanowa who's come through her line and not being completely truthful and no warrant.
Yes.
And it's not until the time that she has this trip that she's going out of the country that a warrant is obtained.
That's correct.
At the time that she started planning that she was going to go out of town, there was no warrant.
Correct.
You were aware that she was getting a visa. You all knew that.
Correct.
There was no warrant at that time.
That's correct.
Without a warrant, she's free to travel.
That's correct.
And when you're aware in the investigation that she actually spoke to her attorney, and it was even on one of the recorded calls, it's okay to travel.
That's
right?
correct. Yes.
No warrant.
Yes.
And you're aware as part of the investigation that someone else actually called the state attorney's office on the day that she traveled, spoke to Jason Newland, and asked the question because they were concerned about them leaving the country. And Jason Newland at the state attorney's office said, there's no warrant, she's free to travel.
I'm not aware of that one.
You've never learned that in the investigation?
Not that I'm aware of.
Sorry, I thought you knew that. In one of the calls, because you considered all of them, at least pieces of them, Charlie Adelson says to his mother, and that's call G, you've never hurt or threatened anybody. And she says, I know.
Yes.
You at least consider that, right?
Sure.
So now they've packed their bags and there was no warrant, and they've made their reservation with no warrant, correct?
Correct.
What caused you to leave Tallahassee on the day of their flight to go to Miami? Because there was no warrant.
Because they told me they were considering it.
Who's that?
The state attorney's office.
They were considering getting it done.
Yes.
And you weren't going to wait to see if they were going to do it or not. You just got in your car and headed to Miami.
That's correct, because if I waited, I would get there after she was gone.
Waited to see if they made a decision or waited to see if it was approved?
If they made a decision.
So what time did you leave Tallahassee to go to Miami?
It's probably 9 o'clock maybe in the morning.
Okay. And what time did you arrive in Miami?
Around 6. 6:30, somewhere around there.
It's normally an 8-hour drive, but maybe you stopped somewhere?
I'm sure I did.
Stop to get gas?
Definitely.
Maybe something to eat?
Possibly.
Okay. So when you drive from Tallahassee to Miami, where did you go to?
When I got to Miami?
Yes, sir.
Went to the airport.
That was a very open-ended. I wasn't asking from Tallahassee, obviously, but you were alert, so you understood.
Got to Miami airport.
That's where you went to when you got to Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
That's the first place you went?
It is.
Okay, and when you got there, had you been communicating on your trip with anyone at the state attorney's office to see if they had decided if they were going to get a warrant?
Yes.
And about what time did you learn they were going to get a warrant?
Georgia.
That they were going to get a warrant or they got the warrant?
That they were going to try and get one. That decision when they decided that they were going to get a warrant, did you discuss it?
From my recollection, was around probably 3 o'clock, 3 or 4 o'clock.
When they obtained it or when they decided?
When they decided.
Okay, so at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the state attorney's office decides we're going to get a warrant, right?
I believe so. They were still pushing through to see if they were going to get a warrant. That was the decision I thought at that point.
Okay, around 3 o'clock. So you're still traveling at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Not actually there.
No.
And they noticed someone calls you, I guess?
I don't recall. It was either one of the two. Yeah, either calling me or I called them.
Oh, so there was a phone communication?
There was.
Recall who spoke to?
Investigator Newland, I'm sure.
Okay, all right. So he says we decided we're going to try and get a warrant.
I believe so.
So you keep going, and when you get to the airport in Miami, where did you go to when you got to the airport? Obviously you went inside, but where'd you go to?
I went to the front and met with an agent that I've been speaking with.
So
an
agent from the FBI?
There's an FBI agent that's assigned to the airport. I'd already reached out and found out who he was and talked to him and just to find out if he was going to be able to assist, to get the local police to assist.
Okay. And you spoke to him ahead of time, so when you got there, he's the first person you met with?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and Everything was in order then?
I don't know about an order, but he was in communication with the airport police.
Okay. And did you relay to him that we are potentially getting a warrant on someone who has a flight? We are going to be here. There's going to be an FBI presence at the airport.
I don't know if I relayed those exact. I said there's going to be somebody we're trying to get a warrant for, but yes,
Yeah.
this is happening. This is where we're at with it, yes.
You have been an investigator for many number of years, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So I haven't, and I'm sure my choice of words isn't necessarily going to be yours, but at the end of the day, that's what you had told him.
Pretty much, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in addition to you as an FBI agent being there at the airport, from the time you got there through the time that Mrs. Adelson was arrested, what other agencies were present and assisting?
Just the I believe it's Miami-Dade Sheriff's Department, who have officers that are assigned there. We did talk to, I didn't talk to him, the other FBI agent talked to him, but I believe it was the U.S. Customs enforcement officers. They're plain clothes that work at the airport. I think they were there also.
At some point in that process, from your arrival to the time that she's arrested, did they assist you?
They did. They approached her on the jet bridge.
U.S. Customs?
I believe they were U.S. Customs.
Just 1 second, please.
Why you always need a moment? See, this was perfect because we're almost back to real time, and that wasn't nearly as. And now we can slip through her long breaks that she needs. Oh, now we're live. We're not sped up anymore. Now we're live. Why she always need so many moments?
At the time that you left Tallahassee to
Oh my
go
God, now it
to
seems so slow.
Miami, were you aware that Donna Adelson's attorney had spoken to the state attorney's office about her ability to travel because there was no warrant?
No, it was not.
Were you aware that as part of this investigation, Mrs. Adelson's attorney was told that if they should get a warrant, that she'd be allowed to turn herself in?
This is stayed, please approach.
Mr. Mayor smiling. I was on 1.5 speed because she was torturing us. But then we caught up. We stopped to take a mental health break because she was driving us crazy. And that made the end of that so much easier. She knew that was hearsay. She knew that that would be objected to. She knew that that would be sustained. But she asked it because she wanted to get it out. This is my opinion. She asked it because she wanted to get it out in front of the jury. She wanted them to hear that. But the thing is, you can say that that happened all you want. We heard Donna's own voice on that recording. Having somebody potentially say, if there's a warrant that comes, they can turn themselves in, don't mean they were going to. Don't mean they were going to. How's my Christmas tree here back there? I never did look at it. How is it? Checks his watch, rolls his eyes. Feels too. I would be too. Mr. I'm sorry you can't speak. But look, then when we get back to real time, doesn't it seem like it's like slow motion? Sir, do you know what song that was playing during her arrest? Hold it up. Turn on Shazam. Mr. Sanford, where were you the day of the murder? Are you okay, misdemeanor? Blink twice if Walter is drawing a map to the cafe. He needs help getting there.
Okay, might have lost my train of thought.
Did you ever have it?
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Every time their computer gets an email, I think it's mine.
Agent, special agent,
Either or,
titles don't matter to you?
that's fine.
Okay, Mr. Sanford, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes of Defense Exhibit 60. Would you look at that for a moment before I ask you questions and just kind of review it?
It was hearsay. She asked if
Have you seen that document before?
I believe so.
And that's Mrs. Adelson, meaning Donna Adelson's visa to travel to Vietnam, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna get out of your space so you can have your own space and I'll ask you questions.
Okay.
Now, you would agree that's the visa that she obtained to go to Vietnam, right?
Yes, ma'am.
they're on this channel.
Okay. And it was good for entry, valid, now some of it's in Vietnamese and I don't know Vietnamese, you may.
No,
But
ma'am.
it has it in English, the same information right near the Vietnamese language. Do you see that?
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And the visa was good for entry, valid from November the 13th, 2023, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and it was good until November the 2nd of 2024, right?
If the dates are read right, I would call that February 11th of 2024.
You know what? I forgot that they do it backwards. They don't have them in the same date, or I'm glad you pointed that out to me. So it was until February the 2nd
Yes, ma'am.
of 2024.
Oh.
And that's the 90 days, I guess, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because it was a 90-day visa.
Correct.
And according to the visa, it was issued for the purposes of tourism, right? If you kind of go down.
Yes, ma'am. I see it now.
Okay, so it was for
Tourism. Yes, ma'am.
tourism, right?
Correct.
And the visa was issued, it said it was good for single/multiple entries, right? That's up near the top.
Top.
I'm just throwing ideas out. Because maybe I'm wrong. I don't think that they have a box to check that says fleeing the country to avoid arrest for a murder I planned. So I think that maybe checking the tourism box would make more sense. I could be wrong. I don't know. Like, it's been a while since I don't know, but I know I don't remember ever seeing that box.
Good for single/multiple entry. Yes, ma'am.
And what that means is it's not that she can travel to Vietnam and once she leaves, she can't come back, right? It means that she can come and go from Vietnam, right?
I'm not sure if that's what that means or not. I don't know.
You're not familiar with that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. May I approach? Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's stupid.
So when you get to the airport and you spoke to the FBI agent there, what did you do next?
Tried to find out what terminal they were at, that they were flying out of, and trying to get to that area. It's a pretty big airport, so we tried to move to that area.
Okay. When you say we, it's this group that you've talked about, someone from the sheriff's office, someone from customs, and yourself?
Probably, there might have been 3 of us, so we had to go through security, so that's a lengthy process to get through security to go back.
Sure. And at some point, you got to the gate where they were gonna be,
Yes, ma'am.
and did you sit down somewhere?
No, I don't believe I sat down.
Did anybody else sit down?
I don't recall.
So you all just kind of stood up around the area of the gate where they were gonna leave?
I believe so.
Okay, and you knew what Donna Adelson looked like, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You knew what her husband looked like, Harvey, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're there, you're gonna obviously recognize them if they're in the general vicinity of the gate, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at some point, you saw them.
Correct.
Okay. I forgot to ask you this. So the warrant was actually obtained somewhere between 5 and 6. Well, let me say it this way. It was obtained around 5. It was entered, but you learned about it around 6 o'clock, I think you previously said.
I believe so. About the time I was getting to the airport is when I found out it was obtained.
Okay. And when you travel back to where the gate is and you all go together, you said you didn't sit. Where were you with respect to the jetway?
We were down a little ways. It's hard to describe how it's set up. There's different gates, and we were across and there's a middle section too, so we were on the back side. I didn't know if they knew what I looked like. I figured they did because they had seen trials, and we knew that they watched the trials, so I figured they knew what I looked like, so I stayed away.
Did you stay away from the other folks who were participating, like off by yourself?
No, not necessarily.
All kind of together?
A couple of us were together.
Okay, I don't do a lot of travel, so you feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but when I have gone on an airplane, was this airport like, you get into a section, I forget what they call them, like the gates are at like different concourses, right?
It was a terminal. It
Terminal.
was a concourse. Yeah, either way.
Okay, either way, so a terminal, and when you walk down the terminal, are you describing that basically there's a walkway down to the end of the terminal, right? Like a kind of a middle row, if you will.
To the terminal where they're going to get on the plane, you mean?
Yes, I'm sorry. I don't know the terminology, but
I'm
when
not
you're
sure.
walking down towards the gate, there will be gates on one side and gates on the opposite side.
Correct,
Okay,
correct.
all right.
And
Sorry
there is
about that.
there's some other structures in the middle of this airport, in between the gates. So you had some walls, you had some little stores. So it wasn't just like a big open concourse.
Right.
Okay.
Little food shops along the way and
Sure.
magazines and all that kind of stuff.
Yes,
But the layout is basically you've got a walkway with gates on each side.
correct.
Okay, and so I just want to make sure I understood your testimony. Their gate would have been on the left or the right? If you don't remember, it doesn't
recall.
matter.
I don't recall.
You don't recall. But your testimony is you kind of went opposite of where their gate was, where you could monitor them, but not be where they could see you necessarily.
Pretty much, yes. I wasn't really monitoring them. Somebody else was.
Okay, did you see them?
I did.
Okay, and when you saw them, were they seated, waiting for the flight?
I believe so.
I mean, the flight.
Seated or standing, one of the two. But they were amongst the other passengers waiting to get on the plane in that area.
Okay, the flight wasn't scheduled to take off until 8:10 p.m., right?
That sounds correct.
Okay, so you were there for a couple of hours and the warrant's issued, correct?
No, I didn't get there till about 6:30. So that's when I first arrived at the airport. By the time I got back there, they were pretty close to, by the time I got through security, got everything, got back there, it was pretty close to boarding time.
Pretty close to boarding time,
Yes, ma'am.
but you saw them.
I did.
And were the other people who were participating, were they aware of what Mrs. Adelson looked like and her husband?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
They were at this point.
okay. Was everybody in plain clothes?
Not everybody.
Who was not in plain clothes?
The uniform officers from
And-
Miami-Dade.
Was the officer standing with you all?
I believe he might have been. One of them was.
Okay. You pretty sure from where you are that she would not have been able to see this group of men, one of them with, I guess, insignia and gun and belt and all that? You're pretty sure that they wouldn't have been able to see?
Absolutely. Yeah, there was no way they could see us where we were standing.
Okay. How long did you observe them before they started boarding the flight?
Guesstimating maybe 20 minutes.
And what do you recall them having with them?
Some small carry-on items, I don't recall.
And they were dressed in normal clothes, right?
Correct.
They weren't disguised in any way?
No.
No wigs, hats, glasses?
Nope.
Okay.
Oh, that means they're cops.
I'm sorry, what was your answer? How long you were there? You saw them for how long?
Maybe 20 minutes, I don't recall.
Okay.
Could have been longer.
Did you all travel to that vicinity together?
All of us?
Yes, sir.
No, I believe it was me and Me and maybe the uniform officers. I think the customs officers were already there
Okay.
before we got there.
Okay.
There was only
were-
like 3 or 4 of us that walked together down there.
So somebody was already at the gate? Is that what
I
you're
believe
saying?
so, yes ma'am.
Okay, all right, so they had a couple of carry-on bags, right?
Yes ma'am.
And I might get the terminology wrong again, but when you go, when they call you up and say, okay, you know, sections, whatever, you can board the flight, old people, babies, all that stuff, right? They have different calling periods, is that fair to
Sure.
say? Okay. So they started calling boarding for the flight. At some point, Mrs. Adelson and her husband got in the line to board the flight, is that right?
That's correct.
And you observed that, right?
Yes ma'am.
Okay, and they got in the line, and then they, at some point, I don't know what it's called, but they have to show their phone ticket or a physical ticket to somebody to make sure they can go on, right?
I think they scan it maybe, yes ma'am.
Okay, so that's where I call it like a little check-in place to make sure you got your ticket. I don't know what it's called. But then after you've shown your ticket, they let you by to board the plane.
Yes ma'am.
And the area between where they give their ticket and, or show their ticket and before they board the plane, is that what you're referring to as a jetway? Is that what you said?
Yes ma'am. After you scan the ticket in this particular airport, they're all different. This particular airport, they scan their tickets and they walk through these sliding glass doors. And it's like a tunnel that you walk down to go to the plane. Inside that sliding glass doors where the officers were standing waiting. The plainclothes customs officers were inside of that.
Okay, and that's where they were when Mrs. Adelson was arrested?
Correct.
Yeah, she went past the ticket into the jetway,
Yes ma'am.
not actually get on the plane.
No ma'am.
But you had the warrant before they got in line, right?
Correct.
And you watched them for however many minutes before they got called up to put their ticket in, right?
Yes ma'am. I wanted to get them not in a crowd of people, right in the middle of all these people. Wanted to get them kind of separated off and after they're through the jetway by themselves over there.
Well, before they started, I mean, when they got in line, then there are a bunch of people right there with them, right?
There were people there with them the whole time. There were people sitting around them.
Right.
Because it's very narrow seating
Right.
where they're sitting, and they were right in the middle of all these people. And then they got in line with all these people. Once they go one at a time, people are going to the plane. Once they went through, those officers just stopped them, pulled them to the side, away from the line, and just began speaking with them.
Bring the video.
But when they go through the line, there's a line of people behind them gonna get on the plane, right?
That's correct.
So when they go through, the glass doors are gonna open, and that's where you're gonna take her into custody?
Yes, off to the side. Yes, past them, where they're still getting on the plane, but we're past them.
People are getting on the plane, they're coming by through the same general vicinity of where you took her into custody.
Sure.
And those same people were out there while you sat there for however many minutes watching her. Were you could have taken her into custody there too, right?
Sure.
But you didn't.
No, ma'am.
You waited until she went through the little gate, and then you arrested her.
Yes, ma'am.
And when she was taken into custody, her husband was standing there with her, right?
Correct.
And you went through the little process that you went through, and you said they had 2 carry-on bags, right?
I believe so.
And in your investigation, you learned that with the 2 carry-on bags, they had maybe some additional luggage, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And
Checked luggage.
right, a couple of pieces, right?
Correct.
And in those couple of pieces, they had just regular clothing, right?
I assume, yes.
They didn't show up with boxes full of clothes.
No.
Okay. And
Well,
then,
I never saw the checked on luggage. I have no idea how much they checked.
okay. So in your investigation, you didn't learn that?
In my investigation, learn what?
That they only had 2 checked bags and 2 carry-ons?
No.
Okay. She obviously had her cell phone, and you've testified that you got that from her.
Yes, ma'am.
And you described this little interaction before she'd give you the cell phone. She didn't fight with you, did she? Like, she wasn't swinging on you?
And she didn't try to hit me, no, ma'am.
You didn't have to take her to the ground and grab it out of her hands?
No, ma'am. I was very gentle.
Okay, you got the phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the phone is part of the evidence of what you went on, and somebody downloaded and looked to see what was on it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and her husband Harvey.
That's a good question.
He had some credit cards and a little bit of cash, right?
Mr. Adelson? I
Yes.
didn't search Mr. Adelson.
Okay. Did Mrs. Adelson have a bunch of cash on her?
I don't know. I didn't search her.
Okay, so you're not aware of what they got when she was taken into custody?
No.
Okay.
She's trying to undo the damage that was done on hearing that phone call,
I need to
but
ask counsel something about your ruling, Judge. Could I have just one moment?
Please approach.
Ugh. Um, I made her an application for her visa. Are you aware that her visa said tourism? You know, they say, like, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything. So I'm working on something. I'm working on something.
The bailiff will take you to the jury room and you'll finish your trial.
Sidebar. Yes, we can use this on today's thumbnail.
Everyone can be seated. We will bring the jurors back in the next 5 minutes. If anyone needs to use the restroom or stretch your legs, please do so now.
Oh boy. Do you think that makes any difference? Because to me, when I hear that call where she's like, she's talking about how, because the first thing she talks about is ending it for herself, right? And then the second thing she talks about is fleeing. And she even says something about how, you know, they may get her at the airport. I think Misdemeanor's going to be able to join us for a few minutes at lunch. I feel like hearing her talk about that is so damning, because it's like she talks about ending things for herself. That's her level of, you know, desperation. Then she doesn't want to do that, so she talks about non-extradition countries. If you're not worried about it, if you're not worried about having to be extradited, if you don't think that you're going to get arrested, or you're not worried about it, or you're planning on returning, you wouldn't be having a whole ass conversation about that. And Jackie's like, well, you know, they do extradite for something. That's not the point. The point is your client was heard by our own eardrums. Are eardrums what hear? What is it that actually hears? Is that the drum? It's a lot more effective when you say see it with your own eyes, because you can say see it with your own eyeballs. But when you say hear it with your own ears, it's like you need one more syllable to make it like impactful. But eardrums, I don't even know if that's accurate. But regardless, we heard it with our own earballs. Eyeballs, earballs. She's saying she's looking for non-extradition countries. She's literally saying that. She bought a one-way ticket. She bought a one-way ticket. I don't think that there's any of this stuff that is going to make that any better. It's her own words. Her own words, without being coerced, without being, that's the biggest part of this. That's the biggest part of this. These are her own words when she doesn't know that anyone's listening. And that is more damning than her application for her visa not saying that she's going there to, flee to avoid prosecution. They didn't have a box for that. Did Wendy lie about her attorney telling her not to discuss the case with her family? She said that Donna said in that call that when she was repeating that part, she said something about that, they had found out that wasn't true, but they weren't talking about the case anyway or whatever. So. Yeah, explain the one-way tickets. Just because they bought one-way tickets, they didn't know how long they were going to be there. Okay, but also, you had a whole conversation about getting everything together, getting all the papers together, setting things up so that you can leave. If I'm going out of town, I'm not bringing everybody to my house first to give them my last will and testament and, financial documents to my estate. Like, I like to travel a lot, and that would be frustrating to do that every single time. She travels a lot. We know that. Did she do that when she went to Israel? No. Did she do that every time she came up these 8 hours to come get Wendy so that she could drive her down there? No. Like, you're full of crap. Misdemeanor said that Judge Everett does not look happy. All of our earballs hurt now. Okay, you do need eardrums to hear, but earballs sounds so much more impactful, like when you've heard it with your own. Eardrums just doesn't sound as... My earballs stopped listening a long time ago. The tea on Charlie's kid. So, have y'all heard about Charlie's baby mama? She's on some of the jail calls. She wasn't happy about that. This is exactly what I think too. Sorry, squirrel. I'll go back to that. They would not have nabbed Donna if she hadn't planned to flee. They would have continued to wiretap and try to get more evidence of her role and Harvey and Wendy's. I agree with this. I believe that they were going to continue watching. It was not over for her. But because she went to flee and trying to make that out like, oh, so there wasn't a warrant, et cetera, doesn't really matter, because the point is there was enough evidence to arrest her. There was enough evidence to indict her, more importantly, and there was enough evidence to bring it to trial. So whether or not there was a warrant when she booked her one-way plane ticket to a non-extradition country really doesn't matter. What matters is there was enough for everything that followed. And granted, you can indict a ham sandwich. But we're here. We are hearing this evidence. We see it all together. We see it with our own eardrums. And you can't hide that. You can't distract the jury by saying, oh, there wasn't a warrant until the day she was getting ready to flee the country, right? I'll take things that don't matter for 1,000, Alex. Like, that's... Okay, so Charlie has a child with the nanny of Wendy's ex. That's who. Earballs and eye drums. My earballs and eye drums are bleeding after all of this. We are not on lunch. We are on a 5-minute break until they come back and I guess try to wrap up. She said, yeah, she said something about if the plane crashes, nobody will know where all this is. Okay, but did you do this for all of your other trips? But none of that matters because she was nice and she made banana bread. This would have been more believable. Wouldn't it be better to just say Charlie was extorted and no one believed him? We knew they'd arrest us next. We got the hell out of here. I would say that was his story. I wouldn't go with that story because nobody believed it. But I would say Charlie was telling us he got extorted. Anything other than, oh, we were just going to pop on over for a visit to get some peace. I love reading what y'all have to say. Y'all are my favorites. Airballs forever. Jurors are still in the restroom. Yeah, she sped up the time. But what's so ironic about it is that phone call, she was charged for that phone call. And now she's being charged for murder. She starts that phone call. Well, she didn't start that phone call, but she starts the butt dial part of it by complaining about getting charged for these calls, but they drop off. And she has no idea that she's still being recorded. And they're talking about how they have to, you know, they have to pay for this call. And it's her own call. If she had hung up, she'd be in Vietnam right now. If she had booked her flight 12 hours earlier, she would probably be in Vietnam. And the little thing that they tried to slip in front of the jury, not tried to, they did slip in front of the jury where they were like, oh yeah, we asked, you know, or like her attorney asked the state attorney if they could travel. And he said, you know, if there is a warrant, then they can just turn themselves in. That's how it works. You can travel if you don't have a warrant. You can turn yourself in if you end up getting one. But that doesn't mean they were going to. That's why they were looking for non-extradition countries. That's why her friend was worried that Wendy would tell people that she was looking to go to non-extradition countries. Why are you worried about Wendy telling on you if you're coming back?
Just have a few more questions. Agent Sanford, these questions, I'm not asking for your belief or your opinion. I'm asking for direct evidence, okay?
Okay.
In your investigation, you found no direct connection between Donna Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
Correct.
And you found no direct connection between Donna Adelson and Luis Rivera, correct?
Correct.
And Katie McBanawa has testified that I'm gonna ask you a question, but I'm leading up to it. Katie Magbanowa has testified that she met Donna Adelson one time when she had a dental appointment at Adelson Institute, and they exchanged greetings at the front desk. Besides that, there's no direct connection between Katie Magbanowa and Donna Adelson, is there?
Correct.
You have emails, voice messages, text messages, and later recorded calls. Direct evidence on any of those things. Did Donna Adelson ever say that she wanted Danny Markel to be killed?
Those exact words?
Those words, did she say she wants him killed?
No.
Did she say she was planning to have him killed?
No.
Did she say she was hiring to have him killed?
No.
Someone to go and kill him?
No.
Did she say that she intended that he be killed?
No, she did not say that.
I don't have any further questions.
Thank God.
Redirected by the state.
You didn't have any direct evidence, did you have any circumstantial evidence?
A lot.
Is it up to this jury to decide if the evidence is sufficient?
That's correct.
You were asked if you had any input on the timing of the arrest, and why did you arrest when you did? That wasn't your decision to make, was it?
No.
And when did you decide you had probable cause to make an arrest of Donna Adelson?
Personally?
It's beyond the scope of direct, Your Honor, and this is an opinion testimony.
Yes, it is. You were asked your
Hold
opinion,
on.
weren't you?
Sustained, Ms. Scuppleman.
You were not the person responsible for making that decision of when to go to Miami and put handcuffs on her, were you?
No, it was not.
Okay. You were asked about Charlie's defense. Wasn't Charlie's defense that he was being extorted? And was part of that defense that he and his mother, he brought his mother in on that, didn't he? He told her about it.
That's correct.
Okay, so they were both being extorted over the course of almost 2-year period before the bump, right?
That's correct. That's what he said.
Okay, and that's why she was writing those checks. She was being extorted.
That's correct.
And another part of that defense was that although they were being extorted, the payroll checks weren't actually going to Catherine Magbanowa. She was just cashing them and then giving the money to somebody else.
That's correct. That's what he said.
Okay, and that's needed to explain why he was so friendly with her, both in those calls and on the text and so forth, right?
It's all to explain everything, yes.
It's not typically going to be sending "I love you" text to your extortionist, right?
Correct.
So it was, oh, I didn't know she was in on it, but now I realize she is.
Correct. He realized it after the fact, so he said.
Okay, and the killers, according to Charlie Adelson, came to Tallahassee unsolicited, unprovoked. Nobody hired them. They came and just killed Dan Markel and then hoped to be able to get some money out of Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson later.
That is what Charlie Adelson said.
Okay, and since Charlie Adelson didn't have enough money in his safe that night, the killers, through the mediator of Catherine Magbanowa, agreed to put him on a layaway plan to pay this money over time.
That's correct. It was a layaway plan for the extortion.
Part of the checks that Donna Adelson signed were the layaway plan to the gang member extortionists.
That's correct. That's what he said.
All right. And you were asked also about
I love the way she says it because
the bar
she
mitzvah.
says
Do
it
you know when the bar mitzvah was?
to show how ridiculous
I
it
don't
is.
recall.
Okay. Would it refresh your memory to take a look at the defendant's planner for 2014?
Yes.
The way she says it, so he didn't have enough, so the killers put him on a layaway plan for the gang member extortionist. Layaway murder for the... I love the way she says it.
January 14th at 10:30 a.m. is Lincoln's bar mitzvah.
I'm sorry, I said 2014. That's not what I meant.
Oh, sorry.
What year was the bar mitzvah?
Should have been.
This is how I caused the confusion last time.
This would have been 2023, I believe.
Well,
No. I can't see it.
sorry. Let me-
Sorry, you have something to
It's
refer
no problem.
to? Sorry.
What year did she
Oh,
try to board the plane?
yeah, 2023.
She tried to board the plane in 2023. We now know
Yeah.
the bar mitzvah was scheduled to take place in January 2024, right?
Correct.
Okay, so it was a few months after she was scheduled to get on the plane.
That's correct.
And she knew that when she booked the plane because it's in the planner, right?
Correct.
Okay, so she knew if she was coming back for that bar mitzvah, she needed to be back no later than January 14th, right?
Correct.
Did she book a flight to return in time to attend the bar mitzvah on January 14th?
Not that I'm aware of.
It was a one-way ticket, wasn't it?
Correct.
Okay. There's nothing inherently illegal about traveling to Vietnam, is there?
No.
Okay, she didn't get arrested for going to Vietnam, did she?
No, ma'am.
I want to ask you about one other thing. The calls, you were asked about the snippets of the calls. That was Ms. Fulford's word, snippet. Did you participate in helping select the portions of the calls that we ended up publishing to this jury?
Some, yes.
All right, and what was the intent or purpose of selecting the portions that were selected?
So we didn't torture everyone with listening to constant Charlie Adelson and everybody else talking about things that are not relevant to the case.
All right, I mean, that was the goal. I'm not sure we accomplished it. But we made selections we thought would be helpful.
Correct.
Did we include what we thought was the appropriate context so that things would not be taken out of context?
That's correct, we did.
If the jury has concerns about that, are the totality of the duration of all of those calls that were played available on State's Exhibit 99 for them to review in the jury room?
They are.
All right, one moment, please. Nothing further, Judge.
Agent Sanford, you may finally step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Will he be recalled by either party?
Potentially, Judge.
You better run while the getting's good.
I'm going.
Members of the jury, we're going to take our lunch break at this point in time. Once again, I'm going to instruct you not to discuss this case with each other or any other person. Do not seek out any other outside information from the courtroom as well. We will resume with the trial today. Take a look at the clock. We'll resume at 1:45. Please report by 1:40. Enjoy your lunch break. Everyone can be seated. Before we go into the break, there is one record matter that I need to address with both the defendant and the attorneys. Ms. Adelson, if you please can rise so I can swear you in.
Oh, they're getting ready to close?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? You can lower your hand. Ms. Adelson, concerning these listed state witnesses for this afternoon, Patricia Byrd and Drina Bernhardt, you have discussed with your counsel the cross-examination strategy for these two witnesses. I need you to speak up so you can be clearly heard.
Yes.
You also understand how the cross-examination strategy will fit into your theory of defense.
Couldn't hear. Who will fit?
You understand how this cross-examination strategy will fit into your theory of defense for the case.
Yes.
And you have consented to this particular strategy.
Yes.
And Mr. Zellman, in the matter that we discussed previously at sidebar, as to the strategy, there are no other issues that the defense needs to bring to the court's attention.
Based on the court's ruling previously reinforced this morning, no, Your Honor.
If the attorneys can approach briefly as well.
I I need to know this. I need to know this. Are we going to get the script? Are we going to get the script? Is the script coming? Is the script coming? Writing the script. He is making sure that she knows or understands how their cross-examination is fitting into her defense plan. I'm assuming this is something that, because there's been some litigation over this, so, and a lot of it was sealed. So we haven't got to hear a lot of that. So I guess he's making sure that she understands what they're going to do. We have not been able to hear a lot of this. They have the documents redacted, and then a lot of the discussion that they've had about all this has been off the, like, not off the record, like it's sidebar. No,
At
they
this
didn't
time,
rest.
We will have our lunch break as well. The parties will need to report back by 1:40. Once the jurors are ready, we will continue with the remaining
No,
witnesses.
they didn't rest.
Ms. Kappelman, as far as the number of witnesses that we still have remaining, the state intends to call them all today.
What's the original plan, Judge? See what we can do.
Best laid plans. All right, assuming that the state's case will need to extend in any way into Tuesday as to the last of the listed witnesses, the defense will need to be prepared to argue any mid-trial motions and have all witnesses ready to begin on Tuesday as well if the state does not finish today.
Yes, sir. I believe our first witness is the one that's going to be flying in from the West Coast. She'll be in town Sunday evening. We'll prep with her Monday, and she'll be here Tuesday. Her flight out, I don't think on Tuesday evening is until after 5, so we'll have plenty of time for her testimony.
All right, we'll resume at 1:40.
Thank you.
They're trying to get the rest of their witnesses in today, and then rest. I thought that they were about to ask her, since the jury was gone, I thought that they were about to go ahead and ask her if she wanted to testify, because you have to swear them in to ask them that. But they were asking her if she understood how the jailhouse snitches are going to be cross-examined by her defense team, and if she understood how that is going to fit into her defense theory. And she said yes. That's very interesting. So if they can get through all these witnesses, they will be resting today. That's their plan, but we'll see. We'll see how long it takes, which would be great, because think about this. This is going to be the last testimony that the jurors hear before the break. So having a 3-day weekend to stew on some of this, like, strongest evidence will be great for the prosecution. It would be so hard to have a 3-day break from that jury and not be looking everything up. So, interesting. Yeah, after the state rest, or depending on how court goes, sometimes it's like when they know that they're going to be resting very soon or whatever, the judge will ask her if she's, like, they have to swear in and ask her if she's going to take the stand. And if she says no, they have to make sure, you know, like, did you, like, all the things they always ask. Y'all know it. But 3-day weekend, and the defense is still going to need a moment on Tuesday. Guarantee it. Guarantee it. It's going to be a great 3-day break from Jackie. Yeah. That makes me so curious for the cross-examination too. So, oh my gosh. I know I was saying on that stream last night, we were talking about like how excited we all are for the script. And I was like, I want to put it on a canvas and hang it over my mantle. I'm so excited to see the script. We decided we're going to do a dramatic reading of it when we get it. All right, so here's the plan. We have an hour, but I am going to come back early. I'm going to take a little break, little sidebar. Look at Lucy yawning. How cute is she? So go get your revenge banana bread. But Misdemeanor's going to take a little break too and go get something to eat, and then she's going to join us before she goes back in the courtroom. So she's just going to message me and let me know when she's available to pop on with us for a few minutes so we can get the inside scoop and ask her all the questions. I'm so excited to see what the jailhouse snitches say. Not even to hear what they say. I'm excited to read that script. And this is going to be bad because think about during voir dire, think about how many questions the defense asked the jurors about, potential jurors, about how they feel about jailhouse snitches. They focused a lot of time on that, which means they are really worried about what is going to come down, you know, what's going to be said here. So, love it. Love it. Okay, so I am going to take a little break. I don't go anywhere, or if you do, just keep us minimized. Keep chatting. And I will come back here as soon as Misdemeanor can join us, and we'll get the inside scoop in the courtroom, all the details, all the deets. You can ask her what's happening. All right, I'll see y'all in just a few minutes. I'll put a banner up. There we go. All right, we'll be back.
Oh. I had to make you super quiet here. I don't know if I can hear you. Can you hear me? Okay, hang on.
Can you hear us?
Now I can hear you. Hello. Heidi ho, everybody.
Hi. Oh, you look pretty. We saw you on there. We're like, oh, hey, girl, we see you.
Thank you. So,
I'm gonna put you on the big one. How's it going in there?
it's going well. I think there was a little something that took place right after the jury left the room, and it was in reference to. Yikes!
I've got offices back here.
I am so. Yes, thank you. Sorry.
I know there's like nowhere in that courtroom to go, like, or in that
Yeah,
courthouse to go.
I'll go over this way.
Okay.
Anyway, oh gosh, that's ghastly lighting there. That's a little better. Um, so yeah, there was a little conversation after the jury left the courtroom. It looks like the prosecution is probably going to wrap things up today. That's their hope. I think they have two more witnesses that they're going to put up. Charlie is not one of them. It is two females, and I can't think of the names. So
The jailhouse informants, right?
I'm assuming that's who it is. Yes, that is. It wouldn't surprise me anyway.
Yeah.
But oh my gosh, the defense attorney, y'all.
We were so annoyed. Like we paused it so that we could like just take a mental health break, and we were like poor Janet doesn't get to do that.
No, I was reading the chat. That's how I stayed sane.
Yeah, it was so bad.
And the same thing happened on Monday too when I was here. It was really strange. I don't know what the strategy is. I don't understand it.
I don't either. So what was the jury doing during like when I'm curious about the first part when you said that they were taking notes during the part where they're going over the dates of who was arrested when, right?
Yes.
I'm curious about how like if they're kind of like putting all of that together about, like because there were some dates, but it seems like as soon as the defense got up there and started questioning, like everybody was zoning out, right?
Almost immediately. And that is exactly what happened on Monday when I was here. It's just not very riveting or effective questioning. So you can see the jury just kind of.
Yeah.
And I mean, thank goodness it's cold in there because that definitely helps. But I don't really know the point of it. I don't understand why the questions that were asked. And I was like having Elaine flashbacks from, Depp Heard. And I'm like, what are we doing right now? This does not make any sense to me.
Yeah. That's what I thought. Like it seems like they get up there and then they just reiterate a lot of the things that the prosecution said. It seems so pointless to me.
Yeah, I don't understand.
What about when they played that call, the recorded call?
Girl. I'm so glad I was there for that because you could just kind of see come over Donna when that was going on. I mean, like literally, I felt like the gravity of the situation was starting to set in a little bit. Yeah, that part was crazy town. And Harvey just sat there. I mean, just completely expressionless. And I'm just like, I would be horrified. I would be absolutely horrified. And that entire time, the jury was literally like with bated breath, waiting for the next thing. It was just riveting to them. You could tell they were completely focused.
Yeah, I bet. And because they have the transcripts on that big projector thing for them, right? Yeah.
Well, and they have two other monitors, and then I think there are monitors in front of them in the jury box also because they were looking very intently in that area. So, yeah, that was crazy, that part. And I was curious to see the reaction when they started getting into the planning for the trip to Vietnam.
How is that?
didn't really see much of a reaction. There was some note taking. But then I was completely shocked. I didn't know there was a planner that had his license plate number in it.
I didn't either. I'd never heard that
Absolutely
before.
new. I know. I hadn't either. Goodness.
Yeah.
Like all these years later, no, I had no idea.
And my first thought was it had to be Wendy that gave her that. Like, so that looks really bad.
I think it was, I read someplace that it possibly was through Wendy's attorney that then went to Donna's attorney and then it ended up with authorities. I don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Yes.
I'm so curious about, because I know jurors are really great at staying very stoic, you know, like I've noticed that in trials, like they do, but you can always tell like when they're more engaged and when they're not, and when they're taking notes and when they're not. So that's the way I can always kind of try to gauge how they are. So every time you tell us they're taking notes, I'm like, oh good, they're paying attention to this. So
yeah, and
good.
there in the cross, the like really feverish note taker, she kind of just crossed her arms and was like, I'm done. And I was like, oh, that's not good at all. Yeah.
That was any reaction when Elaine, not Elaine, you got me talking about Elaine. When Jackie was trying to go over like the you know, oh, how they were going to come back and they were going to come back for the bar mitzvah and it was a tourism thing. Did any of them look any engaged at all, like that was making any difference? No, I didn't think.
Totally zoned, completely zoned, literally like head in the hand. One I know for sure is dozed off for a period of that. I know that because it was like the head jerk thing, you know.
Oh, oh yeah. Well, I didn't miss much.
No, oh my gosh. I was like, if ever I wish I were, you know, at my day job and I could fast forward, this would be it.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't wait to see how they react to, because I'm pretty sure it's the two jailhouse snitches that they call, like those were the names that they said. It was hard to hear because they said it so fast and he wasn't right in front of a microphone, but that's what it sounded like. And so I'm thinking it's gonna be the jailhouse snitches, and then we're gonna see that script. So I cannot wait to see how they react to that. So I'm going to be watching for all of your comments.
Well, the other part of it too is Judge Everett asked Donna if she agreed. She had to stand up and answer under oath whether she agreed with the theory of the defense's strategy in reference to these two particular witnesses. And she confirmed, yes, she did. And yeah, I was like,
which
oh,
is so interesting. I've never seen that before.
I've never seen that either. And it was super interesting before Rob testified on Monday that they, you know, made that declaration about you, or the judge advised him, you can't give any opinion about what you feel what your family may have done or what your mother may have done. And I was like, oh, I've never seen that before.
Yeah. Yeah. That's wild. Which is, I mean, I get it. Like, it's good, you know, because if you have her son up there saying, you know, yeah, I think she's guilty, that would be very bad for, you know, that would be prejudicial. So I get it, that, you know, in the sense of a fair trial, but I've never actually seen that before. I've never seen them, you know.
I've never seen it either.
Yeah.
And they were super respectful to him on Monday. He was brought in a different door. He didn't have to walk through the entire courtroom to go testify. And when he was done, they kind of swept him away right away.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice. You're good. It's a complicated courthouse.
Yeah, it is. It is. That little cafe has a nice balcony out there, though. Like I used to go there on sometimes on the lunch when it wasn't too hot. But
I was going to go there. The jurors are there, so I couldn't stay there.
Oh yeah.
There are several jurors there, and I'm like, oh, I can't do it there because it's freezing in the courtroom. So I was really wanting to be outside so I could get warm because it's super cold in there.
It's like an iceberg. I didn't see. I live 2 hours from there, so I got a hotel because I was like, I'm not going to commute 2 hours every day. So I got a hotel, but I didn't like. It wasn't real. It wasn't really cold or anything when I was. So I didn't take like enough sweaters and stuff. And I was like, I need to go like buy a hoodie to wear in the courtroom or like a blanket or you know.
Well, Monday I was prepared on Monday, and today I was like, oh, you know, it wasn't that bad on Monday, and then I showed up today and I'm like, oh, for the love of all things holy, it is like the Antarctic here. It
Yeah.
is so cold.
Yeah. It's bad. Okay, so what else can you tell us? What are your observations about everything?
Um, oh, something I thought of when I was sitting in there earlier is I noticed this on Monday. It didn't click in my mind. And then I noticed it again today. I don't see interaction like at all between Harvey and Donna. Not even like stand up and turn and kind of give a look or a wink and there's nothing.
Between Harvey and Donna?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I find that interesting. I don't know if that is some sort of strategy, but I have not seen interaction
That's interesting.
at
We've
all.
seen him taking notes a few times too. A
Blistering,
lot.
yes.
Oh, that's interesting.
And the
It's
Markels usually are taking notes as well.
yeah. They're so sweet. They are so sweet. And Shelly's
Yeah,
sweet too. Shelly's just a doll. I love her.
yeah, I'm just like, oh, it's so heavy from them, because it's such an awful situation. But you could definitely tell that Mr. Markel was getting pissed during,
Yeah.
hearing Donna talking about, fleeing and, getting affairs in order and we need to find non-extradition countries. Oh, you could just, it was like, oh my gosh, she's going to crawl over there.
Yeah. Yeah. It showed his face a couple times and we were like, we feel ya. We feel ya. We are right there with you. It
Yeah,
was
I was behind him and I could still sense it. I was like, oh, Lord have mercy. This is, not good.
yeah. Yeah.
What
Oh
else you
my
want to know?
gosh. Everything, all the details. I appreciate you telling us too in chat, like when they're, like when they're taking notes or when they're zoned out or when they're whatever. Cause I always wonder, and like even when you see any of the footage from Charlie's trial, every time you see me in the gallery, like you look straight forward to look at the witnesses, but you look off to the right to look at the jury. So every time you see me, I'm like looking over, like looking at the jury, because I'm always so curious about their reactions and what makes them react. So I
Yeah,
love hearing
especially
all of
like
your
certain evidence or certain testimony that I know is coming, then I'm like really paying attention to see what they may have as a response to it. So,
yeah.
um,
Yeah.
so yeah, I hope I don't run out of battery because I forgot to bring my charger with me, dumb Janet. Um,
Aw.
but I will try to pop in and out anyway in the chat
Yeah.
as things happen in the courtroom this afternoon. And then, yeah, if you guys have questions, I can answer as best I can.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and I definitely want to, I know you need to get back in there and get your seat, but I I definitely want to know if you can come in when they introduce the script and all that. I have to know what the jurors are thinking and how they're reacting to that, because I have a feeling that this is going to be like some of the I feel this is going to be bad.
Yeah, yeah.
So
I will
I'm
keep you
curious.
as posted as I can, and hopefully I won't freeze to death in there.
We'll send you warm thoughts.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for coming on with us. I appreciate
Thank you
it.
for
We'll talk to
having
you in chat.
me.
All
Alrighty,
right. Bye.
bye.
I love her. I love her. She's awesome. She's super sweet. I'm living for all of her details. Loving it. I can't wait to see how they react to everything else. Loved the inside scoop. Love it, love it, love it. Yeah, she's great. She's she was the other day when she was in there, that's I was copying and pasting because she was putting them on Twitter and tagging me in it so that I could see all the updates. So I was putting it in here, and so I was like, so I sent her a link. I was like, just come and chat and tell us. So I'm glad she's been able to come in and give us the scoop. So oh yes, love the video she did on X in response to people thinking that she was Jimmy on the first day. That was so funny. She's a trip. She cracks me up. All right, so while she's going in there to get her seat, I am going to finish eating my lunch real quick so that I can get back and get all of our energy up and ready for y'all. I think this is going to be, I think these next two witnesses are going to be explosive. This is all stuff that we haven't heard before. That's what's so exciting about this. So many of the things that we've heard, or so many of the things that, try this again. So many of the things that have come out are things that we've already heard, but this next, like, this, I want to know what's on the script. I want to know what the jailhouse informants have to say. Other than, we know that they're going to say that she had asked them to lie and offered them teeth and money and housing, but I want to hear all of the details for them because this is all new stuff and I'm so excited about it. So, and I'm also really curious about the judge asking her if she's okay with the cross-examination and her defense's strategy. That is wild to me. Has anybody else ever seen that? Where they ask the defendant, are you okay with this for your defense strategy? I cannot think of ever hearing that before. So anyway, we've got big stuff happening. So we'll be back in they're supposed to be back in 15 minutes. So I'm going to take a few more minutes and finish my lunch and then I'll see y'all in just a minute. I'll give you Lucy though. I'll give you Lucy while we're waiting.
Yeah, I'll hold you. All right, stay tight. Be careful now. sit first. And you fit in. Perfect. Thank you. Yeah. All right, welcome. Okay, I'll do that. Huh? Yeah. No, it's okay. I'm gonna leave it like that. Let me. Wait, you can have the car if you want, you. Let me leave the camera.
The address on the license is good.
Huh?
The address on the license.
That's a camera, okay? Record you.
Doesn't go to the back because of the blank, because of the plastic.
We open this a little bit then. That's fine.
You'll be freezing. Yeah. You'll be glad you have it.
You're gonna take it? It's either gonna be
I'm gonna want more. Do you know how long we're gonna sit? Oh, how long we're going to sit here?
As soon as he comes back, he's going to take you from here to the launch room and then to the facility. We're waiting for the other officer to come back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, whatever information he took from you, I guess that's what he was missing, so he's going to enter that and come back.
Okay. So the next place is what? The warrant? What did you say?
Huh?
What did you say the next place was?
Well, see, what happened is the warrant that they have from you is from out of Leon County.
When did they issue a warrant?
So what happened is we have to take you to our warrant room for that information to get entered, and then after that gets entered before we can take you to the jail, to the local jail.
Okay, because I didn't know there was a warrant. How would I know that?
Well, we wouldn't have been able to take you if there wasn't something in place.
So aren't they supposed to inform? Aren't they supposed to inform me if there was a warrant for me?
Well, I don't know the details.
I don't either.
They had a warrant. The gentleman that you met earlier in the plain clothes.
Yes.
Right. They were supposed to inform you of whatever, and then because it's a county warrant, that's how we became involved.
Okay. Yeah.
Raining a lot, yeah?
Been raining.
Okay, brother. Thank you, man. I'll see you. Airport 35. Change my QTH to Warren, transporting a white female. Ready for starting?
Shifted.
6003.
20.
Gonna roll up the windows. It's raining once we exit, okay? to yourself. Let me lock the door.
Just push my glasses up a little on my
Absolutely.
nose.
Like that?
Oh,
Okay?
thank you.
No, you're welcome. I'm gonna go to that office right there on the corner. Let me get the door for you. Thank you. How you doing? Let's have a seat over there. Yes, please. We turn out a little bit this way, so it's protocol that we need to follow, you know? Rules and regulations. Ready? Here we are. Take your time, no rush, go for your head. We're gonna go through that door over in the corner. Cool, 35, could you show me a arrival of TK? Ready for any? $6014. Let's have a seat. Oh, you know why?
It's all red.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why. Well, let's stand over there just in case it starts raining. How you doing, boss? Hey. Hold on for me. Yeah. You have your license?
We're back. I had to get more caffeine, finish my lunch.
Everyone can be seated.
Jackie probably needed the caffeine more than I
Jury,
did.
hope you had an enjoyable lunchtime. State, please call your next witness.
State calls Detective Grossman.
Detective Grossman. So we're not getting to the jailhouse snitches just yet, apparently. But soon. Soon. I'm ready. This is going to be a
Please raise your hand.
wild afternoon. I'm ready for it.
Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
I do.
You may take your seat.
Thank you.
Please speak loudly and clearly.
Please say your name and spell your name.
Sure. Jonathan Grossman, Jonathan Grossman.
How are you employed?
I'm a police detective with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
I've been with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office since January of 2011.
What about before that?
I was assigned, or I was a police officer with the Miami-Dade Schools Police Department since 2004.
And were you called upon to assist in a murder case that happened here in Tallahassee?
I was.
All right. Were you asked to assist with the search warrant of the defendant's residence?
I was.
Where is that residence?
It's located at 2127 Brickell Avenue, apartment 1602.
And when was the search warrant conducted?
November 14th, 2023.
As part of the search warrant, did you take photos of the residence?
Yes, photographs were taken.
All right, I'm going to show you some of those, which I've marked as 143 through 163. Just take a moment to look through those.
Search warrant.
Yes.
Are they fair and accurate photos of the residence as it appeared that day?
Yes.
This time I'd ask to move into evidence 143 through 163.
Any objection?
Objection.
States 143 through 163 are admitted.
May I
Please
publish?
silence all devices. Yes, you may publish.
I'm ready for this.
Publishing states 144.
What you got? What you got? Show us her house. I'm nosy too. Look, if you have your curtains open,
Located in a high rise.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
I'm gonna look in.
At 145. Is this kind of the view from the entrance to the residence?
Yes, ma'am, that's would be closest to the front door, looking in.
And did you observe some luggage there in the residence? I guess toward the entryway.
Yes, there was luggage.
States 147. I just won't focus for it. Seems to be better when it's zoomed in.
it is very South Florida.
States 148. Use the luggage tags.
Yes.
Consistent with destination Saigon by way of Dubai.
Yes, ma'am.
States Exhibit 150. As part of the search warrant, did you see some camera equipment?
Yes, we did.
Overview.
Ooh, bring out the SD cards. What you got on there?
Did you also take possession of some visas.
Somebody check on Jackie.
Publishing states 149 Vietnam visas.
Yes, we did.
Okay. Approach and show you what's been marked as states 129 and 130. Are those the visas that were seized?
Yes.
In whose name are those visas?
One is Harvey Adelson and the other is Donna Adelson.
Are those in the same or substantially the same condition as they were when you seized them?
Yes, sir.
Move into evidence 129 and 130, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
129 and 130 are admitted.
Publishing States Exhibit 146. Did you seize this day planner?
We did.
Is
What you
this
got in there?
planner, is this how it was, open like this when you found it?
Yes, it was.
Approaching the states 59 and 59A. Showing you 59 first. Is that the day planner that you see that's pictured on the screen there?
Yes, it is.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you compounded it?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 59.
Any objection?
I'm sorry. Strike that. I wasn't moving it in. 59A served, showing you that now. The intention, Judge, is just to have 59 identified and 59A admitted. Sir, 59A, have you had an opportunity to examine it?
I recall part of it from the 59.
Okay, and does 59A contain fair and accurate copies of pages from 59?
From what it appears, yes.
Okay, this time I'd ask to move to evidence 59A.
Any objection?
No objection.
59A is admitted.
Publishing states 143. Was this note present there at the residence?
It was.
Where was this note found?
It was found on the floor in one of the bedrooms.
Okay, and it appears to be offering some information about an M11 gun to be sold.
Correct.
Well, that don't look good. But also, is it still for sale? I have questions.
Yeah, you did say the date of that the search was conducted, but in case anybody missed it, will you say it again, please?
Sure, November 14th, 2023.
No further questions, Judge.
Cross-examination.
Wake up, Jackie. That's why she needs a minute every time. They wake her up and then they got to fill her in on what happened. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Came all the way from Miami.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry about that. You indicated that the search was done on November the 14th of 2023. What time of day did you get there?
I think we arrived around 1:15, 1:30, and I think we executed the warrant around 2:30.
PM?
Yes.
And who was present?
It was myself, Sergeant Michael Scott, Sergeant Paul Villaverdi, Detective David Denmark, and there were members of our priority response team.
Okay. Was any of the occupants, were they present?
Yes, Mr. Harvey Adelson was present.
Okay. And you had a search warrant with certain things you were permitted to obtain. So were you involved in the search yourself, or you were just in charge of?
Yeah, our team. I was the applicant on the warrant, and then our team assisted with my team assisted with the search.
Okay. Was it a thorough search?
I mean, well, yeah, we were looking for certain things. We had an electronics canine dog also come to assist. And we conducted the search.
What does an electronics canine dog do?
Searches for electronic devices.
That is so cool.
And did the dog find anything?
I don't remember specifically if there was anything the dog identified to. He may have hid in the closet area where a laptop was.
Okay. And are they trained to get battery operated and like plugged in electronic devices?
I'm not too sure what the level of training. I'm not a handler.
Did you see the dog in the closet? You said it alerted to something in the closet?
No, I said I believe he alerted to a laptop that was in the closet. I'm
Did
just
you-
going off of memory.
Did you observe that?
No.
Did not, okay. All right. Let me see here just a second.
Teach Lucy to do
Did
that.
you make a list of the items that were seized?
There are a series of property receipts that were prepared after.
Okay. Based on the search warrant that you got, every search warrant has some kind of limitations, although when you read them, it doesn't really seem that limited. But in this case, you were able to search anything that was there, electronic, paper, sticky notes, etc., if it had the evidence that you, in your search warrant, you had sought to look at, correct?
Correct.
And that would have been financial records, asset ownership records, etc., etc.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Were you the one responsible for making sure that each area that was within the home was searched?
Ultimately, our team does that. So it's kind of an effort by everybody that was involved in the search itself.
Okay.
So I would say, as a group, yes, the apartment was searched.
Okay. And you're allowed to go into, you can open drawers, you can open boxes, you can open dressers, all of those things, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. May I approach the witness? Thank you. I'm going to show you what's already been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 160. Does that appear to be one of the photographs of one of the closets that was searched?
Yes, ma'am.
And 157 that's been entered of the State's, does that also appear to be?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And looking at in Exhibit 157, I'm sorry, I don't mean to get in your personal space.
No, you're good.
Okay. In 157, this appears to be female clothing here, correct?
It does.
And on the left-hand side, it looks like blouses on the top, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Jackets on the bottom, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then on the right-hand side, you can see some dresses that are hanging up, correct?
Appears to be, yes.
Okay. And
Did you see what size they are?
160,
No?
does that, take your time looking at it, but does that show any electronic devices in that particular closet?
If you look towards the end, you see a USPS box, and there will be a laptop underneath.
Okay. Did you notice anything else?
Not that's jumping out at me right now.
I got really bad eyesight because I'm old.
And asleep?
See that little light under there? Underneath that blouse?
Okay.
Does that appear to be something electronic?
It could be.
Is it a light that's on?
I see a dot there. I'm not.
Okay. Did you all, excuse me. Do you recall as part of the search going through a safe?
No,
So there would be no pictures of the safe that was present in the home?
I don't recall pictures of the safe. No.
If there is a safe with your search warrant, you have the right to go into it, correct? To look for the items that are authorized to get in the search warrant?
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Okay. If someone there had located the safe, you would document that with pictures as well?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yes.
And what time did you say you left?
I don't recall
You don't recall?
what time we left. It might have been 3-something.
3-something? So you were there at least a couple of hours?
He said he doesn't
By the
remember.
time I believe we executed the warrant around 2:23, maybe 2:20 p.m. So we left probably about an hour later, I think.
Okay. And, gosh, I just lost my train of thought.
Shocker.
When you went and executed the search warrant, were you kind of aware about the general facts in this case, what the allegations were?
Yes.
Was this your first assignment on the case?
No.
What else had you done on the case?
In 2015, we assisted with the case.
Okay. I believe you maybe did some searching of the Prius.
I did.
Okay. Were you aware that there was an allegation that there were stacks of $100 bills that were in groups of 10, which would be 1,000 if my math is still correct, and they were stapled together? Were you aware of that?
I've heard that during the course of the investigation.
If you had found that inside the apartment, would you have documented that?
Probably.
Just 1 second, please.
This is
one of the photographs that the state entered, and I'll go get it if you don't remember it, but one of them that they entered had some luggage. You remember that picture?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you all search the luggage?
I don't believe we entered the bag, no.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank God.
Redirect. You may step down, Detective. Will he be recalled?
No, sir.
You are released, sir.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Please call your next witness.
State calls Patricia Bird.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Wake up, wake up. Everybody wake up. This is not a drill. Bring the jailhouse snitches. Woo, woo. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm ready. I'm awake. At least one of us is, right, Jackie? Oh yeah. Are we ready? Yes, we are. I'm so excited. So excited. Bring the snitches.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Hey, Patricia.
You may take your seat.
Have a seat, Patricia. Did you get you some teepees?
Come on. Brandon, if you can, adjust the microphone for her if she needs it.
Will you tell us your name and spell it for the court reporter, please?
Patricia Bird.
Thank you.
P-A-T-R-I-C-I-A, Bird, B-Y-R-D.
And are you in custody at Leon County Jail?
Yes.
Are you in custody for violating your probation on a felony case?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that for that felony case, if you were convicted as charged, that you could receive up to 15 years in prison for that felony?
Yes.
And is that felony that you're in custody for, is that the only felony that you've been convicted of?
Yes, I have a pending case.
Thank you. So do you also have another pending case?
Yes.
That you haven't been convicted of yet, but it is still pending?
Yes.
And that pending case, is that case in Wakulla County?
Yes.
For that case, if you're convicted as charged in that case, could you receive up to 5 years in prison for that case?
Yes.
Okay. And the one that you're in custody on from Leon County is the only felony you've been convicted of then?
Yes.
Have you received any offer or promises in exchange for your testimony in this case?
No.
Were you in custody with Donna Adelson?
Yes, I was.
For about how long?
Maybe about 6 or 7 months.
And was this at Leon County Jail?
Yes.
Were you and Donna Adelson in the same pod?
Yes.
What does that mean?
We're in the same, it's a open pod, it's an open day where a lot of bunk beds are together.
Okay, so a lot of women are in there together.
Yes.
Okay, so you sleep in the same room as some of these women.
Yes.
And how close did you sleep to Donna Adelson?
Right next to her.
All right, and if you're in the same pod, do you have your meals together with the other women in the pod?
Yes,
Do you have like your downtime where you're watching TV or reading or writing, all those things together with the same women in the pod?
yes,
When you were in the same pod with Donna Adelson for those months, did you become friendly with her?
yes,
How often would you talk to her?
every day, all day.
Who else was she close to in the pod?
Drina Bernhardt,
Okay. Did she have a couple of other people she was close to as well?
yes,
Were you and Drina the closest?
yes,
To her, I mean?
yes, ma'am.
Once you and Donna Adelson became close friends, did she ever talk to you about her pending case, this case?
She did.
When y'all would have those conversations, did you ever outright ask her whether she did what she's accused of?
I did.
And what did she say to that?
She said she did. It was to keep her grandkids, but it wasn't supposed to go that far.
Okay, so she said she did do it and she did it to keep her grandkids,
Yes,
but she didn't expect it to go this far.
yes.
Did Donna Adelson ever ask if you were ever in custody with a woman named Catherine McDaniel?
Yes, she did.
And were you ever in custody with Catherine McDaniel?
Yes,
Was that several years ago?
yes, ma'am.
And about how long were you in custody with McDaniel for?
About a year or two.
Now, did you tell Donna Adelson that? Did you let her know that you had been in custody with McDaniel?
Yes.
Since you had been in custody with McDaniel, once Donna Adelson knew that, what did Donna Adelson want you to do?
She wanted me to say that me Obama told me when we killed him, I knew my boyfriend's parents had money.
Okay, so basically, she and some other people did this crime, and they did it because her boyfriend's parents had money.
Yes.
Who did she want you to tell that to?
She wanted me to tell it to whoever came up and asked me about it, and the investigators.
Okay. Did she offer you anything in exchange for you providing that information?
Yes.
What did she offer you?
A trailer and some land, and she would have her husband fix my teeth.
Okay. So, like, if you got out of custody, she'd help you buy a trailer and land,
Yes.
and that her husband could fix your teeth?
Yes.
Like veneers?
Yes.
Now,
Oh my God.
was any of that true as far as did Mag Banwell ever say those things to you?
No, she did not.
Did Donna Adelson give you other gifts while in custody?
Yes.
Like what?
She would buy canteen, and she would bring it over to my bed.
What's canteen?
Canteen is food that we buy off commissary,
Okay. It's kind of like chips and candy and other things that
and
you...
noodles and stuff like that.
Okay. But it costs money to buy those things?
Yes.
Okay. But she would buy those or extra and she'd give it to you?
Yes.
Now, did you ever speak to her attorneys or investigators who came to the jail to see what information that you had?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember whether you spoke to a man or a woman?
It was a woman.
Did you tell them the information you told us today?
I did.
Did you tell them that that information that Meg Banwa said was true or not true?
It was not true.
Okay, but that Donna Adelson wanted you to say that?
Yes, ma'am.
Who else did those people for the defense who came to see who may have information, who else did they speak to?
They spoke to Lindsay Knight and Brittany Purcell and Cassidy Conroy.
Did they speak to Drina Bernhardt?
Yes, they did.
Did you tell your attorney what was going on as far as Donna Adelson wanting you to provide this information that was not true?
I'm not sure if I told him.
I'm talking about your attorney.
My attorney?
Yeah, did you tell your attorney at some point?
Yes.
Okay. Once you told your attorney that, did
an investigator from the state attorney's office come speak to you to get more information about what happened?
They did.
And did you tell him everything that you told us today?
I did.
Just a second.
Cross-examination.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's going to happen during cross? Because... Oh, he's got to wake Jackie up. Because he wanted to know if she was okay with the cross. Oh, I'm scared. But also strangely excited. I have a feeling this is about to be.
Good afternoon.
You testified that you spoke with a investigator, a woman. Was the woman white or black?
She was black.
Okay. Do you remember testifying in a hearing on this matter a couple weeks ago?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember saying that she was white?
Yes. I was confused.
You were confused by the question, or you were confused about the race of the investigator that you spoke with?
It was about the question.
Okay. And isn't it true that you also spoke with a male investigator last August?
Yes.
Okay. And that was about less than a month after you moved into the pod with Miss Adelson?
To the next part with Miss Adelson.
No, we're talking in originally. That was about a month after you moved into the pod with Miss Adelson.
Yes.
Okay. And you spoke with that first investigator, the male?
Yes.
Okay. And it's your testimony that at that point in time, Miss Adelson had already offered you money, land, and a trailer.
Yes.
Okay. And you told that to that first investigator.
I did.
Okay. So on August, I believe it was August 30th of 2024, your testimony is that you told the first investigator, the man, about that offer.
I did.
Okay. Did you also tell him that the information that you were saying about Miss Magbanawa was false?
I did.
All of it?
I did.
Okay. Isn't it true that you've also testified that in fact Miss Magbanawa was manipulative?
I did.
Is that true?
It is.
Now you testified that my client admitted doing it and that it was to keep her grandkids, but it wasn't supposed to go that far.
Correct.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that the only thing that she did was write checks to Miss Magbanawa?
I'm not sure.
Isn't that what she told you?
Not sure.
Haven't you previously said that Miss Adelson, my client, did not plan the murder?
Correct.
How many times did you meet with an investigator from the any of the defense attorneys in this case?
Could you repeat the question?
How many times have you met with an investigator from any of the defense attorneys' offices?
Twice.
Yeah, she didn't plan it. She bankrolled it and told them to plan it. Not.
Remember previously testifying that someone from the defense attorney's office came 4 or 5 times.
No, I did not.
How many times did a female investigator come to speak with you?
Once.
Do you remember testifying previously that you said a female investigator came twice?
If I said that, then that's what it was.
Can I get a page on that, please?
I don't have it.
Please show the witness the prior statement or testimony so she can explain, deny, or admit.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
So talking about different investigators from defense or from the state's attorney or from the jail or from wherever, I get they're trying to trip her up. They're trying to, of course, destroy her credibility. They need her to not be credible. But I don't know how much that's going to help. I think that and two things can be true at once, right? Katie can be manipulative, but Donna can also have said what she says she said. The script is going to be the big one. And plus, if this has been going on for a year, are you going to remember how many times exactly anybody talked to you? That stuff isn't.
I'll refer you, I believe it's the April 1st or 2nd interview with Investigator Newland and Pat Sanford at the Leon County Detention Center. Page 20.
And we'll start with the female investigator, lines 16 through 18. May I approach the witness?
You may. Can you just read that to yourself, please?
What's scary is that her conviction could get overturned for, like we were talking about earlier, for ineffective counsel.
Did you say something differently when you first met with the representative of the state attorney's office?
I did.
Okay. So, when you first met with the state attorney's office representatives and Special Agent Sanford, when asked how many times the defense investigators come to see you, you said 4 or 5, correct?
Correct.
And then how many times did the female investigator come to speak to you? You said twice.
Correct.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Jury is not taking notes.
Ms. Bird, you've testified that you were incarcerated with my client for 6 to 7 months. How much of that time were you actually sleeping in the bed next to her?
Somewhere in between 3 to maybe 4 months.
The jail records reflect something differently. Would they be more accurate?
Could be.
Could be more accurate, or they
Yeah.
are?
They are, because we were.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect examination.
Yes, sir. Will you finish what you were going to say, please?
We were in 2 different pods together.
Okay. So did you sleep together, or I'm sorry, sleep in the same pod as her, sleep next to her in one pod and sleep further from her in another pod? What do you mean?
I slept next to her in one pod, and then we slept in the same section in another part of the jail.
Okay. So when you're sleeping in the same section from someone, are you still in the same room with them?
Yes.
Okay. Despite whether you were sleeping next to her or a few beds over from her, did you guys still have downtime each day in the pod together?
Yes.
Okay. And did you talk most of the day, every day, for several months at a time?
On a regular basis.
All right. Regardless of how many times the defense sent investigators to talk to you, you did speak to them multiple times.
Yes.
And you also spoke to state attorney's office investigators, is that right?
Yes.
And your own attorney?
Yes.
And you've testified at a prior proceeding as well?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ask Donna Adelson whether she wrote checks to Catherine McBanois, or did you ask her whether she did what they're accused her of doing?
I asked her if she did what they accused her of.
Okay. And she said yes?
And she said yes.
Thank you.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled by either party?
No, sir, she can be released. Thank you.
Defense.
Potentially, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Byrd, you may be called again by the defense. Please call your next witness.
State calls Drina Barnhart.
Here we go. Here we go.
Please raise your right hand, Ms. Barnhart. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
You can take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone if you need to.
Yeah, please say your name and spell your name.
Drina Bernhardt, DrinaBernhardt.
Ms. Bernhardt, are you currently incarcerated in the Leon County Jail?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And are you in currently on 2 different felony cases?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On the first case I want to ask you about is the VOP, or violation of probation case. Is that one of your open cases?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a second-degree felony punishable by up to 15 years in prison?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then also a third-degree felony is also pending, punishable by up to an additional 5 years. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
right? Okay. And are both of those cases totally unrelated to the murder case that we're here about in this courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I want to ask if you've been promised anything by myself or any member of my team in exchange for your testimony here today.
No, ma'am.
So any leniency or any help with your case, anything like that?
No.
Okay. Has anyone promised you anything?
No.
Okay. Is this your first stint in the Leon County Jail?
No, it's not.
Have you been in and out of jail quite a few times?
I have.
Okay. Do you have 27 prior convictions involving
Damn.
other felonies or crimes of dishonesty?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you recently incarcerated in the Leon County Jail with Donna Adelson?
Yes, I was.
And did you become friendly with her during the time that y'all were both in the jail together?
Yes.
How long were you together in the jail?
I can't remember exactly, maybe around 4 months.
All right, were you in the same pod that whole 4 months?
Yes.
And when you're in the pod together in jail, is it easier to become friendly than it is on the outside?
Yes.
Why is that?
We're together 24/7, so.
All right, can you describe your friendship with Mrs. Adelson?
Yes, initially, it was very nice. She actually called me her jail daughter, and she and I got close. And how much more detail do you want?
Well, by close, did you talk to each other about personal things, like your
Yes.
life?
Yes.
Okay. And did she have a nickname for you besides her jail daughter?
Yes, Sunshine.
Oh.
Did she make
Like her
paint
kid, her
pictures for
grandkids.
you and write notes to you and things like that?
Yes, ma'am.
And approach and show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 61.
Bring the evidence.
One of the pieces of art and letters that she wrote to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge asked to move into evidence, State 61.
Any objection? There you are. State 61 is the motion.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Oh, please do.
So is this her initials down here?
Yes, ma'am.
And on the back, is that a little note to you?
Yes, it is.
I want to see.
Dear Drina, I hope your life will be filled with love, joy, and flowers. You deserve only the best because you are the best. Love, Donna. Is that what you wrote?
Yes.
And did you return this type of favor and make little art and things for her as well?
Probably, yes.
Did she ever talk to you about her grandchildren?
Yes, she did.
And did she tell you anything about the type of relationship that she had specifically with the children of the deceased in this case?
Yes, she said she was very close with them, and every now and then she would call them her children.
Okay, and I want to ask you about whether Mrs. Adelson, during the time that y'all were friendly, ever discussed her case with you.
Yes.
Okay, and was her bringing up her case something that she did a lot, or was it only one time?
It was often.
Okay, so it was something that she was
Doing
talking
a lot.
about daily.
Yes.
Okay, and was it a bunch of different aspects of her case she would talk about, or only one thing?
It was different aspects.
At some point, did you end up reaching out to law enforcement to report some of the things that she had been saying to you about her case?
Yes, I did.
And why did you do that?
Well, initially I did it for selfish reasons, but more that I spent time with Dawn, I realized that it was morally correct and I wanted to get justice for the Markel family.
Okay, so you felt it was the right thing to do, but you were also hoping to get something out of it.
Yes.
And what kind of thing were you hoping to get out of it?
Just help, lighter sentence, maybe rehab.
Okay, and are you still hoping that might be the outcome for you?
Maybe, but right now I'm more interested in justice for the Markel family.
Did Donna Adelson ever talk to you when she was talking about her case? Did she ever mention any concerns about the testimony of her son, Rob Adelson?
She did. She said she was extremely worried about his testimony.
Okay, so that was something that she brought up often, or only one time?
A few times.
Okay. Did she ever mention to you a state witness by the name of Catherine Magbanoa?
Yes.
And was Ms. Magbanoa somebody that was known to you?
Yes, I knew Miss Magbanwa from being locked up with her years before.
And how did she first bring up Magbanoa to you, or did you bring Magbanoa up to her?
I can't remember exactly how it was brought up. I just know that it was brought to her attention.
Brought to her attention that you knew Magbanoa?
Yeah.
Okay. And at some point, did the defendant try to recruit you to become a witness for her in this case?
Yes.
How did she first approach you about that?
She asked me if I would be willing to do it, and I said yes.
Okay. And was this topic discussed one time or more than one time?
More than once.
How many times can you estimate? A lot?
A lot, yes.
Okay. And what is it that she wanted you to testify about?
She wanted me to testify about numerous different things about Kay, mostly about Miss Magbanwa.
And Miss Magbanoa, you knew her by the nickname Kay?
Yes.
Okay. And so she had some things she wanted you to say about Kay.
Correct.
At some point, did she prepare a script for you of exactly what she wanted you to testify to?
She did.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 62.
Oh my God. Yes. Bring it. I am so excited. This is what I've been waiting for.
Do you recognize State 62?
I do.
Is this the script that was prepared for you by Ms. Adelson?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. Move it out of State 62.
Any objection? No objection. State 62 is admitted.
And publish.
You may.
Yes, please do. Somebody wake up Jackie.
Whose notebook is this?
That's mine.
And whose handwriting is this on this first page?
That's Donna's, Miss Anderson.
Okay, so she wrote this in your notebook?
Yes, ma'am.
Bring it! What is it you were supposed to do with this information?
I was supposed to study it and answer it correctly on the stand for her.
So this is what she wanted you to say in court?
Yes, ma'am.
So for example, how did you know Donna Adelson? You were supposed to say everyone knew her, she's been on the news. I've seen and heard about this on TV shows and read it in the newspaper over the years.
Correct.
Do you read the newspaper?
No.
Okay. Did you know much about her or her case prior to coming in contact with her in the Leon County Jail?
No, ma'am.
And what were you supposed to do with this physical script?
I was supposed to copy it down and give it back to her.
Okay, copy it into your own handwriting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you provide this item to my office?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it copied and returned to you?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do with it once you returned with the original to Leon County Jail?
Return it to her.
I'm gonna go down a paragraph here. It says that you approached Mrs. Adelson and told her you had information about Kay that you wanted to give her. Is that true?
No.
This says that Kay told you that she told Charlie on the night of the murder that some friends of hers went to Tallahassee and killed him. Did Kay ever tell you that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. She asked him to give her the 1/3 of $1 million that he was going to pay his sister so that she could relocate with her children to Miami. He went crazy on her. He said that that was going to be an offer to his brother-in-law not to kill him. Did Kay ever say any of that to you?
No, ma'am.
And then over here.
Yeah, I'm screenshotting it all so we can
But
obsess over it later.
she convinced him that the murderers think a woman is paying for this. They don't know Charlie. She told him she wouldn't tell her friends who he is. She can keep him safe. So she was, according to this story, extorting money out of Charlie, but he didn't know it. He thought she was his friend, but really she was his enemy. Is that the deal?
Yes, I suppose that's what it's supposed to be.
All right, and did Kay, Catherine McDaniel, ever say any of that to you?
No.
Do you know, are you familiar at all with Charlie Adelson's trial or his trial testimony?
No,
There's a part on here that says, here, she laughed about how easy it was to extort, and extort is underlined. Did you underline that, or did Mrs. Adelson underline that?
I didn't underline it.
Okay. How easy it was to extort him for the money. He wouldn't have to take her out to a fancy dinner. She could buy plenty of fancy dinners with the 1/3 of $1 million. She said she fooled her baby daddy and she fooled Charlie. Sigfredo would do anything for her, and he did. All right, so again, sorry to keep asking the same question, but did Kay say any of this to you?
No.
Okay. Charlie was scared and easy to extort. What a stupid fool. He believed her that she was keeping him safe from the killers. Ha ha, what a joke. Is that the type of language that Catherine McBanowa would use?
No.
Do you know her well enough to tell this jury that she wouldn't say something like, you know, what a stupid fool, ha ha, what a joke?
Yeah, she wouldn't talk like that.
But that's what Mrs. Adelson wanted you to come in and tell this jury.
Yes, ma'am.
Did she give you anything or promise you anything in exchange for reciting this script?
While I was in jail, I received packages and phone calls, and I was promised things as well.
What type of packages?
Packages are in jail just like a bunch of basically gas station food, but it's exciting when you're in jail.
Okay, and what about phone calls? What do you mean by that?
Just the phone calls are very expensive from jail, so she would let me use her phone to call my mother and other people.
Okay, and you said she promised you other things in the future. What other types of things?
$10,000, a grand piano.
Whoa.
What else?
She promised me cameras, but
none of that came to fruition?
No.
Okay. And what about pills? Did she mention anything to you about pills?
Yes, that if I needed pills, that I could call a doctor named, I think Obed, I think that's his name.
Okay.
Yes.
And that person would write you some prescriptions?
Yes, ma'am.
And why would you be in need of prescription medication?
I'm a recovering drug addict.
Did she tell you that if you were to be released that you could make these phone calls, including this phone call to Dr. Obed?
Yes.
Okay, and how were you going to get these other items, like the $10,000?
The money would be through something called Zelle.
Okay, and who was going to send the money through Zelle?
Harvey.
That's her husband, Harvey Adelson?
Yes.
And how are you supposed to contact Harvey Adelson?
Through a phone app called Signal.
Okay. Had you ever heard of the phone app Signal before?
No, ma'am.
Okay, one moment, please, Your Honor. No further questions at this time, Judge.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, just a moment.
Why do you always need a moment?
Before you cross, please approach.
What are we thinking? How are we feeling? Signal enters the chat. So she gave her this script, told her to copy it in her own writing, and then give her back the script. Right? That's what she said. Why do I feel like this is about to be really bad? Dr. Obed just booked him a one-way flight to Vietnam. I'm about to Google Dr. Obed. Paging Dr. Obed. Let's see. He's a dermatologist. Dermatologist gonna write you some. Bless it. All right. I have a feeling this is about to get spicy. If they ever get up there. Come on, guys. Like, what? Let's do a poll. I'm going to do a poll before and after cross. Do you believe her?
Good afternoon.
Now, you testified that you haven't been promised anything, correct?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that you were released from jail on February 11th,
Yes,
2025 as a result of your cooperation in this matter?
Oh, I don't know if it was a result of my cooperation, but yes, that's when I was released.
Okay. And so you met with law enforcement. In fact, you sent a letter to a Detective Turner in December of 2024, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that you had information about Donna Adelson, correct?
Correct.
And that you cooperated in the past and you wanted to do it again.
Correct.
And then as a result of that, on December 18th, Detective Turner came and met with you.
Correct.
And you spoke with him about this matter.
Yes, sir.
And then on December 20th, you were taken up to the state attorney's office to meet with the state attorney's office, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then as a result of that conversation, on February 11th, you were released.
I don't know if that's how it works.
Okay. Now, I want to back up a little bit. You've met prior to being rearrested in before. You knew Patricia Bird, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you guys friends on the outside?
No.
Just on the inside?
Yes, sir.
But you'd been friendly before?
Friendly, I suppose, for jail.
Now, when you first met with law enforcement, or the state attorney's office on December 20th of 2024, towards the end of that conversation, you said to them, "Did I do a good job?" Isn't that true?
Yes, it is.
Now, when you met with them on that day, the offer that you'd had at that point was 5 to 6 years in prison, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I want to back up a little bit. Let's see. So that violation of probation. You were originally put on that probation September 1st of 2023, correct?
Dr. Obed.
Okay. And at that point in time, isn't it true that you qualified for enhanced sentencing?
If you're talking about the PRR, is that what you're talking about?
That was Charlie's
I'm not sure.
roommate.
Did you qualify as a PRR sentence?
I think it was actually past the 3 years.
Okay. I'm going to approach, and I'll have this marked.
Dr. Obed was Charlie's roommate.
Identification purposes. Judgment is sentence that was rendered on September 1st of 2023. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And indicates that you qualify for PRR sentencing, but the state is waiving it at that time, correct?
Okay. Yes, it does say that.
Okay. And so this is a judgment and sentence or conviction for one count of burglary of an occupied dwelling and one count of burglary of a dwelling, 2 counts of burglary of a conveyance. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And PRR sentencing means that when you commit a qualifying offense within 3 years of your release from prison, the court has to sentence you to the maximum sentence day for day unless you have a plea agreement that says otherwise, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that would mean that this sentence, the court would have to sentence you to 15 years day for day in prison, correct?
If I went to trial, yes, sir.
If you didn't have this plea agreement.
Yes, sir.
But you did have this plea agreement.
Yes.
And you were put on probation.
Yes, sir.
Now, it specifically says if you violate probation, they can reimpose the prison releasee reoffender sentence. Is that correct?
Yes,
Unfortunately, you did violate that probation, didn't you?
I did.
Okay. And on June 18th of 2024, probation officer signed an affidavit of violation because you started using again, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were rearrested. You didn't go back to prison, did you?
No,
You got a chance for more treatment, didn't you?
I did.
Now, originally in that 2023 sentence, you did an inpatient program,
Yes, at Sisters in Sobriety.
and you completed that.
I did.
Here, when you were reinstated in July of 2024, you were stepped down to outpatient, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't report to probation, did you?
No,
You started using again,
I did.
and you strung your probation officer along, lying to them.
I don't think I did that, but
I mean, I don't know anybody who's struggling with addiction that's not going to lie to the probation officer about it, to be fair. But
You did not make yourself available for supervision.
no, I didn't.
You didn't follow instructions,
I just didn't go.
and you also didn't test.
I didn't go, correct.
And so then you are rearrested, not just for the violation of probation, but also for a new felony charge, correct?
What's the new felony charge?
Burglary of a conveyance?
Okay, yes, correct.
And so in September of 2024, when you were rearrested for violating probation and the new burglary charge, that point in time, you are facing 15 years mandatory day-for-day sentencing, unless you can reach an agreement with the state.
Correct,
And then you meet Donna Adelson,
correct.
your get-out-of-jail-free card.
I don't have an answer to that.
And you befriended her,
We became friends, yes.
and you would ask her questions about her case.
No, I didn't ask her questions about her case. She offered it to me and I would listen to her.
Okay. So it's your testimony here today that you did not ask her questions.
I can't remember, I may have asked her one or two. I mean, we were locked up for a long time, but I didn't go to her constantly and asking her questions, no.
Just a moment.
Misdemeanor said eyes were raised when Harvey's name was mentioned and the Signal app. Hi, friend. I waved to her like she can see us.
Before you ask your next question, Mr. Zollner, please make sure it's sufficiently clear as it relates to matters that have been ruled upon.
Yes, sir, and that's exactly what I'm having ensure done. Okay.
Interesting.
So, if you didn't reach an agreement with the state, the court would have to sentence you to 15 years, day for day.
If I went to trial and was found guilty, yes.
So that your understanding is if you went to trial, you would face 15 years, day for day.
If I was found guilty, yes.
Okay. So we're talking about a violation of probation. You'd go to a VOP hearing. You've already testified that you started using again.
Yes,
You didn't show up for probation.
correct.
Okay. So if you went to court without an agreement, you would have to be sentenced to 15 years. Is that correct?
Yes.
They're trying to say that she's only
Now,
saying
isn't
this
it
so that
true
she doesn't
when
get sentenced.
you went to meet with law enforcement on December 20th of 2024, you made sure a couple days prior to this to sit down in a location in the pod and engage in a lengthy conversation with Donna Adelson, correct?
Oh, no, actually, the pod, you can see, the whole pod is visible.
Isn't it true that you told them that you made sure that you sat where a camera could catch you while you sat with my client going over paperwork?
Yes.
Okay. And you wanted them to make sure that they could get video of you with my client.
Yes.
Okay, just a moment, Your Honor.
This is the one that they were saying that she can't act as an agent of the state, so she can't go asking questions specifically to try to get information to bring to them.
Did you tell my client she was naive about jail?
That she was naive about jail?
Yes.
Meaning that she just wasn't aware of what went on in jail?
Yes.
I may have. I don't remember.
Now let's talk about that video. I believe the state's going to be introducing that a little bit later. Now, describe for the jury how it came to be that my client wrote down the script that they've introduced into evidence.
How it came to be?
Yes.
Donna wrote it, and she and I were supposed to go over it and practice it.
Okay. During that time that you were sitting there, did you write anything down?
I may have colored or written something, but I
Did you-
honestly don't remember.
Did you take things out of the notebook that you'd already written and show them to her?
Probably, maybe. I don't know. I honestly don't remember. It's been a while.
So you don't remember telling her what to write?
No, I didn't tell her what to write.
Your testimony here today is that you never told her what to write?
Yes.
Okay. That's the one thing you are sure about here today. Just a moment, Your Honor.
So that's what they're going with, that she told Donna what to write on the script?
Redirect examination.
What?
Were you ever advised to say anything other than the truth here today?
No.
You have a lawyer that's representing you on your criminal cases, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he's working with the prosecutor on that case, not me, right?
Yes, ma'am.
To try to get you some kind of deal, not 15 years maximum penalty, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and before your most recent release, you had a five-year plea offer at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and as we sit here today, do you have a plea offer?
No.
Okay, so you're waiting to get a new plea offer.
Yes, ma'am.
From somebody, not me.
Correct.
Hoping that maybe it will be better than what it would otherwise be based on this information.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but you had already provided that script to us before this most recent release and this most recent violation, and now you're gonna have to deal with accountability for that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. And that script, it was suggested like, oh, you told her what to write. Did you even know any of that story
No.
to tell her?
No, ma'am.
No further questions.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled by either party?
Potentially, Judge.
Ms. Bernhardt, you remain under your subpoena and do not discuss your testimony with any other person.
They had already turned...
Please call your next witness, State.
State calls Kate Butler.
Okay, now I'm going to do a poll. Do you believe her? See if it changed any.
You may.
I advised objection. Can we approach? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is really good. Just got myself off opioids about a year ago after 10 years of pain management, and it's rough. That's why I was really scared to go when I was going through cancer to do pain medication, because I've heard from so many people it is so hard to get off of. So when it was like in the hospital and surgeries and all that stuff, obviously I had to, but man, people struggle with it. It's like, it's scary. So that's amazing. Yeah, he didn't mention that she had already had the script. Like, and Georgia's not the one who would be giving her a plea deal for that anyway. The story lines up. The thing is, like, yeah, how would she have, hey, Janet, how would she have known all those details to tell Donna what to say?
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to offer will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
You may take your seat.
Thank you.
Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone as you need to.
Did you bring your computer with you?
I did not. I brought my flash drive.
Okay. May I retrieve that from you? Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Kate Butler, Katebutler.
How are you employed, ma'am?
I'm a senior crime laboratory analyst at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement at the Pensacola Regional Operations Center and the Forensic Document Examination Section.
How long have you been so employed?
16 years.
What are your duties there?
My duties consist of examining items of evidence, including handwriting, typewriting, inks, papers, and office machines, in order to determine source or authenticity of a question document.
What training and education do you have to perform those duties?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in Forensic Chemistry from the University of Mississippi. I completed the 2-year, 2-phase training program at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in the Forensic Document Examination section. This training program consisted of 2 phases. The first phase was mostly reading academic texts, published articles, and research on all aspects of forensic document examination. Once I successfully completed an all-encompassing oral board and passing all the written and practical examinations, I was then allowed to move to phase 2 of training, which was supervised casework, in which I worked actual cases under the direct supervision of the certified analysts in the section. Once I successfully completed the mock trial at the end of that phase, I was then allowed to move to independent casework, which I have been doing ever since.
And have you previously testified as an expert in the area of forensic document examination?
I have.
About how many times?
Approximately 25 times.
All right. And what is forensic document examination?
Forensic document examination is a highly specialized forensic discipline in which we examine items of evidence, including handwriting, typewriting, inks, papers, or office machines, in order to determine the source or authenticity of that document. Source meaning, was it written by a particular person, printed by a particular office machine? Authenticity, is it genuine, is it counterfeit, or has it been altered in some way? When I complete my examinations of the evidence, I then write a report as to my findings and, when necessary, testify to those.
How is handwriting identifiable to a particular individual?
The best way to explain how handwriting is identifiable is to ask each of you to remember back to when you first learned to write. You typically learned in the 2nd or 3rd grade using a copybook. You learned to make repeated iterations of each of the letters of the alphabet as well as the numbers until you had the basic model of each letter and each word, lowercase and uppercase. You learn to put them on a baseline. You learn to make uppercase letters taller than lowercase letters. However, we've all deviated, as adults, we've all deviated from that original copybook style we were taught. And it's those deviations that are the individual handwriting characteristics that I examine in a question handwriting sample, and then compare to a known handwriting sample to see if the same characteristics are from the question are present in the known and are similar to one another.
Once you've made a comparison between a known sample and a question sample, how do you report your results?
We have several levels of conclusions that we use in the field. We have on one side the identification, and this is the opinion of which the examiner has reviewed all the material and has found that the question writing was in fact written by the known writer. And at the other side of the other end of the scale is elimination, and that's after reviewing all the material, the examiner has found that there are significant differences and that it is not the writer. Down from each of those, we have a highly probably wrote and a highly probably did not write. Then we have a probable wrote, probably did not write, indications may not have written, or indications may have written, indications may not have written, and in the middle is our neutral, could neither identify nor eliminate opinion.
All right, I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as 59, introduced into evidence 59A, and introduced into evidence 62.
Are you going to want Butler to open your bags?
No, sir, I don't think that would be necessary.
Go ahead.
Showing you State's Exhibit 59 for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And what did you do with that exhibit?
This particular exhibit, I inventoried to describe the contents of it. I then digitally scanned it and then used it as the purported known writing of Donna Adelson in my handwriting comparison.
And State's Exhibit 59A, does that exhibit contain the scanned pages that you selected from 59 to use as your known sample?
Some of the pages, yes, ma'am.
Yes, we did have one additional page in there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. And State's Exhibit 62, is this the question sample that you used to compare against the known sample in State's Exhibit 59?
Yes, these are the images of the question document.
Okay. Did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation to assist the jury in understanding your testimony here today?
I did.
Love a PowerPoint. Love a PowerPoint.
This is only a demonstrative, you're not seeking to
It's a
admit it.
demonstrative. Where I put my clicker, but if you'll just tell us when to advance the slide, we'll do that.
I will.
Okay. All right, so let's start with the next slide, please. Okay, so these are just the two exhibits that you compared as we just discussed.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, next slide, please. Okay, the question handwriting sample, next slide. Okay, wait, go back one. Okay, so what does this show?
This is the third page of the 3 pages of question writing.
And do you select certain characters or words for comparison? How do you start?
I look and examine every handwriting characteristic that is available for me to examine. I notate as I examine the question and known materials, so whenever I find a particular characteristic, I may note where that particular characteristic was found within the known writing. However, I compare all of the question individual characteristics within the handwriting to the known characteristics within the known.
So you're not just picking out like, oh, she makes her S's this way. You're looking at every single character.
Every single handwritten character, yes. I examine all of it and compare it to the known writing to see if each individual characteristic is present that is present in the question is present in the known or not, and if it's it's a similarity or if it is different in any way.
And all of that funnels into the totality of your conclusion?
That's correct. At the end of the complete side-by-side examination of all of the question handwriting with all of the known handwriting, I then evaluate all of the observed characteristics, and then I make a conclusion as to the authorship.
Okay, next slide, please. And let's skip to the next one. All right, tell us what we're looking at here. I'm going to look for the pointer while you're talking.
This is a demonstrative court chart. It has some of the words and letters from the question documents. Thank you so much. So I have looked through the question documents, of which there were 3 pages.
That's like exactly.
I found certain words and cropped those words digitally and placed them on this chart. I did the same thing with some of the words and letters from the known writing. And I have put similar words and letters so that I can better explain how it is that I am able to, first of all, choose an individual handwriting characteristic, and then how I'm able to show that it is found within the known writing and that it is similar.
And does the next slide indicate the points of comparison on these particular characters?
Yes, the next slide has some arrows and other markings which are pointing out some of the individual characteristics that I found in my examination and showing how they are similar between the question writings and the known writings. Oh, I apparently clicked it.
I clicked it.
Oh,
for you.
sorry.
Go ahead.
Would you like me to describe each of the characteristics?
Yeah, thank you.
So beginning with the first word in the uppercase W of the word Y, we see the overall structure of the uppercase W has a very small tick at the bottom near the baseline where it appears that there's a little bit of an upstroke and then a very small tick and then a downstroke. That kind of makes the bottom of the W. And that particular shape of it being sort of flat on one side but pointed or angled on the other side of the W on the side that's next to the H, the right side of the W has a bit of a curve, whereas the left side does not have that curve. So I observed that similar structure in the word wall within the known writing. So you can see on the left side very flat, but on the right side a very sharp angle up to the top. And then the top ends with a bit of a tick to the right, and that's pointed out in both the red arrow, the first red arrow in the uppercase W of the word Y in the question column, as well as in the uppercase W of the word Y on the known column. In the question column in the word Y, I have also pointed out the lowercase y, the structure of it creates almost a loop. It's not entirely connected, the U of the Y and the staff of the Y, but it almost is. But that pen lift where the stroke stops, lifts, and then comes back down onto the piece of paper, that whole structure and then the 2 separate strokes, that particular lowercase y was found in the word they. And you can see that in the known column, the second row, where you see the lowercase y, the 2 strokes, where there's a bit of a pen drag as it lifts and then forms the staff of the Y. Looking again to the question column, the word they, you can see the crossbar of the T moving up towards the lowercase h's staff and then almost forms a loop again. There's a bit of a pen lift there between the connecting strokes of that crossbar of the T and the lowercase h's staff. You can see that same characteristic with the crossbar moving into the lowercase h and almost connecting to the staff, but leaving a pen drag or a pen lift in that area. You can see that in the in the word there in the lowercase t and h combination in the known column. I have also pointed out in the question column in the word they The lowercase e. The lowercase e was formed by starting in the middle of the letter, and instead of making a loop or an eyelet formation, which is typically how our lowercase e is made, it remains open as if just a tick mark before it begins its overarching structure back to the baseline. So that sort of open loop E was also found in the word ache, which you can see in the known column, where you can see the eyelet of the E is open and not rounded at all. It's sort of a sharp retrace of the E before it forms the circular part. Like I pointed out in the word Y in the question column, I've also pointed out the lowercase y in they in the question column. So this is a second variation of the lowercase y. So one variation of the lowercase y has a straight staff. The bottom of it goes straight. Another variation that this writer had was the lowercase y, in which those strokes, the bowl of the y and the staff, are actually connected here in a loop formation, and the bottom of the staff creates a curve at the bottom, whereas the lowercase y in the word y remains straight. So this particular natural variation, the lowercase y with a loop and a curve, this was found in the word y in the known column on the first line. Natural variations are found throughout people's writing because of our lack of machine-like precision to be able to produce writing exactly the same way every time. Natural variations occur throughout our writing. So seeing different variations of a lowercase y or any letter and seeing those same variations present in the known is additional information for me to use in my conclusion. So going to the next word in the question column, it is the word Miami. The uppercase M in Miami has an interesting structure. The staff of it has an open loop formation. So it looks like a little bit of a bubble in that staff on the left side of the M. This same formation of that uppercase M was found within the known writing, and I have it pointed out in the word me in the known column. One of the other things that I wanted to point out in the word Miami is the height difference between the lowercase I and the lowercase a. This particular writer, when writing the I-A together, tended to make the lowercase I lower than the lowercase a, whereas you can see it's sort of floating above the baseline. That particular characteristic was also found within the words Miami within the known writing, which I have pointed one out on the right side of the column in the second Miami, but it is also seen in the first version of Miami as well, just not pointed out with an arrow. The lowercase a in Miami, I'm pointing out two different characteristics with that lowercase a. I'm pointing out the structure of the lowercase a kind of having a bit of an open top. There's a space between the top of it and the staff of it, kind of leaving a little bit of an open circle. And the structure of it being kind of having a bit of a hat to it. That particular characteristic was found in the lowercase a of the word tenants, which is about 8 lines down on the known column. One of the other characteristics I'm pointing out with the lowercase a in Miami is how the ending stroke of the a sweeps under the lowercase m in Miami next to it. And that particular characteristic, which was found in the word Miami in the question, was also found within the word Miami within the known writing. And you can see it in the first version of Miami on the 4th line in the known column.
That W was the same too, like
Moving on to the word and in the question column, the overall uppercase structure of the letter is formed with only one stroke. So beginning on the left side and moving up from the baseline, creating sort of a triangle, but whenever that stroke comes down to the baseline, the right side of the A, it causes a retrace that forms the crossbar of the A. So it is actually one stroke, almost like a triangle, except the bottom, instead of meeting the left staff, comes up and forms a curved crossbar of the A. And that particular letter formation was found within the known writing, also in the uppercase A. You can see in the known column on the 6th row. The spacing relationship between the lowercase n and the lowercase d is the next characteristic that I have pointed out within my demonstrative aid. So the fact that the n is sort of diving into that lowercase d is found within the word dividend. You can see at the end how at the end of the word dividend, the lowercase n is sort of piercing through the loop of the D, the bottom of the D. And that particular spacing characteristic was found within the question as well as the known. And I also wanted to point out the open loop of the D. So the bottom of the D, the bowl of the D is open. Whenever that character was created, it started at the top, went towards the baseline, then created a counterclockwise curve. But instead of coming and meeting the staff, it stayed open and just stayed at the baseline. So pointing out that particular characteristic of that open bold lowercase d can be found in the word card in the known column. The next word in the question column is the word once. The lowercase NTS is where I'm going to focus on, although there are more characteristics that I have not pointed out. The lowercase n and s are nearly touching, which is odd.
Real quick, I see everybody talking about the breathing. So this is something that I struggle with too until now. I've kind of gotten used to it like this, but I struggle with this a lot too. If a lot of times, like if you're nervous, she's not nervous about what she's saying necessarily, but some people just don't like talking in front of other people, or they know that this is a big deal and they need to get it right or whatever. If you have that kind of like nervousness about that part of it, or you know, whatever, you can have like irregular breathing. So even though, which is like involuntary, you know, so your body's doing it. So she knows what she's doing. She's confident in what she's doing and she's saying everything. But when your body's like involuntarily, you know, disrupting your breathing patterns because you're like, oh crap, there's all these people staring at me, then it can sound like that. I've gone through it too.
Because whenever you're taught to learn the copybook style, you're taught to leave an even amount of spacing between each letter in a word. So the S touching the N, which is 2 letters outside of the word, was an interesting characteristic that I found in the word tenants on the 8th row on the known column. You can also see it in the word comments, though I don't have it pointed out with a red arrow, but the N and the S look like as if they are touching. The combination of the crossbar T to the lowercase s to the formation of the lowercase s in the word once on the in the question column, that particular characteristic was found within the word comments, where you can see the lowercase t's crossbar continues out to the right and then forms a loop as it makes a counterclockwise loop around and then comes closer to the baseline and then kind of goes underneath the lowercase t to touch the lowercase n. That particular combination was found within the known writing in tenants as well as comments. The next word in the question column is the word whatever. The lowercase w in the word whatever, there's a line underneath it. What that is indicating is that the left side of the W is actually lower on the baseline than the right side of the W. And that particular characteristic was also found within the known writing in the known column 8 within the word once. I didn't use this laser the whole time. The lowercase w in the word once on the known column, the left side of it is much closer to the baseline than the right side. Moving on to the next characteristic, it is the spacing between the lowercase t and the lowercase e in the word whatever. The T crossbar is touching the lowercase e. That particular characteristic was found within the word after. And the formation of the V is a very blocky shape with the left side being lower than the right side. The bottom kind of creates more of a square rather than a curve or a V shape retrace. That particular characteristic was also found within the known writing in the word deliver. Another characteristic within the word whatever in the question column is the combination of the ER. The lowercase e, as it ends, creates the beginning stroke of the lowercase r, connecting the e and the r at the bottom. And that particular characteristic was also found within the word deliver and the word after in the known writing.
And do these examples comprise all of the characteristics that you looked at, or are these just a few examples?
These are just a few examples of some of the question characteristics that I examined and found to be similar within the known writing.
And what conclusion did you reach in reference to the question, did Donna Adelson write the script contained in State's Exhibit 62?
I identified the known writing purportedly written by Donna Adelson as to be the writer of the question handwriting.
And is that the highest level of conclusion that you reach in your reporting?
Identification is the highest level, yes ma'am.
1 minute. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
We've never contested that our client wrote that document, no questions.
You may step down.
Move to strike the comment, Your Honor.
The comment is struck. Members of the jury, you are to consider what came from the witness stand as the evidence. You may step down.
Thank you.
Have a good day. You are released. Please call your next witness.
May we have a short recess to set up for the next witness?
That's fine. Members of the jury, the bailiff will take you to the jury room. We'll resume at 3:35.
The comment was, we've never contested that our client wrote that, so we have no questions. He doesn't need to make comments. So. And even if they're not contesting it, I think it was really important to have that expert here, because the thing is, you can sometimes have jurors back there in that jury room looking at, you know, like, let's say they're looking at that card that she wrote for the woman, and then they're looking at that and they're like, well, it doesn't look like the same writing or something, you know, you never know. So I think it was really important to have that witness, even if they're not saying, you know, that she didn't write it. Okay, but they're saying she wrote it, which means if they're saying that she wrote it, based on the questions that they were asking that girl, they're going to say that she was telling her what to write. Where are y'all going with this? All right. Sure, Jan. Short recess. Sorry, I have to write down the times that stuff happens so that I can do the chapters for y'all, because I know that you like to go see specific things that are coming. So if I don't do it when it happens, then and see how far into the stream it is, then you don't get your chapters, and then everybody has to just scroll around all willy-nilly trying to figure out what's going on. Okay, so if they have to get set up, then this may be the camera. I mean, the camera. Nope. The video, potentially. Because Zellner said earlier that they're going to be showing that video of, I guess, when she's writing the script or something. So maybe that's what they have to get set up. Maybe that's what they're going to show us. I don't know. Oh, Donna. Okay, what are your highlights from today? Talk to me, people. I want to hear what you have to say. Tell me everything you're thinking. This is getting very silly. So silly. Gibbers is just a silly nickname. Nothing naive about Donna. Except for how investigations work, because bruh, you're not very good at hiding stuff. Jackie taking a sleeping pill. Y'all. But also it explains so much. Seriously. Because every time they finish a witness, instead of them being ready for cross-examination, like you didn't know that's what comes up next, they're always like, I need a moment. And then they're sitting there talking. And I'm like, okay, well now it makes sense. Jackie done been sleeping. He has to tell her everything that just happened. I get it now. Now I understand why we have these breaks. Why they always need moments. Makes sense. I get it. I too like to take naps. Speaking of naps, I got my court TV thing switched to Tuesday, which means I get to go to bed at 8 p.m. Maybe earlier. And I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Like, to have a Friday night just in pajamas, watching whatever. And by watching whatever, I mean, I'm probably, as soon as I turn on the TV, I'll just fall asleep. So excited. So excited. Everybody's saying the sleeping pill. Juicy surveillance today. I can't get over the moving of the podium. What were we doing here? What? Why? What? Ma'am. You don't need to be rearranging furniture. Just get up there and ask your questions. What are we doing? What? What, you wake up and want to rearrange everything? No, ma'am. Why? Why? I truly believe the state made burden of proof. Let's do a poll. And they ain't even done yet. So hard to believe snitches because they're criminals, but gotta love a courthouse snitch. Yeah, you know, that's kind of one of those things, like, you always have to decide, you know, how much weight you put on it. The way that I always look at it is, if what they're saying corroborates a lot of other evidence, and I'm like, yep, that fits with everything else that we've heard, then I'll give it more weight. If I hear it and I'm like, I don't know, then I don't. But I also, you know, pretty much everybody who, pretty much everybody who testifies, like jailhouse snitch or whatever, they're gonna, like, you're not really going to do it unless you can get something in return for the most part. So I think it just, for me, it always depends. But on this one, I mean, they're not even, like, the defense isn't even saying that she didn't write the script. So it'd be interesting to hear what they say about it. Brianna says, I'm going to have to leave before court is over for the day, but I'll be listening while I drive. We'll be here with you. Why is she moving furniture? You just gonna wake up and start moving furniture? What? Okay. What is this? Uh-oh. I'm ready for closings. Do we even need them? Can we just be like in the jury box, like, raise your hand if you just, are we all, yeah? Let's go get a sandwich. Go get a ham sandwich. A ham sandwich. Like, he like, I never will look at a ham sandwich the same because Britain snarling. How long did it take you to eat your ham sandwich? Why are you so mad at a ham sandwich, bro? You kosher? No. She sleeps all the time. She's like a hibernating bear who just wakes up to demand food and snuggles. We don't need closings, but don't want to waste 2 days on. Oh my gosh, the defense. How long is the defense going to take? How long do you think the defense is going to take? You know they're going to need a minute. You know they're going to need a minute. Lucy has a life. Hank would have made me get held in contempt, right? That's the only part of the defense I'm really looking forward to at this point, is hearing her testify. It makes me think about Ruth and Phil and Shelley being in there. Because I think, could you imagine as a mother looking directly at another mother, knowing that she took your kid away? How do you do that? Like, our kids are married. We're supposed to be family. And you took him from me? And then you're going to get up there and lie about it? I wouldn't be able to. I talk about fixing my face. I wouldn't be able to fix my face. Like, it wouldn't be my face anybody'd be having to fix. I won't be able to do it. Mm. That's the plan. She has said that she has an intention to testify. And I'm going to get aggressive during it because I'm not going to believe anything she says. Donna alone may take 2 days. Lord help us. You know, I bet Georgia is hoping she takes a stand. Same way she was with Charlie. I was like, she's ready for this. She's been ready for this. She's looking forward to it. It's not even that Georgia's ready for it. Georgia's wanting it. Georgia wants that to happen. She's like, yeah, come on. Have a seat. Say your name for the record. Just ready. Because if they take the stand, then Georgia gets to cross-examine them. And it's fair game. Some of y'all think she'll back out. I don't, because I know that she knows that this is going well for her. And I think that she thinks that if she can get up there and play innocent grandma, that they'll believe her. Lawyer, you know, buddy of mine, lawyer Tally, asked if I would call Charlie if I were the state earlier this week. After the recordings, no need. Yeah, that's the same thing I said the other day. I think I even put it on one of the recap videos. I was like, I don't think that they need to call him. If anything, maybe the defense would call him, but I don't think that I said the other day, I was like, I don't think the state needs to. I can't remember what day that was. Maybe the day before yesterday. I said the same thing. I was like, I wouldn't. Because, and we talked about it in here too, because I think I said, if you call him, you give him the chance to try to explain stuff away, and you don't need to. Like, it looks bad enough on its own. Kind of the same way it was with Higgins. If the prosecution would have, or I mean, the defense would have called Higgins in Karen Reed's trial, you're giving him the opportunity to explain things away when the evidence that the jury has right now is bad. No reason to put him up there. He doesn't contribute anything to the story. Maybe let's do this. Let's end this poll. 94% of you think that the state has met their burden of proof already. All right, let's do another poll. Do you think the defense, not the state, the defense will call Charlie? It's interesting that the jailhouse informants said that she was nervous about Rob testifying and that she had said that multiple times. Because how would she know that? The jailhouse informant isn't just going to know that. So that, to me, makes a lot of sense that Donna would have told, and for good reason. For good reason. Holy moly, the day is almost on. And just now remember to hit the like button. Everybody, take a moment and hit the like button. I always forget, so I always am glad when people remind me. Yeah, George is ready for this. Same way that Unetti was ready for Brian Albert. Jackson wanted Proctor. Georgia will be listening to her hype music. Can you just picture like Georgia like with her like, you know how like the boxers and fighters and stuff will have like their music as they're coming out? What would be her song? Donna's would be the jazz music as she did her walk through the airport. What would Georgia's hype music be as she's coming out ready to cross-examine Donna? Oh, Donna. Ridiculous. So silly. I think we heard enough from Charlie, please. Oh, gosh. Yeah, get up there and start rambling again. Lucy's snoring. Or is it Jackie Fulford? We don't know. We don't know. Wouldn't give Charlie the satisfaction of a field trip. Well, they've already brought him in. Like, they've already brought him to town.
Everyone can be seated. You may call your next witness. Sgt Corbitt, you remain under oath, sir. I would just remind you to testify truthfully. You may examine.
Yes, Judge. Does your second presentation in this trial today contain text messages from Donna Adelson?
It does, yes.
And were these text messages ones that were from her phone that was seized in Miami Airport in November of 2023?
Oh, yes.
Yes, they're from a forensic examination of that phone that was taken from her person.
And does this presentation also contain messages from Charlie Adelson's iCloud?
It does, yes.
And were the amount of messages in both that iCloud and from that cell phone voluminous?
They were, yes.
Your summary that I've labeled 73B, and for the record, I'll make the summary from his first part of his presentation 73A, and this one will be 73B. Do these include some of the text relevant to the specific things I'm going to ask you about today from those voluminous records?
It does, yes.
At this time, I would move
he's back.
73B into evidence subject to the court's ruling.
Any objection?
Subject to the court's ruling, Your Honor.
73B, you said?
Yes, sir.
73B will be admitted.
And I'd also make 73A, please.
Any objection as to 73, or were those already admitted?
73 has already been admitted, so I'd just be amending the name of the exhibit.
Go ahead, you may continue.
All right. Just as you did in your first testimony, did you create a PowerPoint of your summary that will go into evidence with the jury as a demonstrative here in court?
I did, yes.
And does this demonstrative contain other evidence that maybe the jury has already seen in this case, such as State's Exhibit 62?
I believe it does, yes.
All right. Permission to use a demonstrative, Judge?
You may.
All right. Looking at State's Exhibit 62, this first slide, does this appear to be a question and answer session here? There's a part that says Q, followed by a question, and a part that says A, followed by the answer to the question.
That's correct.
And when a witness is on the stand in a trial like you are today, does your testimony have to be in a question and answer format?
It is, yes.
All right. If we could go to the first page of State's Exhibit 62.
I am perched for this.
Looking at this first bit of information here, what does this writing say that Kay said?
It says here in the highlighted section that Kay said she told Charlie on the night of the murder.
I'm going to object. This is testimony is cumulative to the other evidence that's already been admitted.
Overruled, the witness may provide context concerning the admitted evidence.
What does it say that Kay said?
She said she told Charlie on the night of the murder that some friends of hers went to Tallahassee and killed him.
Okay, and does that story sound familiar?
It does, yes.
And are you familiar with Charlie Adelson's testimony in his trial in October of 2023?
I am, yes.
Okay. The next sentence, does the next sentence say, she asked him to give her $333,000 he was going to pay so his sister could relocate with her children to Miami. He went crazy on her. He said that was going to be an offer to his brother-in-law, not to kill him. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so according to this story and to Charlie Adelson's story at his trial, no one hired these hitmen to kill Dan Markel, right?
That's correct.
They just did it in their own in hopes of getting paid.
Correct.
All right, looking at the next page, is this the bottom part of the first page combined with the top part of the second page?
It is, yes.
Okay, looking at the next sentence, does it say, he threatened me that he was going to go to the police. I told him if he went to the police, these murderers would kill him. And if they don't get you, they'll kill your mom and dad, exclamation point. You should have seen his face, exclamation point. He turned white, exclamation point. He was scared shitless, in quotations.
Yes.
Okay, looking down at the next paragraph, does it say that she convinced him that the murderers think that a woman is paying for this? They don't know Charlie, and she told him she would tell her friends, she wouldn't tell her friends who he is, she can keep him safe. Is that right?
Yes.
So according to this, the men who killed Dan Markel are not the ones giving him the information the night of this murder. It's Catherine Magbanwa. Is that right?
Correct.
And was that consistent with what Charlie Adelson said in his testimony? He said that Magbanwa came over alone the night of the murder and told him that he was being extorted by some people she knew.
That's correct.
All right, looking down at the next section, does it say he opened his safe and gave her stacks of money? I'm sorry, can you go back up?
Yes. It does, yes. He opened his safe and gave her stacks of money.
And what does the rest of that paragraph say?
Then she told him he can pay her the rest in cash. She said he was giving her $3,000 every month. She laughed about how easy it was to extort him for the money. He wouldn't have to take her out for a fancy dinner. She could buy plenty of fancy dinners with $333,000.
Judge, can we approach, please?
Approach.
Y'all. When this is over, like when we're done, I know I said I was going to be in pajamas by like 6, but I'm going to have to go back through here because I've tried to screenshot it as we go, but then when they aren't showing it and they read it, then I'm missing it. And I just need to make sure I have the whole thing because y'all. This script is Charlie's defense. This is wild. This is wild.
Let's continue, Mr. David.
Okay. In Charlie Adelson's testimony, did he say that he paid Catherine Magbanwa $3,000 a month because he did not have $250,000.
That's correct.
Okay. Did he say he gave her, I think it was $138,000 that night or the next morning, and then the rest was $3,000 a month over time?
That's correct.
And was that paid, he said, from $1,000 a month in her paycheck from Adelson Institute and $2,000 in cash?
Yes.
And in his testimony, did he say that Magbanua assured him that none of the money would be going to her? She was giving it all to the extorters, including the money from her paycheck.
Yes.
And did he testify that he told his mother, Donna Adelson, about the extortion in September of 2014?
Yes.
All right, can we move on to the next paragraph? I have a couple of questions about that. Okay, in this middle paragraph and in this final paragraph, is the word extort used twice?
Yes.
Okay, and then at the bottom, haha is written out.
It is, yes.
Looking at the word, the first time we see the word extort on this page, is that underlined for emphasis?
It appears to be yes.
Okay, when did Donna Adelson first learn of the meaning of the word extortion?
Well, we know that there was a search from the web history of that forensic examination, and I can move to that now, that was in October of 23. That is reference to extortion versus blackmail.
Okay, and what date was that search made?
Again, October 16th of 2023.
Was that about a week before Charlie Adelson's trial began?
Yep.
It is, yes.
That she's looking up the difference between extortion and blackmail?
Correct.
And that would be even though, according to his testimony, he and his mother had been being extorted since 2014.
Correct.
All right, after Donna Adelson's phone was seized on November 13th of 2023, were we able to extract the data through a Cellbrite report?
We were, yes.
And from the phone in her possession, was there evidence that Donna Adelson and Wendy Adelson were talking about Charlie's trial and verdict as it was happening?
Yes.
What date did Charlie Adelson's opening statements begin on October 24th of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. So that would be the first day of the trial when there was an opening statement and the state started calling their first witnesses. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then what day did Charlie Adelson testify in his defense in that case?
November 2nd.
Great. This is great.
All right. And in this conversation between Donna Adelson and Wendy Adelson, did Donna Adelson agree that Charlie Adelson's testimony about being extorted was the truth, that he was telling the truth?
She did, yes.
Okay, can we see that exchange?
Yes.
Now, right before this exchange, did Wendy Adelson send a prayer hands emoji?
Yes.
Okay, and then what was Donna Adelson's response to that?
That we shouldn't have to pray. He's telling the truth, protected his little sister for years, differs through this, and now what? Prayer hands.
And then does she clarify that she meant suffers, not differs?
Yes.
Okay, so what date was this text sent on?
Again, November 6th of 2023.
So this would have been about 4 days after Charlie Adelson's testimony.
Correct.
But before a verdict was rendered in the case.
That's correct.
It says that he's telling the truth, protected his little sister for years. Was Robert Adelson a witness in Charlie Adelson's trial? Was he called by either the state or the defense?
He was not.
Okay. So the only person that Wendy Adelson was a little sister of who testified in Charlie Adelson's trial was Charlie Adelson then.
That's correct.
And here she's saying he's telling the truth. Is that right?
Yes.
Was that the only time that she said that Charlie Adelson's defense was the truth during that trial?
It is not.
Okay, can you show us all the messages where she's letting people know that it's the truth? Okay, so she's she's sending these messages to different friends or family members saying, finally, the truth is out?
That is correct. All of these messages were sent in a relatively short time frame to various friends and associates.
Okay. Were there more messages than just this?
There were.
Okay. And so she's seeing if people are watching more about it being the truth. Is that right?
Yes.
It says Dan just proved extortion. Was Dan Rashbaum Charlie Adelson's attorney at trial?
He was, yes.
Besides these things, I mean, what else did Donna Adelson say? Or did she say anything else to Wendy Adelson? Okay, thank you. Okay, here is she asking someone to watch opening because the truth is out.
That's correct.
All right. What else does Donna Adelson say to Wendy Adelson about this extortion defense?
She says that she's sorry this has been our life for so many years. It has been torture, but your lawyer didn't want you to know what happened. I think if you did, our relationship and your with Charlie would have been much different. I hope he knew what he was doing. Your testimony was crucial. Let's see what a jury does to him and to the rest of us. You know I'm next, but that won't happen. I'll take care of that.
What date is that? Or
That
was
what-
that sent?
I'm
What
sorry?
date was that sent?
November 1st of 23.
So she's saying she hasn't told Wendy about this extortion defense because Wendy's attorney didn't want her to.
Correct.
And it might affect their relationship.
You know I'm next.
Yes.
But that won't happen. I'll take care of that.
Did we look in the cell phone reports and records to see whether there was any phone evidence of Charlie Adelson being extorted by McBanois or Garcia or Rivera?
We did, yes.
All right, looking at the day after Dan Markel's murder, which would have been July 19th of 2014, would that have been the day after McBanois would have told Charlie Adelson he was being extorted, per
Yeah.
his testimony and this State 62?
Yes.
Okay. What did Charlie Adelson and McBanois, what were they saying to each other in text messages that day, the day after this alleged extortion?
So he speaks of heading to the gym, asking her if she's taking her children to the beach. She replies that it's beautiful, probably the pool, and he encouraged her to have a nice day.
Okay, so then this would have been after McBanois left his home that morning that we saw in your first presentation and is headed south toward Rivera's. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and Charlie Adelson reaches out to McBanois first. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And he says he's headed to the gym?
Yes.
Any mention of extortion, bad guys, money in these messages?
No,
Does it appear that there's any anger or fear in these messages?
it does not.
What about, and in the, what about in the week following the murder? What did they talk about that week?
Well, there's additional messages from the 19th, later on in the afternoon. And then, yes, we have messages from the next week.
And what were their conversations that week like? So here they're talking about the weather and how late it is in the day.
Yes.
Okay. What about the next messages? She wants him to get Jerry to call in some prescription shampoo for her.
Yes.
Okay. What's next? He says sweet dreams.
Yes.
What's next? She's complaining about a headache, migraine.
Yes.
Okay. What's next? He's saying laugh out loud.
Yes.
All
Who
right.
doesn't talk to their
Any more for
extorter
that?
like that?
Here she says, have a good day, smiley face, and he says, you too?
Correct.
And is that all we have from that week?
Yes.
Did they ever discuss extortion, bad guys, money?
No.
Okay. Does it seem like pretty mundane things?
It does, yes.
All right, from 2014 to 2016, those 2 years after the murder, do Charlie Adelson and Catherine McBanois stay in regular contact with each other, even after they break up in the fall of 2014?
Yes.
Okay, from the messages, do they appear to have a close friendship?
I would say yes.
Can you show us some examples of that? Here is she giving him some relationship advice and saying he'd make a great dad?
Yes.
All right, what's next? Does Charlie Adelson tell her he loves her in October of 2014?
He does.
Does he say, it makes me feel good that you care about me. I'm very lucky to have you as part of my life?
He does.
Okay, what's next?
But he was being extorted by her.
Oh, I'm sorry, can you go back? Does she respond that she will always care about him?
Yes.
Okay, what's next? And here they have an exchange. Is this in February of 2015?
It is.
And here she says, I always know how to make you smile, and he says, yes, you do.
Correct.
What's next? What do they say here?
It's February 24th of 15. Good, I love you. And he replies, I love you too.
Okay, what about later that year? Are there more friendly exchanges?
October 27th of 2015.
And she's maybe wishing him a happy birthday and thank you for helping me and I love you?
Yes.
And what does he say back?
Can't wait to get lunch with you. You're the best. I am lucky to have you as a friend for life.
Smiley face?
Yes.
Okay, what's next? All right, here are they kind of calling each other names. It seems like in a funny way.
Yes.
And he says, I miss you.
Yes.
And what about the next month? Are there any messages in the next month? Okay, maybe some sort of inside joke here.
Yes.
Okay. Is she giving laughing, crying emojis?
Yes.
All right, what's next? Is this the same day?
It is.
And how does he end this exchange?
LOL, you're the best.
So laugh out loud, you're the best?
Yes.
After maintaining a close friendship for years, according to these texts, at what point did Charlie Adelson and Catherine McBanois no longer have any contact via phone again? Is it after the arrest of Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes. I'm trying to recall exactly when that ended, but it was well into the time of the arrest, yes.
Okay. Now, in all of these messages from the records between Charlie Adelson and McBanois in those 2 years, are there any messages where they discuss being extorted?
No.
Are there any messages where they discuss Dan Markel's murder?
No.
What about McBanois knowing people who wanted to hurt his family, or anything like that?
Nothing.
When Donna Adelson's phone was seized and cell-brighted, was there evidence inside that Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson had communicated for several years over WhatsApp?
Yes.
And what is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is just a communication app, multi-platform. You can use it on iPhones or Androids or other devices, and it is just another platform which people can communicate, voice, text. And it is what we call an over-the-top app in that it does not go through the carrier traditional infrastructure. So it's not using their text message service, it's using the data side. So we don't see records of that, those communications in the call detail records that we get. And it offers the security of encryption, that those messages are encrypted for the security of the senders.
Sometimes people use WhatsApp because maybe they're somewhere internationally and that's the easiest way to communicate internationally.
Yes.
Sometimes people use WhatsApp because, as you said, it's an encrypted service and maybe those messages could be harder to find as opposed to a regular text message.
Also speculation.
Please approve.
Okay, I could ask a different question, Judge.
Please do.
What does an encrypted message mean?
So encrypted means that the message content itself is encoded in a way that it cannot be easily read or decoded in transit. So if there was an interception or someone were to get hold of that text message, because of the encryption, you're not able to actually see what's in there. And so that provides, again, for the security of those messages and traffic.
Okay, thank you. Looking at this WhatsApp thread between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson, were some messages seen in 2023 that law enforcement did not previously have?
Correct.
Okay. If you could turn our attention to the first one from July of 2016.
Yes, please.
Okay. Do you mind going to the next? Thank you. All right, so they're talking about some good news.
Yes.
Okay, what's next? All right, so what does Charlie Adelson say here?
He says that the information he got, no, it's in the paper from yesterday. And I spoke to Marcus this morning. He said it's not official yet, but it's looking that way after he spoke to Garcia attorney.
Okay, and when was that message sent?
July 21st of 2016.
Okay, was David Marcus spelled with a K? Was that Charlie Adelson's attorney at the time?
Yes.
So according to this text, Charlie Adelson's attorney was talking to Garcia's attorney, and he's letting his mother, Donna Adelson, know that in this message?
Yes.
Who did Marcus run into when he met with Garcia's lawyer?
Katie.
I believe 73A and 73 have been admitted at this point. They're in evidence. The objections are overruled.
What happened when Garcia's lawyer, when Charlie Adelson's lawyer met with Garcia's lawyer? Who did they run into?
Miss Magbanua.
Okay. Now, how do we know that Kaddie is Magbanua?
That's how he had her listed in his contacts within his phone, Charlie Adelson's.
Okay. So throughout their relationship, Catherine Magbanua's phone number and all of these messages are all to Kaddie in his phone. That's how he spelled Katie.
Correct.
Okay. And then how does Donna Adelson respond to this?
To the small world comment, she replies that it is, and then he goes on to discuss the meeting.
So does he say that his attorney said they said hi to each other, they shook hands, he introduced himself, and she is nice and beautiful?
Correct.
Okay, and how does Donna Adelson respond?
Like all your girlfriends.
Okay, so this is July of 2016. So is this about 2 months after Garcia was arrested for the murder of Sigfredo Garcia was arrested for the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes.
Okay, and Katie's his baby mama?
Yes.
Okay. Did Donna Adelson or Charlie Adelson express any anger here or four-letter words for Garcia, the man who shot Dan Markel and had been arrested for it 2 months earlier?
No.
Or for Katie, the mother of his children?
No.
All right, looking at the next month in August, show us this WhatsApp message.
This is bad for...
Now, is it between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson?
It is, yes.
Okay, can you read us the message from August 2nd here?
Charlie Adelson says, did you see in the paper where the state star witness that rented the hotel room is a convicted cocaine dealer? Maybe those guys were just up in Tallahassee buying drugs and just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Maybe the coke dealer did it because Danny did not pay him for his drugs, just like he stiffed everyone else he did business with. This whole thing is just crazy.
Done deal.
So at this point in August, you said Garcia and Rivera, they had been arrested for at least 2 months, right?
And this is supposed to be after they're being extorted.
And at this point, Charlie Adelson, according to Charlie Adelson, and according to him, he and his mother had been extorted for almost a year and a half as of a couple months ago.
That'd be correct.
Done.
In this message from Charlie Adelson, though, does it appear to spitball another theory of Dan Markel's murder besides the extortion, that they've supposedly been extorted for the last 2 years by the killers?
It does, yes.
And when law enforcement investigated, did the hitman actually hang out with a local cocaine dealer who the police interviewed, and he gave them information about the men he sold drugs to?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in the paper.
I'm sorry?
And they're talking about the fact that that was in the paper.
Yes.
Okay. And that maybe that coke dealer's the guy that killed Danny.
Yes.
Maybe Danny was buying drugs from him, stiffed him, something like that.
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. What's next after this? After Donna Adelson says, I did not see that, which paper?
Charlie indicates that it was in the Tallahassee Democrat, and Donna that she has stopped reading everything.
And does she say, wow, exclamation point, I've stopped reading everything?
Yes.
Wow, exclamation point.
Does she say, what are you
Just like that
talking
email.
about? You told me that they've been extorting us for 2 years.
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Is there anything about extortion in these messages?
There is not.
All right. Last thing we saw from, we're at the beginning of the presentation, we saw that in Donna Adelson's phone, she said that he was telling the truth in his trial, and the truth is out. Was there another message to Wendy Adelson after she told excuse me, I'm sorry. Is there more messages here?
There is, just the end of that conversation.
Okay, thank you. Can you walk us through these, and then I'll move on?
Certainly, it's just the conclusion of that the guy admitted to selling them cocaine and hanging.
This is cumulative.
Sustained is cumulative.
Okay, is this the end of the conversation that we just saw?
It is, yes.
Okay. And do these messages mention extortion?
They do
They're
not.
going down.
All right. Going back to November of 2023, did we find messages in Donna Adelson's phone from November of 2023 when the verdict was announced between Donna and Wendy?
Yes.
Okay, can we see that message?
Yes, please.
Or maybe this, okay. She says there's a verdict. This is on November 6, 2023, is that correct?
That's correct.
Was a verdict delivered, meaning read out loud by the clerk or by the judge, sometime between 5 p.m. and 5:15 p.m. on that day, November 6th?
Yes.
Okay. When does Wendy send her next message?
At 5:27 p.m.
So this would have been after the verdict was rendered?
Yes.
All right. And she says, I love you very much. Call if you feel like you can. Is that right?
Yes.
And how does Donna Adelson respond? Can you read that message?
Your brother protected you for years. Now you are not guilty. Your lawyer took very good care of you. You can bury me in the dress that I bought for Lincoln's bar mitzvah.
And was that sent at 5:31 p.m. on November 6th?
It was, yes.
So about 15 to 20 minutes after the verdict?
Yes.
What?
All right, so now we know the time of the verdict, sometime between 5 and 5:15 p.m. on November 6th. After the verdict, was there evidence found in Donna Adelson's phone that Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson began to plan to flee the country?
Yes.
All right.
It's argumentative.
Can you walk us through what was found in her phone from after the verdict?
So there is a conversation, again in WhatsApp, between Donna Adelson and a representative from Vietnam e-Visa regarding getting a visa for herself and for Harvey.
Okay, and are we gonna go through the entire Visa chat here today?
We are not.
Okay.
It's quite lengthy.
Are these just some excerpts from the Visa chat?
They are, yes.
All right, before court today, did you have an opportunity to look at States 58, the Visa chat?
I did, yes.
Okay, and are these true and accurate depictions of the chat that was found in the Cellbrite between Vietnam e-Visa and Donna Adelson?
Yes.
At this time, I move 58 into evidence.
Any objection?
Oh, boy.
58 is admitted.
Thank you. All right, if you could walk us through a few excerpts from this chat.
Oh, boy.
Yes, again, we can see that this is between Miss Adelson and the Vietnam visa. And the first message in this conversation starts on November 7th at 3:55 p.m.
Okay, so is that within 24 hours of the verdict?
Yes.
Can you go back to the last one? What is that first message from, what does that first message say in this chat?
It's an automated message in the WhatsApp group, and it states that messages and calls are end-to-end encrypted. No one outside of this chat, not even WhatsApp, can read or listen to them. Tap to learn more.
And the only way we're reading them is because we were able to take or seize the phone and get the information off the phone.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Can we look at the first messages sent in this
That's
chat?
why she's snatching that phone.
Can you read this to us?
Sure.
What?
Hi, Daisy. I'm trying to get a fast-track emergency visa for Vietnam.
Same objection that we talked about sidebar.
Overruled, this has not been published before the jury. This is the publishing of the evidence at this time. You may continue.
I'm sorry, you left off at fast track emergency visa for Vietnam.
I filled everything out on the online application. I filled out the visa option. I wanted the fastest I can get it, put in the applicant details with our photos approval. It's for Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson. Yes, that is the site we applied for online. I just do not see how to pay for this.
Okay. And what's next?
She says if I do not get there until the 12th or 13th of November, is that a problem? If I am putting down November 11th as the date to arrive.
Okay. And then did they talk a little bit about how long her visa will be for?
Yes, she indicates I would like the 90-day visa and clarifies 90-day multi-entrance.
Okay. What happens when she finds out there isn't enough time to get a 90-day visa? Because it's an emergency fast track one.
So her reply is, if we get a 30-day visa, can I extend it while I am in Vietnam?
Okay, but then the chat says we can arrange for the 90-day.
Yes.
All right, if she were to, like, let's say that, and I know that they didn't get the visas till a few days later, but let's say she got the visa on November 7th and it were a 90-day visa, that visa would extend to February 7th?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the choice that they gave her, the 90 or the 30? 30 and extend?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now eventually in this chat, does she send she and Harvey Adelson's pictures?
She does, yes.
Okay, are they letting her know all the things that she'll need to provide?
Yes.
Okay, and does she say 90-day multiple entry is what I would like as fast as possible, and that next Monday, as in next Monday to receive the visas will be fine?
That's correct.
Okay, what's next? They've received her email,
Correct.
and she sends her picture. Does she send Harvey's picture as well? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, good picture, Harvey.
Now, at some point in this chat, is it getting close to her flight date and she has not yet received her visas?
Yes.
Okay.
In addition to the photograph, she also sends copies of their passports.
Okay, and this is the flight information as far as where they're flying into, the date of arrival, the email, and the type of e-visa it is.
That's correct.
Okay, she gives them her flight information. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, now we're 5 days later, and does she say in capital letters, now it is almost 10 a.m. on Sunday. We take our flight tomorrow at 8 p.m. That is 30 hours. She's afraid that she's not going to get it in time. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, what happens next?
So the response is that we will send e-visa to you within 21 hours from now. It's fine for your flight. Please don't worry.
Okay, and does she actually end up getting her visa?
She does, yes.
Okay, can you walk us through the rest?
Yes, so this is November 13th, 5:28 a.m. She receives a visa for herself and for Harvey Adelson.
Okay. Now, was there other evidence that showed that the Adelsons did not have plans of returning home anytime soon? What was found on her phone as far as her Amazon deliveries?
So there was a message to herself, kind of as a reminder, and this was on November 8th, to stop Amazon deliveries.
Okay, and was there a note left in their apartment to sell a belonging?
Yes.
Okay, does this indicate that this is who Wendy should call to get the paperwork so the gun can be sold if it is to be sold?
Yes, as it needs to be sold with the paperwork.
All right. What about, we've heard about Donna Adelson's planner. Was there some entries in the planner for the week after Charlie Adelson's trial that indicated they weren't planning to come home anytime soon? What's the first entry here?
So the first entry we see is sell and list jewelry, dishes, implants, comics.
Okay, and what date was that?
I'd have to go back to the top to see the date of
Implants?
that, which we actually don't have on the top of that.
Okay,
Implants?
I think we do have it in evidence, so. What number is that?
Implants? Like BOGO boobies?
Okay, so the first entry you're pointing out here, though, I'm sorry, if you could go back to the highlight.
You sell those?
And so
I
that
have
was
questions.
to sell jewelry, dishes, implants, and comics?
Yes.
Implants?
All right, did they have a note about packing for Vietnam?
They keep those around? Well, they do hand them out, apparently.
Okay, was there also notes at the bottom about canceling disability insurance?
Yes.
Two, in fact.
Yes.
Was there a note for, I'm looking in the middle of the screen here, for Wendy to tell Dan regarding Vietnam, and he must tell Charlie on his private line. Is that right?
Yes.
Would Charlie Adelson have been in custody at that time?
Yes.
And if the Adelsons were to call Charlie Adelson and tell him they're going to Vietnam, would that call be recorded and available to law enforcement?
Yes.
If Dan, Charlie's attorney, calls Charlie to tell him that information, would that call be private and law enforcement cannot listen to that?
That's correct.
Okay, are there some more entries in this planner? Is there an entry regarding child support at the top? Okay. If they were paying child support for Charlie's child, does it show that they intended to pay, or they have a note about this child support through November 2025?
That's correct.
So they're making a note of that for the next 2 years in advance?
Correct.
Because at this point, we're in November of 2023?
Yes.
All right, and Lynn, looking down,
Bye, Donna.
we see that note's
Bye.
on Saturday, November 18th. If this planner was collected by law enforcement in Miami on November 14th, would this have been like a note of a reminder to yourself in the future that you've made here on the 18th?
It could be, yes.
Okay. And is that reminder, tell Wendy, do October expenses for 3 properties and enter in computer?
Yes.
Bye. Bye, Donna.
Okay. I asked you when the first entry was. We see the end of the week is Saturday, November 18th, so I think you can probably see what week we're on, but I'm going to show you what's marked as states. 59A.
Girl, bye.
Looking at this first entry here that we saw of selling the jewelry, dishes, implants, and comics, what day was that?
That
planned
was Thursday, November 9th.
for? Okay, so that would have been 2 days after the visa chat and 3 days after the verdict?
Yes.
Were there text message on Donna Adelson's phone where she is trying to communicate her plans to Wendy Adelson?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's hear those.
Can you go to those messages? Here in these messages, is she letting Wendy Adelson know they need to talk to her? It's not about the case. They need business assistance. They need to help her with personal things and business stuff. You know, please respond to them. Please talk to them.
Yes, that they need her to help them, yes.
Okay. What do we have next?
November 10th.
Does Donna Adelson, I'm sorry?
She provides 2 contact cards to Wendy stating that you need to have this info.
And is one of those for an attorney and one that looks to be for a property, a condo in a certain tower?
Yes.
All right. Were there other messages to friends where she's trying to convey information?
Yes.
All right. Looking at this message on November 7th, is Donna Adelson saying to her friend Annie that she can't say why, but they, the Adelsons, may need you guys to come here, both of you. Wendy's not responding, and we have an issue that we cannot discuss over the phone. I know this sounds crazy, but I assure you it's not. I wish I could tell you more. Stand by. Is that right?
Yes.
All right, and then at the bottom she says Ron may have some work to do here.
Correct.
All right, what's next?
Girl, bye.
Does Donna let her know that she's copying her on different emails and things? She'll explain everything. She's holding off talking to her.
Correct.
Okay. And then was there evidence in Donna Adelson's phone of why they chose Vietnam? Why Vietnam was chosen as where they were going to go?
There were searches related to extradition, which would have contained Vietnam as non-extradition.
Okay, can you show that to us? Okay, and when did she Google list of United States extradition treaties?
It would have been on November 7th.
Okay, so the day after Charlie Adelson's verdict?
Correct.
And the same day that she got she first started the chat for the emergency fast track visa?
Yes.
Y'all.
1 second.
Cross-examination.
He needs a minute.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yep, what'd I tell you? What'd I tell you? Bye, Donna. You wrong. Whew. Oh, Donna. What a tangled web. Oh, Donna. Why do you always need time? Get your life together, defense.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We meet again.
We do.
So, I think I'm going to go backwards a little bit. Now, you agreed that WhatsApp is used internationally, correct?
It is, yes.
And in your presentation, you indicated that in my client's planner, there was some notations to sell jewelry, dishes, implants, and comics.
Yes.
My client, at the time was 72 or 73. Did you believe she had a comic collection?
I'm not sure that she did.
And what about implants?
Murder boobies?
Well, other than the fact that Donna, or Harvey Adelson was a dentist.
I'm gonna show you.
If they sell them, can they give them to the inmates that she's offering them to?
May I approach with States 155?
You may.
I've already tuned him out. That's bad, right?
Looking at States 155.
I can't hear implants though without saying murder boobies.
The same picture, it's just that's narrower.
Yes, it's a different perspective, but yes.
So let's zoom in on this. Should have brought my mouse. Can you read what that says? Or you want me to turn it?
It says implant motor.
And looking at 152, 153, and 154, that's a closet, correct?
It appears to be, yes.
And is that, you can't see it there, but let's go back here.
This is the red light that she said was found in the...
That's the bedroom closet where that implant motor was, correct?
I'm not aware of this being a bedroom. It does appear to be a closet.
Okay. We'll go grab another picture then. That picture indicates that there are dishes in that closet, correct?
There are dishes in the closet, yes.
Keep those for me, please. Would you agree it'd be unusual for dishes to be in a bedroom closet?
Possibly, yes.
But I'll show you from my laptop.
Like, what? I'm gonna start working on my taxes while he's in there.
I'll have to clarify my last answer too. There are dishes in my spare bedroom closet, so.
I did not know that to ask that of you, but.
I just want to be honest.
I will have this printed, Your Honor, this next picture, but it's identified as RTC_0029. Would you agree that that depicts a bedroom?
That does, yes.
Let's go here. Are those the boxes that we saw in States 155?
They appear to be, yes.
Same paper, and you have the coffee maker?
Yes.
Okay. So we're still in that room. Let's see if we can get a different perspective here. Would you agree that they didn't do a very good job documenting this search warrant?
Well, it is a little hard to figure out from the smaller pictures. I don't necessarily disagree that this is the bedroom closet. I just wasn't personally there.
Okay, so you have that small piece of luggage.
Yes.
In this picture, that's 155. And then in this one here, it's 0043.
Would you agree that that's the same piece of small luggage in the same closet with the dishes?
Yes.
Take this from you.
During the course of your investigation, Sergeant, are you aware of the fact that my clients sold their home in Coral Springs and moved into a condo?
I am aware of that occurring at some point, yes.
And so merely because my client is selling some kitchen items or some jewelry, does that indicate that they are fleeing the country?
No.
By itself, no.
The fucking plane ticket does, sorry. Stupid question. Stupid question. Bro, we spent all of that time on that. We just spent all of that time for that. That's what you have. That's what we got out of that.
Now, if someone's going out of town,
Dude.
It would be unusual for them to stop Amazon deliveries.
It would not.
Are you kidding me?
Merely stopping Amazon deliveries, that does not indicate that they are not coming back, does it?
Not by itself.
Bro.
Do you have any knowledge whether or not the trust that was set up for Roman Adelson, Charlie Adelson's son, took care of child support for a certain period of time?
I have no information about that.
Would you agree in looking through that calendar that Mrs. Adelson, my client, constantly updates it to give herself reminders?
I would agree, yes.
Is there any evidence that you discovered in your investigation that indicate that my client moved assets overseas?
None that I am aware of.
That's a no?
That is a no.
There's no evidence that you were able to uncover that my client was moving out of the country as opposed to obtaining a 90-day tourist visa.
I would say the evidence that I observed from the messages, the business that was being taken care of, it was at least a lengthy time to be away.
So a 90-day tourist visa.
That could be, yes.
Okay. Now, do you know what it means for a tourist visa to be multi-entrance?
I do not specifically.
Would you agree that a fair definition of that would mean that the person who holds the visa can enter the country, leave the country, and return to the country?
Yes.
And a tourist visa, if you know, is just that. It's for a tourist, not for a resident.
Correct.
This is stupid. I'm out of nice things to say.
One of the slides that you didn't go over, I believe it was, at least in one of the versions, slide 328.
Would you like me to go to that?
Sure.
Hold on. I need a break. Hold on. I need a break. So that I can put him on 1.25 speed when we come back. I need a break. I need a break. That man just fumbled through papers for 8 minutes, 9 minutes, something like that, give or take. That man just fumbled through papers for 9 minutes to find a picture to show that that closet was in a bedroom to talk about dishes while we all sat here And he said, does that show that she's leaving the country? No! Her leaving the country was showing that she's leaving the country. That's what shows she's leaving the country. A one-way ticket out of the country. That's what shows she was fleeing the country. It wasn't the Amazon packages. It wasn't the Amazon packages. It wasn't the dishes. Nobody cares about the dishes. It wasn't the dishes. It was her using an encrypted app to tell the person she needs to leave the country immediately, and then getting a visa, and then leaving the country. That's what makes her look like she's leaving the country, is her trying to leave the country. Nobody gives a shit about the dishes. You made us sit here and wait for 9 minutes for that. 9 minutes for that? We sat here for 9 minutes to prove that it's a bedroom closet. For the stupidest point. We're this close to a 3-day weekend and you're pissing me off at 4:45 over a closet? It's not the dishes. It's the ticket. It is the one-way ticket to Vietnam that makes us think she's leaving the country. It's not the dishes. This is just a whole bunch of other crap. That's like saying that you saw somebody shoot somebody point blank and they wore gloves, and you're like, so look at this picture of them wearing gloves in 7th grade. So does that show that they wore gloves to hide their fingerprints? No! That's a small part of what the big thing is. It's not about the pasta. Nine minutes. We waited for him to show that it's a bedroom closet.
See which way is faster.
It's the slide 328 with the Sun Sentinel article.
He's looking for slides now.
With that article,
Yes.
that is not in here.
That's no longer in there.
That's correct.
Okay.
We're looking for more stuff that doesn't matter. We'll just look for more stuff that doesn't matter. What did you even need a moment for? Why do you need a moment? If you need why do you even need a moment? What was your moment for? What did you do in that moment? What?
Yes.
Do you know where that is in your?
It's not in here.
It's not in that one. Do you still have it where you can display it?
I can get to it, yes. We'll probably, as long as I stay muted.
Yes, thank you.
Just clarify, Mr. Sullivan, this is the version not in evidence, but you still wish the witness to place it on screen.
Yes, it was in evidence, and I guess the state changed. Present.
They're never on time. I'm just. Wait.
Just that?
Yep, just that. Says, I think it's going to be a speedy trial. Weinstein said. Who is Weinstein?
Attorney.
What, Charlie's attorney?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm still not.
Now, throughout your review of the text messages, the communications, was there any evidence that my client was aware of the friendly texts that Charlie had with Catherine McBallon?
There was no evidence that your client was specifically aware of the content of the communications between Charlie and Katie. No.
This is why Jackie took a sleeping pill. This is why. She doesn't want to have to sit through this. Jackie doesn't want to have to sit through this. Nobody wants to have to sit through this. This is stupid. This is for a closet. It's a closet. Nobody cares about a closet. You missed the entire point.
And you put on a bunch of slides where it's just another instance of Charlie Adelson just running his mouth. This time in writing, so his thumbs.
Here's about
Yes, there are a lot of communications.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Oh, of course you need a moment. Of course you need a moment. Your moments are useless.
Where Charlie Adelson says to Donna Adelson that, did you see the good news in the paper yesterday? Something along those lines, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Donna agreed, it is good news.
Yes.
Okay. So did we try to find some papers from the day before those messages? I think that message was on July 21st of 2016 to see if there was a local paper in Miami that maybe published some, or in Florida, that published some information about this case the day prior.
We did, yes.
Was this the closest in time article that we could find that talked about Dan Markel's murder?
It was, yes.
Okay, and was this from the Sun Sentinel?
It was.
Which is a big paper in Miami.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and in this paper, was this article published on July 16th of 2016?
Yes.
So not the day before, but I think it would be 5 days before.
That's correct.
Okay, and but we don't know necessarily, looking at those texts, was it published or did Charlie see it in the paper the day before? Is that right? Charlie says, though, it was good news in the paper yesterday.
He does, yes.
Okay. And in this article from the Sun Sentinel, does it talk about the murder of Dan Markel and that Garcia and Rivera have been arrested?
Yes.
Okay, and what you've got highlighted in red here, does Weinstein, who was Weinstein an Adelson family friend at that point? Do you know?
Yes.
Okay. Weinstein says, I think it's going to be a speedy trial. I don't think there's going to be any more arrests, after it talks about the arrests of Garcia and Rivera. Is that right?
It does, yes.
Okay. So if Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson are referencing this paper, then they would be saying that it's good news that there's not going to be any more arrests. Is that right?
Yes.
And is that the reason that it was of interest to us?
It was, yes.
Okay. But ultimately, it isn't the day before, right?
It is not.
Okay. All right. Looking at, defense asked you about, I think ultimately you said, from the totality of the evidence in this case, not just one thing or not just one other thing, but a totality of the evidence, it looked as though the Adelsons were planning to have a lengthy time away.
That's correct.
And quick, right? I mean, wasn't Donna Adelson asking for an emergency fast-track visa?
Yes, there was urgency in all the communications and getting things done, getting the visa. There seemed to be a sense of urgency to that.
And did Donna Adelson specifically look for non-extradition countries in her phone before?
Objection, asked and answered.
The rule doesn't ask and answer, but we have covered this subject, Ms. Duke.
Okay.
They don't. I don't remind them
Was
that.
Vietnam the country she chose?
It was, yes.
Thank you.
You may step down, Sergeant.
Thank you, sir.
He's like, thank goodness.
You remain under your subpoena. Please do not discuss your testimony with any other person.
Thank you, sir.
Your wife says those are holiday dishes.
They are.
I am curious about these plates, man.
They're in very nice protective cases.
Judge, one matter, State's Exhibit 72, the state thought it was admitted as a Syrian GPS for certification. The clerk does not show that item admitted. Could we admit that? Could we admit that item at this time, Your Honor?
Is there an objection to State 72?
No, Your Honor, we thought they had done it as well.
State 72 is admitted at this time.
Judge, with that, the state rests.
Very well. Members of the jury, we are going to take our break in the trial at this point for the weekend. Once again, I'm going to remind you not to discuss this case with each other or any other person. You are also not to seek out any outside information or news reporting on this matter as well. We will resume with the trial on Tuesday morning after the Labor Day holiday. Please report at 8:30, and we will try to get started by 8:45 on Tuesday. Enjoy your holiday weekend. I think football is back.
All right, let's.
You have
Oh
something
yeah.
to watch that does not concern this trial. Have a good weekend.
Opening weekend.
8:30.
They can't show it. It's too. They very rarely show that. It's prejudicial.
Nobody will be here on Monday.
All right. So now that they've finished, let's do that poll again. Do you think the prosecution?
Everyone can be seated. Defense have any motions to raise at this point of the trial?
Your Honor, I thought, my understanding was that we were going to do that Tuesday morning.
Well, that's if the state had rested its case as a Tuesday morning.
I would request to reserve until Tuesday morning so that I can organize my thoughts.
Very well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All mid-trial
But aren't you going
motions
to,
will
though?
need to be addressed on Tuesday morning before we get started with the jurors. With the state having rested its case at this point, the defense needs to make all necessary arrangements for the defense case in chief and all witnesses that will be called. Concerning the defense case in chief, how many days do you think it will take starting Tuesday morning?
Can we look at Tuesday morning, Your Honor?
Ah,
I believe you know who you intend to call, but we can discuss it Tuesday morning.
Thank you.
Does either party have anything to raise before we go to the break for the
they can't even
weekend?
answer that.
Thanks for the state.
Not this time, Your Honor.
Have a good weekend, everyone. Please report by 8:30 as well on Tuesday.
He asked how long they expect to take, and he's like, "Can I tell you on Tuesday?" Okay, are we ready for all the?
Can remain in the courtroom for right now.
All the motions, yeah. Yeah. Can we talk about Tuesday? They're not ready for anything. Like, but that worries me though, because I feel like the jury is like, this is going to be a guilty verdict. But what worries me is that it feels like they're going to have a strong argument for appeal based on ineffective counsel. It's so bad. They're so bad. Like they're y'all, I've tried. We are on day 6. I spent all of the other days trying to focus on anything good or positive I can say about the defense. I'm out of things. He has a lovely suit. They showed up. Okay, yeah, they showed up and went to sleep, bro. Like, what are we doing here? What is happening? Why? 9 minutes. 9 minutes. To prove it's a closet in a bedroom. So they weren't actually leaving for Vietnam. No, there's a ticket. Sir, there's a ticket. Literally got them at the airport. It's not about the dishes. It's not about the pasta. It's ridiculous. I hope that the dishes. I'm so mad about the dishes. I'm so mad because he wastes so much time. He wastes so much time. And it's like, if normally, okay, all attorneys are going to be like, occasionally be like, I need a minute. Well, actually, most of them aren't, I need a minute. Most of them are like, may I have a moment, Your Honor? But whatever. But they don't do that. They're like, I need a minute. You can look at your notes. You don't tell the witness they can look at their notes. You ask the judge if it's okay for the witness to look at their notes. I have 0 days of law school, and I know that. I've seen it happen over and over. I've never seen, this is, what are we doing? Why do you need 563 moments? I wish you would give I don't know on your polls. Well, on this one, there is no such thing as I don't know. Because for this one specifically, because that's how it worked. If you have, I ask, do you think that they proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt? So the answer is either yes or no. If the answer is I don't know, then that's no. Because that's the way you have to look at it that's the way that jurors vote. The only way that you vote guilty is if you feel like it has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. There's no other reasonable explanation. And if you don't know, then it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. What does he do in his spare time? Why are we not ready? None of the law tubers think that they are anywhere close to ineffective assistance of counsel. Well, that's good. That's at least. They gave it their best shot. So ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. Right? What is even happening? What is even happening? And you know, the thing is, it's like, okay, you sit there and you watch as they make us wait, right? And you think, there's a reason they're making us wait. There's a reason that this is so important for them to make us wait for this. Something big's coming. And then it's like, wah, wah, wah. I just reached my limit of patience with the defense. Stupidest questions. Stupidest questions. So stupid. Still says, I just checked my bedroom closet. I do not have any dishes in it. Whew! Can't accuse you of leaving the country. They showed up and they talked circles and they asked for moments. That's what they did. That is a perfect summary of what they did. And also pissed me off. Marine Moss with our official stats for the day. 6 witnesses, 8 sidebarks, 9 objections, and the MVP, Special Agent Pat Sanford. He is a trooper, man. He is like, and I don't mean like an MSP trooper, I mean like a real trooper. He was such a trooper. Like he was up there for so long, having to deal with so much. I applaud him. And he's put so much into this, like so much into this case. 563 moments we will never get back. Thank you, Marie Moss, for our official stats. Thank you, thank you. She did everything besides admit to the crime at this point, so they are just here for the check. Is this the worst defense you've ever seen? I'm trying to think. We've seen some pretty bad ones. I think this is definitely the most disorganized defense that I can think of seeing. I can't think of another one that has been... Can I? I'm trying to think. There's been some slimy attorneys that I didn't like. But as far as like actual ineffectiveness, inefficiency. So see, okay, so as a trial attorney, let me ask you a question. Do you think that they're, because here's the thing, it's like, I feel like the things that they're doing are not effective. And I get that some of that comes from just having a terrible case. Like your client, when your client is guilty AF, you do not have an easy road ahead of you. But I feel like there are some things that they're doing, or some things that even they're not doing. I feel like there are some times where they don't even try to object over different things. And they don't, like things that I think that they should. And then there are some times, which I mean, and that's why look, I'm asking you because again, 0 days of law school, but there are some times that, you know, I'm like, okay, well, they could object for this leading. Some of it doesn't matter because once you enter it into evidence, you can, you know, it doesn't matter. But some things I'm like, okay, you know, if I was a defense attorney, I would have objected to that. There are some things that I think I would have pushed more. But there's just so many things that are so bad. So I feel like they're just so scattered. I don't know. They're just so scattered. I'm just not a fan. I'm not a fan. I'll take Josh over Jackie any day. $525,600 moments. And he still needs another one. Donna didn't sweep the floor, so that means she's coming back, right? Crazy, right? As effective as they can be with what they're working with. I don't feel like they are. I feel like, because I get that they have a terrible case in front of them. But they are so disorganized. And the things that they seem to be doing when they're up there, it seems so pointless. There are some things that I feel like if I were a defense attorney, I would have spent more time focusing on. And they skip over those things. And I say that because I'm thinking, like, as a layperson, as a juror, as I'm watching this, I'm thinking, like, okay, everything that I look at, I'm thinking about, like, how much weight I give it and for whatever reason. So anytime there's something that I'm like, okay, I wouldn't give this as much weight for this reason, I always think, like, that's what the defense attorney, like, convince me, argue, tell me why I should or shouldn't believe something. And anytime I'm already questioning something in my head about how much weight to give it, I feel like that's the perfect opportunity for a defense attorney to, like, really take those things that already exist to provide doubt with any piece of evidence and focus on that instead of walking back through all of the questions and, like, and asking something like, you know, asking the special agent who's on the stand what if the Tallahassee Police Department roped off the scene when he was shot. What the hell does that have to do with anything? Zero. Use your time effectively. When you're up there just rambling off questions that don't matter. And I was thinking, okay, well, maybe they're trying to prove that it wasn't a great investigation. But then right after that, she's like, wow, that's impressive that you were even able to get, you know, the pictures on the bus. I'm like, okay, so if that's what you're going for, you just failed. It's just, I feel like when you have a terrible case, you have to take what you can get in those moments and fight for those things. Push, you know, poke those holes where you can. Do I think that it can change the outcome? No, but I think that, like with Rashbaum, like at least, you know, like, okay, the story, did any of us buy it? No. Layaway murder, come on, bro. Like, none of us bought it. But Rashi, like, fought for his client the way that you're supposed to, and in the way that, like, you really believed that he believed what he was saying. And I can respect that. Did I buy it? No, but I respected the way that he argued it. And I just don't feel that with this one. If they truly believe she was innocent, they would have better questions, know the evidence inside and out, and be prepared. Yeah. It's easier to ask the right questions when you believe that they're innocent because you know what makes you think that they're innocent. And I think that that's the hard sell with this one. Because look at the evidence, y'all. If you believe that somebody's innocent, you know what to argue. With Karen Reed, the reason I was so passionate about my arguments is because I believe it. It's easy for me to argue things that I believe. When you don't believe what you're arguing, you're not prepared and you don't ask the right questions. How would you defend Donna? I'd tell her to take a plea deal. Tell her to take a plea deal. But if I had to, I mean, all you can really do is try to focus on reasonable doubt and hope it sticks with one juror. Because if you can try to, the biggest thing she has working for her is she didn't get her hands dirty, right? Take everything that has something to do with that and stay there. Stay on that. Focus on that. She never had communication with this person. She never had communication with that person. Throw anybody else under the bus. I don't care. This is your trial. Charlie did that. I love him anyway. I'll write him in prison. He's my son. I'll always love him. Don't pick up his story that didn't work for him. That obviously doesn't make sense with the evidence. If the story goes directly against the evidence that has been presented in every single trial, that's not the defense you want to stick with, sis. The only way that I could say that I would think would be the best way to try to defend her if she won't take a plea deal is try to take ignore everything that works. You're not going to be able to poke holes in her own voice. When we're hearing it with our own earballs, you're not going to be able to tell a juror that it means something else. So take the things that give any kind of doubt. The jailhouse informants, you can poke holes in credibility with that. I don't think that they did effective enough crosses on that personally. All of the stuff, all of the communication with her and Charlie, I would have tried, I would have come up with a reasonable explanation for those so that I believe that it could mean something. Because if I don't believe it, I'm not going to be able to fight for it. But if I can look at it and say, like, okay, this could mean this could mean this, or whatever, and focus on any kind of reasonable doubt. She never talked to these people. She never, it's hard to defend somebody who I believe is guilty. All I'd be able to do is defend her rights from the Constitution, Other than that, what do you do? I do have a punch bowl and box in the closet. There you go. Are you fleeing the country? Is the closet in a bedroom? Because that matters, apparently. The evidence was settled, argued for over a year before we got here. The prosecution has compiled an airtight case. I believe so too. And then with every new arrest and situation, they've gotten more evidence. This last stuff that was entered is stuff that was from Donna's phone that we didn't have before. So all that does is corroborate everything that they've already said. And it makes their case even tighter. But that's the perk of fighting the truth. When you're fighting the truth, every piece of evidence you get is only going to support that. Could you imagine how this case would go if Bev was judge? Oh. No. A good judge will make or break a case. I always use that analogy, like the parents are the ones who decide everything in the household, and that makes a huge difference. It's the same with the judge. The judge decides everything in the courtroom, makes a total difference. See, that's how I felt too. That defense was all over the place. Yes, the state rested. Donna be looking to get in a fight with her sunshine tonight. I would advise Donna to seek a plea deal, same. But these are defendants whose sense of entitlement has warped their mentality, their reality. Yeah, I agree with that. She does have a huge sense of entitlement that you can tell in her communications and behaviors that we've seen over the years. Harvey's going to hide a file inside banana bread and then send it to Donna. I'm loving seeing what y'all have to say. I like to get y'all's opinions on everything. Robert Tellis did a better job of... Man, Compass Realty. That Compass Realty. Wild. Well, y'all, we made it through the prosecution's case. Let's end our poll. All right, 94% of you say that you believe that they have proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt. I saw a couple of you saying you accidentally hit the wrong button. How many hit the wrong button? According to that, 95% of you, a little higher because of the wrong button pushers, but I'm so fascinated by Janet's observation of the lack of interaction between Harvey and Donna in the courtroom. Yeah, that is interesting, isn't it? Will Donna be taking the stand? She said she was, but let's do one more poll. We'll do that poll and then we'll call it a day. Do you, because some people said they think she'll back out. Do you think Donna will testify? I wouldn't if I were her, because if she does, she's going to have to answer to Georgia on cross-examination. Could you imagine going up there? There are so many pieces of evidence that point to guilt with all of them. Could you imagine having to go up there and have Donna, who knows this, like, knows every single piece of evidence inside and out, all the things that you're not thinking of, all the things that have already come out, all the things that you've forgotten, all the things you like aren't prepared for. Could you imagine having her get up there and question you and you have to answer that when you don't have the truth on your side? If you have the truth on your side, I'd be like, yeah, put me on the stand. No, still I would. I think it's a terrible idea 99% of the time. Usually unless it's self-defense cases, because I think in those cases it's good for the jury to hear from the person, because otherwise how are they going to understand your state of mind? But other than that, and even then, it's not always a good idea. 0 days of law school. I wouldn't want to go against Georgia, though. I wouldn't. She would need a script. Because she was so effective with that when she called the undercover agent, right? It's wild. I want Donna to testify. I thought she would, but now I don't think she will. The defense might not call anyone. The attorneys are having some big convos this weekend with Miss Donna. They're going to have to. I think they're going to have to figure out like, where would you go from there? Where do you go from there? I'm thankful Karen Reed didn't take the stand. Karen Reed could not have taken the stand. She can't fix her face. And she's mad. And that's the thing. Like, if you're being falsely accused and you have all this, you know, all this stuff happening, you have this prosecutor who's a total douche to you the whole time, and you have them saying all these things that aren't true, and you've been going through this for this long, you're going to be mad. So then that can present as snarky or rude or whatever. And jurors, you know, interpret all of that stuff. She can't fix her face. I can't either. So. Being on the stand would seal her fate faster. I agree with that. 80s, I agree with that. Because I think she would try to play the sweet grandma, but then she would have to try to answer for so many things. And how do you answer to some of that? Crazy. What a day, y'all. What a week. I've enjoyed it with y'all, though. I'm glad that we got to hang out today. I'm glad that we got some inside scoop in the courtroom. I appreciate Janet coming on, Misdemeanor coming on, and telling us all the inside scoop. I'll be very interested to see what the defense comes back with on Tuesday. They're going to start early. The attorneys are going to be there at 8:30. The jurors are going to be there at 8:30, and they're planning on starting court at 8:45. So but the attorneys will be in there arguing at 8:30. So we'll be live for that because I want to hear what they have to say before the jury gets there. It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. We're going to do a poll first thing when we start on Tuesday morning. We'll do a poll about if you think Donna's going to testify, and then we'll do some, or let everybody get their guesses in about how many witnesses the defense will call. Very interesting, y'all. We'll see. So I'll see y'all. Everybody enjoy your weekend, 3-day weekend. I know I will. I'm going to be here at the beach. I might actually get some beach time in this weekend. Tomorrow, football. Opening day football. It's going to be amazing. Yeah, they'll ask for a directed verdict and all that, and the judge will laugh at him. They're all gonna laugh at you. All right, I appreciate all of y'all so much. Enjoy your weekend. Lucy just came running over here because she heard me say this. She knows that this is the voice I do right before we get ready to leave. Enjoy your weekend. Everybody have a great one. I will see you bright and early on Tuesday morning. We are starting early. Big day today. It'll be a big day Tuesday. We're getting closer and closer, and I can't wait to see how all this plays out. I'll have the recap out as soon as we can this evening, and I will see y'all on Tuesday morning.